The Detective of Dreams. Copyright 1980 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Dark Forces, edited by Kirby Macaulay. I was writing in my office in the Rue Madeleine when André, my secretary, announced the arrival of Herr D. I rose, put away my correspondence, and offered him my hand. He was, I should say, just short of 50, had the high, clear complexion characteristic of those who in youth, now unhappily past for both of us, have found more pleasure in the company of horses and dogs and the excitement of the chase than in the bottles and bordels of city life, and wore a beard and moustache of the style popularized by the late emperor. Accepting my invitation to a chair, he showed me his papers. "You see," he said, "I am accustomed to acting as the representative of my government. In this matter I hold no such position, and it is possible that I feel a trifle lost." "Many people who come here feel lost," I said, "but it is my boast that I find most of them again. Your problem, I take it, is purely a private matter?" "Not at all. It is a public matter, in the truest sense of the words. Yet none of the documents before me, admirably stamped, sealed, and beribboned though they are, indicates that you are other than a private gentleman travelling abroad. And you say you do not represent your government. What am I to think? What is this matter?" "I act in the public interest," Herr D. told me. "My fortune is not great, but I can assure you that in the event of your success you will be well recompensed. Although you are to take it that I alone am your principal, yet there are substantial resources available to me." "Perhaps it would be best if you described the problem to me." "You are not averse to travel?" "No." "Very well, then," he said, and so saying launched into one of the most astonishing relations, no, the most astonishing relation, I have ever been privileged to hear. Even I, who had at first hand the account of the man who found Paulette Renan with the quince seed still lodged in her throat, who had received Captain Brault's testimony concerning his finds amid the Antarctic ice, who had heard the history of the woman called Joan O'Neill, who lived for 2 years behind a painting of herself in the Louvre, from her own lips. Even I sat like a child while this man spoke. When he fell silent, I said, "Herr D., after all you have told me, I would accept this mission though there were not a sou to be made from it. Perhaps once in a lifetime one comes across a case that must be pursued for its own sake. I think I have found mine." He leaned forward and grasped my hand with a warmth of feeling that was, I believe, very foreign to his usual nature. "Find and destroy the Dream Master," he said, "and you shall sit upon a chair of gold, if that is your wish, and eat from a table of gold as well. When will you come to our country?" "Tomorrow morning," I said. "There are 1 or 2 arrangements I must make here before I go." "I am returning tonight." "You may call upon me at any time, and I will apprise you of new developments." He handed me a card. "I am always to be found at this address. If not I, then one who is to be trusted, acting in my behalf." "I understand." "This should be sufficient for your initial expenses. You may call on me should you require more." The check he gave me as he turned to leave represented a comfortable fortune. I waited until he was nearly out the door before saying, "I thank you, Herr Baron." To his credit, he did not turn, but I had the satisfaction of seeing a red flush rising above the precise white line of his collar before the door closed. André entered as soon as he left. "Who was that man? When you spoke to him, just as he was stepping out of your office, he looked as if you had struck him with a whip." "He will recover," I told her. "He is the Baron H. of the secret police of K. D. was his mother's name. He assumed that because his own desk is a few hundred kilometers from mine, and because he does not permit his likeness to appear in the daily papers, I would not know him. But it was necessary, both for the sake of his opinion of me and my own of myself, that he should discover that I am not so easily deceived. When he recovers from his initial irritation, he will retire tonight with greater confidence in the abilities I will devote to the mission he has entrusted to me. "It is typical of you, monsieur," André said kindly, "that you are concerned that your clients sleep well." Her pretty cheek tempted me, and I pinched it. "I am concerned," I replied, "but the Baron will not sleep well." My train roared out of Paris through meadows sweet with wild flowers, to penetrate mountain passes in which the danger of avalanches was only just past. The glitter of rushing water sprung from on high was everywhere, and when the express slowed to climb a grade, the song of water was everywhere too, water running and shouting down the grey rocks of the Alps. I fell asleep that night with the descant of that icy purity sounding through the plain song of the rails, and I woke in the station of I, the old capital of J, now a province of K. I engaged a porter to convey my trunk to the hotel, where I had made reservations by telegraph the day before, and amused myself for a few hours by strolling about the city. Here I found the Middle Ages might almost be said to have remained rather than lingered. The city wall was complete on three sides, with its merlined towers in repair, and the cobbled streets surely dated from a period when wheeled traffic of any kind was scarce. As for the buildings, Puss in Boots and his friends must have loved them dearly. There were bulging walls and little panes of bull's-eye glass, and overhanging upper floors one above another until the structures seemed unbalanced as tops. Upon one grey old pile with narrow windows and massive doors I found a plaque informing me that though it had been first built as a church, it had been successively a prison, a custom-house, a private home, and a school. I investigated further and discovered it was now an arcade, having been divided, I should think, at about the same time of the first Louis, into a multitude of dank little stalls. Since it was, as it happened, one of the addresses mentioned by Baron H., I went in. Gas flared everywhere, yet the interior could not have been said to be well lit. Each jet was sullen and secretive, as if the proprietor in whose cubicle it was located wished it to light none but his own wares. These cubicles were in no order, nor could I find any directory or guide to lead me to the one I sought. A few customers, who seemed to have visited the place for years, so that they understood where everything was, drifted from one display to the next. When they arrived at each, the proprietor came out. Silent, so it seemed to me, as a spectre, ready to answer questions or accept a payment, but I never heard a question asked, or saw any money tendered. The customer would finger the edge of a kitchen knife, or hold a garment up to her own shoulders, or turn the pages of some mouldering book, and then put the thing down again, and go away. At last, when I had tired of peeping into alcoves lined with booths still gloomier than the ones on the main concourse outside, I stopped at a leather merchant's, and asked the man to direct me to Fraulein A. "I do not know her," he said. "I am told on good authority that her business is conducted in this building, and that she buys and sells antiques." "We have several antique dealers here. Herr M." "I am searching for a young woman. Has your Herr M. a niece or a cousin?" "Handles chairs and chests largely. Herr O. near the Guildhall." "It is within this building. Stocks pictures, mostly, a few mirrors. What is it you wish to buy?" At this point we were interrupted, mercifully, by a woman from the next booth. "He wants Fraulein A. Out of here and to your left, past the wig-makers, then right to the stationer's, then left again. She sells old lace." I found the place at last, and sitting at the very back of her booth Fraulein A. herself, a pretty, slender, timid-looking young woman. Her merchandise was spread on two tables. I pretended to examine it, and found that it was not old lace she sold, but old clothing, much of it trimmed with lace. After a few moments she rose and came out to talk to me, saying, "If you could tell me what you require." She was taller than I had anticipated, and her flaxen hair would have been very attractive if it were ever released from the tight braids coiled round her head. "I am looking. Many of these are beautiful. Are they expensive?" "Not for what you get. The one you were holding is only 50 marks. "That seems like a great deal." "They are the fine dresses of long ago, for visiting or going to the ball. The dresses of wealthy women of aristocratic taste. All are like new. I will not handle anything else. Look at the seams in that one you hold. The tiny stitches all done by hand. Those were the work of dressmakers who created only 4 or 5 in a year, and worked 12 and 14 hours a day, sewing at the first light, and continuing under the lamp past midnight." I said, "I see that you have been crying, Fraulein. Their lives were indeed miserable, though no doubt there are people today who suffer equally." "No doubt there are," the young woman said. "I, however, am not one of them." And she turned away so that I should not see her tears. "I was informed otherwise." She whirled about to face me. "You know him? Oh, tell them I am not a wealthy woman, but I will pay whatever I can. Do you really know him?" "No," I shook my head. "I was informed by your own police." She stared at me. "But you are an outlander. So is he, I think." "Ah, we progress. Is there another chair in the rear of your booth? Your police are not above going outside your own country for help, you see, and we should have a little talk." "They are not our police," the young woman said bitterly. "But I will talk to you. The truth is that I would sooner talk to you, though you are French. You will not tell them that?" I assured her that I would not. We borrowed a chair from the flower stall across the corridor, and she poured forth her story. "My father died when I was very small. My mother opened this booth to earn our living. Old dresses that had belonged to her own mother were the core of her original stock. She died 2 years ago, and since that time I have taken charge of our business and used it to support myself. Most of my sales are to collectors and theatrical companies. I do not make a great deal of money, but I do not require a great deal, and I have managed to save some. I live alone at number 877 Strasse. It is an old house, divided into 6 apartments, and mine is the gable apartment." "You are young and charming," I said, "and you tell me you have a little money saved. I am surprised you are not married." "Many others have said the same thing." "And what did you tell them, Fraulein?" "To take care of their own affairs. They have called me a man-hater. Frau G., who has the confections in the next corridor but 2, called me that because I would not receive her son. The truth is that I do not care for people of either sex, young or old. If I want to live by myself and keep my own things to myself, is it not my right to do so?" "I am sure it is, but undoubtedly it has occurred to you that this person you fear so much may be a rejected suitor who is taking his revenge on you." "But how could he enter and control my dreams?" "I do not know, Fraulein. It is you who say that he does these things." "I should remember him, I think, if he had ever called on me. As it is, I am quite certain I have seen him somewhere, but I cannot recall where. Still—" "Perhaps you had better describe your dream to me. You have the same one again and again, as I understand it." "Yes. It is like this. I am walking down a dark road. I am both frightened and pleasurably excited, if you know what I mean. Sometimes I walk for a long time, sometimes for what seems to be only a few moments. I think there is moonlight, and once or twice I have noticed stars. Anyway, there is a high, dark hedge, or perhaps a wall on my right. There are fields to the left, I believe. Eventually I reach a gate of iron bars, standing open. It's not a large gate for wagons or carriages, but a small one, so narrow I can hardly get through. Have you read the writings of Dr. Freud of Vienna? One of the women here mentioned once that he had written concerning dreams, and so I got them from the library. And if I were a man, I am sure he would say that entering that gate meant sexual commerce. Do you think I might have unnatural leanings?" Her voice had dropped to a whisper. "Have you ever felt such desires?" "Oh, no, quite the reverse." "Then I doubt it very much," I said. "Go on with your dream. How do you feel as you pass through the gate?" "As I did when walking down the road, but more so, more frightened, and yet happy and excited, triumphant in a way." "Go on." "I am in the garden now. There are fountains playing, and nightingales singing in the willows. The air smells of lilies, and a cherry tree in blossom looks like a giantess in her bridal gown. I walk on a straight, smooth path. I think it must be paved with marble chips, because it is white in the moonlight. Ahead of me is the Schloss, a great building. There is music coming from inside." "What sort of music?" "Magnificent, joyous, if you know what I am trying to say, but not the tinklings of a theatre orchestra. A great symphony. I have never been to the opera at Bayreuth, but I think it must be like that, at a happy, quick tune." She paused, and for an instant her smile recovered the remembered music. "There are pillars and a grand entrance with broad steps. I run up, I am so happy to be there, and throw open the door. It is brightly lit inside. A wave of golden light, almost like a wave from the ocean, strikes me. The room is a great hall with a high ceiling. A long table is set in the middle, and there are hundreds of people seated at it, but one place, the one nearest me, is empty. I cross to it and sit down. There are beautiful golden loaves on the table, and bowls of honey with roses floating at their centers, and crystal carafes of wine, and many other good things I cannot remember when I awake. Everyone is eating and drinking and talking, and I begin to eat too." I said, "It is only a dream, Fraulein. There is no reason to weep." "I dream this each night. I have dreamed so every night for months." "Go on." "Then he comes. I am sure he is the one who is causing me to dream like this, because I can see his face clearly, and remember it when the dream is over. Sometimes it is very vivid for an hour or more after I wake, so vivid that I have only to close my eyes to see it before me." "I will ask you to describe him in detail later. For the present, continue with your dream." "He is tall and robed like a king, and there is a strange crown on his head. He stands beside me, and though he says nothing, I know that the etiquette of the place demands that I rise and face him. I do this. Sometimes I am sucking my fingers as I get up from his table." "He owns the dream palace, then?" "Yes, I am sure of that. It is his castle, his home. He is my host. I stand and face him, and I am conscious of wanting very much to please him, but not knowing what it is I should do." "That must be painful." "It is, but as I stand there, I become aware of how I am clothed, and—" "How are you clothed?" "As you see me now, in a plain dark dress, the dress I wear here at the arcade. But the others, all up and down the hall, all up and down the table, are wearing the dresses I sell here. These dresses." She held one up for me to see, a beautiful creation of many layers of lace, with buttons of polished jet. I know then that I cannot remain, but the king signals to the others, and they seize me and push me toward the door. "You are humiliated then?" "Yes, but the worst thing is that I am aware that he knows that I could never drive myself to leave, and he wishes to spare me the struggle. But outside, some terrible beast has entered the garden. I smell it, like the hyena cage at the Tiergarten, as the door opens, and then I wake up." "It is a harrowing dream." "You have seen the dresses I sell. Would you credit it that for weeks I slept in one, and then another, and then another of them?" "You reaped no benefit from that?" "No. In the dream I was glad as now, For a time I wore the dresses always, even here to the stall, and when I bought food at the market. But it did no good. Have you tried sleeping somewhere else? With my cousin who lives on the other side of the city. That made no difference. I am certain that this man I see is a real man. He is in my dream, and the cause of it. But he is not sleeping. Yet you have never seen him when you are awake. She paused, and I saw her bite at her full lower lip. I am certain I have. Ah! But I cannot remember when. Yet I am sure I have seen him, that I have passed him in the street. Think. Does his face associate itself to your mind with some particular section of the city? She shook her head. When I left her at last, it was with a description of the dream master less precise than I had hoped, though still detailed. It tallied in almost all respects with the one given me by Baron H. But that proved nothing, since the Baron's description might have been based largely on Fraulein A.'s. The bank of Herr R. was a private one, as all the greatest banks in Europe are. It was located in what had once been the townhouse of some noble family. Their arms, overgrown now with ivy, were still visible above the door, and bore no identification other than a small brass plate engraved with the names of Herr R. and his partners. Within, the atmosphere was more dignified, even if, perhaps, less tasteful than it could possibly have been in the noble family's time. Dark pictures in gilded frames lined the walls, and the clerks sat at inlaid tables upon chairs upholstered in tapestry. When I asked for Herr R., I was told that it would be impossible to see him that afternoon. I sent in a note with a sidelong allusion to unquiet dreams, and within 5 minutes I was ushered into a luxurious office that must once have been the bedroom of the head of the household. Herr R. was a large man, tall and heavier, I thought, than his physician was likely to have approved. He appeared to be about 50. There was strength in his wide, fleshy face. His high forehead and capacious cranium suggested intellect, and his small, dark eyes, forever flickering as they took in the appearance of my person, the expression of my face, and the position of my hands and feet, ingenuity. No pretense was apt to be of service with such a man, and I told him flatly that I had come as the emissary of Baron H., that I knew what troubled him, and that if he would cooperate with me, I would help him if I could. "I know you, monsieur," he said, "by reputation. A business with which I am associated employed you 3 years ago in the matter of a certain mummy." He named the firm. "I should have thought of you myself." "I did not know that you were connected with them." "I am not, when you leave this room. I do not know what reward Baron H. has offered you, should you apprehend the man who is oppressing me, but I will give you, in addition to that, a sum equal to that you were paid for the mummy. You should be able to retire to the south, then, should you choose, with the rent of 12 villas. "I do not choose," I told him, "and I could have retired long before. But what you just said interests me. You are certain that your persecutor is a living man?" "I know men." Herr R. leaned back in his chair and stared at the painted ceiling. "As a boy I sold stuffed cabbage leaf rolls in the street. Did you know that? My mother cooked them over wood she collected herself, where buildings were being demolished, and I sold them from a little cart for her. I lived to see her with 60 of footmen and the finest house in Lindau. I never went to school. I learned to add and subtract in the streets. When I must multiply and divide, I have my clerk do it. But I learned men. Do you think that now, after 40 years of practice, I could be deceived by a phantom? No, he is a man. Let me confess it, a stronger man than I. A man of flesh and blood and brain. A man I have seen somewhere, sometime, here in this city, and more than once." "Describe him." "As tall as I, younger, perhaps 30 or 35, a brown forked beard so long. He held his hand about 15 centimeters beneath his chin. Brown hair. His hair is not yet grey, but I think it may be thinning a little at the temples. Don't you remember? In my dream he wears a garland of roses. I cannot be sure. Is there anything else, any scars or identifying marks? Herr R. nodded. He has hurt his hand. In my dream, when he holds out his hand for the money, I see blood in it. It is his own, you understand, as though a recent injury had reopened and was beginning to bleed again. His hands are long and slender, like a pianist's. Perhaps you had better tell me your dream. Of course. He paused, and his face clouded, as though to recount the dream were to return to it. I am in a great house. I am a person of importance there, almost as though I were the owner. Yet I am not the owner. Wait, I interrupted. Does this house have a banquet hall? Has it a pillared portico, and is it set in a garden? For a moment Herr R.'s eyes widened. Have you also had such dreams? No, I said. It is only that I think I have heard of this house before. Please continue. There are many servants. Some work in the fields beyond the garden. I give instructions to them. The details differ each night, you understand. Sometimes I am concerned with the kitchen, sometimes with the livestock, sometimes with the draining of a field. We grow wheat principally, it seems. But there is a vineyard, too, and a kitchen garden. And, of course, the house itself must be cleaned and swept and kept in repair. There is no wife. The owner's mother lives with us, I think, but she does not much concern herself with the housekeeping. That is up to me. To tell the truth, I have never actually seen her, though I have the feeling that she is there. Does this house resemble the one you bought for your own mother in Lindau? Only as one large house must resemble another. I see. Proceed. For a long time each night I continue like that, giving orders and sometimes going over the accounts. Then a servant, usually it is a maid, arrives to tell me that the owner wishes to speak to me. I stand before a mirror. I can see myself there as plainly as I see you now, and arrange my clothing. The maid brings rose-scented water and a cloth, and I wipe my face. Then I go in to him. He is always in one of the upper rooms, seated at a table with his own account book spread before him. There is an open window behind him, and through it I can see the top of a cherry tree in bloom. For a long time, I suppose 10 minutes, I stand before him while he turns over the pages of his ledger. You appear somewhat at a loss, Herr R. Not a common condition for you, I believe. What happens then? He says, You owe. Herr R. paused. That is the problem, monsieur. I can never recall the amount, but it is a large sum. He says, and I must require that you make payment at once. I do not have the amount, and I tell him so. He says, then you must leave my employment. I fall to my knees at this, and beg that he will retain me, pointing out that if he dismisses me, I will have lost my source of income, and will never be able to make payment. I do not enjoy telling you this, but I weep. Sometimes I beat the floor with my fists. Continue. Is the Dream Master moved by your pleading? No. He again demands that I pay the entire sum. Several times I have told him that I am a wealthy man in this world, and that if only he would permit me to make payment in its currency, I would do so immediately. That is interesting. Most of us lack your presence of mind in our nightmares. What does he say then? Usually he tells me not to be a fool. But once he said, That is a dream. You must know it by now. You cannot expect to pay a real debt with the currency of sleep. He holds out his hand for the money as he speaks to me. It is then that I see the blood in his palm. You are afraid of him? Oh, very much so. I understand that he has the most complete power over me. I weep, and at last I throw myself at his feet, with my head under the table, if you can credit it, crying like an infant. Then he stands and pulls me erect and says, "You would never be able to pay all you owe, and you are a false and dishonest servant. But your debt is forgiven forever." And as I watch, he tears a leaf from his account book and hands it to me. "Your dream has a happy conclusion, then?" "No, it is not yet over." I thrust the paper into the front of my shirt and go out, wiping my face on my sleeve. I am conscious that if any of the other servants should see me, they will know at once what has happened. I hurry to reach my own counting-room. There is a brazier there, and I wish to burn the page from the owner's book. "I see." But just outside the door of my own room I meet another servant, an upper servant like myself, I think, since he is well dressed. As it happens, this man owes me a considerable sum of money, and to conceal from him what I have just endured, I demand that he pay at once. Herr R. rose from his chair and began to pace the room, looking sometimes at the painted scenes on the walls, sometimes at the Turkish carpet at his feet. I have had reason to demand money like that often, you understand, here in this room. The man falls to his knees, weeping and begging for additional time, but I reach down like this and seize him by the throat. "And then?" "And then the door of my counting-room opens. But it is not my counting-room with my desk and the charcoal brazier, but the owner's own room. He is standing in the doorway, and behind him I can see the open window and the blossoms of the cherry tree." "What does he say to you?" "Nothing. He says nothing to me. I release the other man's throat, and he slinks away." "You awaken then?" "How can I explain it?" "Yes, I wake up. But first we stand there, and while we do, I am conscious of certain sounds." "If it is too painful for you, you need not say more." Herr R. drew a silk handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his face. "How can I explain?" he said again. "When I hear those sounds, I am aware that the owner possesses certain other servants who have never been under my direction. It is as though I have always known this, but had no reason to think of it before." "I understand." "They are quartered in another part of the house, in the vaults beneath the wine-cellar, I think sometimes. I have never seen them, but I know, then, that they are hideous, vile, and cruel. I know, too, that he thinks me but little better than they, and that as he permits me to serve him, so he allows them to serve him also. We stand, and listen to them coming through the house. At last a door at the end of the hall begins to swing open. There is a hand like the paw of some filthy reptile on the latch." "Is that the end of the dream?" "Yes." Herr R. threw himself into his chair again, mopping his face. "You have this experience each night?" "It differs," he said slowly, "in some details." "You have told me that the orders you give the under-servants vary." "There is another difference. When the dreams began, I woke when the hinges of the door at the passage end creaked. Each night now, the dream endures a moment longer, perhaps a tenth of a second. Now I see the arm of the creature who opens that door, nearly to the elbow." I took the address of his home, which he was glad enough to give me, and leaving the bank, made my way to my hotel. When I had eaten my roll and drunk my coffee the next morning, I went to the place indicated by the card given me by Baron H., and in a few minutes was sitting with him in a room as bare as those tents from which armies in the field are cast into battle. "You are ready to begin the case this morning?" he asked. "On the contrary, I have already begun. Indeed, I am about to enter a new phase of my investigation. You would not have come to me if your dream master were not torturing someone other than the people whose names you gave me. I wish to know the identity of that person, and to interrogate him. I told you that there were many other reports. I provided me with a list. They are all of the petite bourgeoisie, when they are not persons still less important. I believed at first that it might be because of the urgings of Herr R. that you engaged me. But when I had time to reflect on what I know of your methods, I realized that you would have demanded that he provide my fee, had that been the case. So you are sheltering someone of greater importance, and I wish to speak to him." "The Countess," Baron H. began. "Ah." "The Countess herself has expressed some desire that you should be presented to her. The Count opposes it." "We are speaking, I take it, of the governor of this province?" The Baron nodded. "Of Count von V. He is responsible, you understand, only to the Queen Regent herself." "Very well. I wish to hear the Countess, and she wishes to talk with me. I assure you, Baron, that we will meet. The only question is whether it will be under your auspices." The Countess, to whom I was introduced that afternoon, was a woman in her early 20s, deep-breasted and sombre-haired, with skin like milk, and great dark eyes welling with fear and, I thought, pity, set in a perfect oval face. "I am glad you have come, monsieur. For 7 weeks now, our good Baron H. has sought this man for me, but he has not found him." "If I had known my presence here would please you, Countess, I would have come long ago, whatever the obstacles. You, then, like the others, are certain it is a real man we seek?" "I seldom go out, monsieur. My husband feels we are in constant danger of assassination." "I believe he is correct." "But on state occasions we sometimes ride in a glass coach to the Rathaus. There are Uhlans all around us to protect us then. I am certain that, before the dreams began, I saw the face of this man in the crowd." "Very well. Now tell me your dream." "I am here at home." "In this palace where we sit now?" She nodded. "That is a new feature, then. Continue, please." "There is to be an execution in the garden." A fleeting smile crossed the Countess's lovely face. "I need not tell you that that is not where the executions are held, but it does not seem strange to me when I dream. I have been away, I think, and have only just heard of what is to take place. I rush into the garden. The man Baron H. calls the Dream Master is there, tied to the trunk of the big cherry tree. A squad of soldiers faces him, holding their rifles. Their officer stands beside them with his saber drawn, and my husband is watching from a pace or two away. I call out for them to stop, and my husband turns to look at me. I say, 'You must not do it, Karl. You must not kill this man.' But I see by his expression that he believes that I am only a foolish, tender-hearted child. Karl is several years older than I." "I am aware of it." The Dream Master turns his head to look at me. People tell me that my eyes are large. Do you think them large, monsieur?" "Very large and very beautiful." In my dream, quite suddenly, his eyes seem far, far larger than mine, and far more beautiful. And in them I see reflected the figure of my husband. Please listen carefully now, because what I am going to say is very important, though it makes very little sense, I am afraid. "Anything may happen in a dream, Countess." When I see my husband reflected in this man's eyes, I know, I cannot say how, that it is this reflection, and not the man who stands near me, who is the real Karl. The man I have thought real is only a reflection of that reflection. Do you follow what I say?" I nodded. "I believe so." "I plead again. Do not kill him. Nothing good can come of it." My husband nods to the officer. The soldiers raise their rifles, and— "You wake. Would you like my handkerchief, Countess? It is of coarse weave, but it is clean, and much larger than your own." Karl is right. I am only a foolish little girl. No, monsieur, I do not wake, not yet. The soldiers fire. The dream master falls forward, though his bonds hold him to the tree, and Carl flies to bloody rags beside me. On my way back to my hotel, I purchased a map of the city, and when I reached my room, I laid it flat on the table there. There could be no question of the route of the Countess's glass coach. Straight down the Hauptstrasse, the only street in the city wide enough to take a carriage surrounded by cavalrymen. The most probable route by which Herr R. might go from his house to his bank coincided with the Hauptstrasse for several blocks. The path Fraulein A. would travel from her flat to the arcade crossed the Hauptstrasse at a point contained by that interval. I needed to know no more. Very early the next morning I took up my post at the intersection. If my man were still alive after the fusillade Count von V. fired at him each night, it seemed certain that he would appear at this spot within a few days, and I am hardened to waiting. I smoked cigarettes while I watched the citizens of I walk up and down before me. When an hour had passed, I bought a newspaper from a vendor, and stole a few glances at its pages when foot traffic was light. Gradually I became aware that I was watched. We boast of reason, but there are senses over which reason holds no authority. I did not know where my watcher was, yet I felt his gaze on me, whichever way I turned. So I thought, you know me, my friend. Will I too dream now? What has attracted your attention to a mere foreigner, a stranger, waiting for who knows what at this corner? Have you been talking to Fraulein A., or to someone who has spoken with her? Without appearing to do so, I looked up and down both streets in search of another lounger like myself. There was no one, not a drowsing grandfather, not a woman or a child, not even a dog, certainly no tall man with a forked beard and piercing eyes. The windows, then. I studied them all, looking for some movement in a dark room behind a seemingly innocent opening. Nothing. Only the buildings behind me remained. I crossed to the opposite side of the Hauptstrasse and looked once more. Then I laughed. They must have thought me mad, all those dour burghers, for I fairly doubled over, spitting my cigarette to the sidewalk and clasping my hands to my waist for fear my belt would burst. The presumption, the impudence, the brazen insolence of the fellow, the stupidity, the wonderful stupidity of myself, who had not recognized his old stories. For the remainder of my life now, I could accept any case with pleasure, pursue the most inept criminal with zest, knowing that there was always a chance he might outwit such an idiot as I. For the dream master had set up his own picture, and full length and in the most gorgeous colors, in his window. Choking and spluttering, I saluted it, and then, still filled with laughter, I crossed the street once more and went inside, where I knew I would find him. A man awaited me there, not the one I sought, but one who understood whom it was I had come for, and knew as well as I that his capture was beyond any thief-taker's power. I knelt, and there, though not to the satisfaction, I suppose, of Baron H., Fraulein A., Herr R., and the Count and Countess von V., I destroyed the dream master, as he has been sacrificed so often, devouring his white wheaten flesh, that we might all possess life without end. Dear people, dream on. Peritonitis. Copyright 1973 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Tomorrow's Alternatives, edited by Roger Elwood. Now this is the story Greylock told before the men of the Neck were scattered forever, before the great exodus and the wandering in the cold lands of hunger. Once, so said Greylock, my father's mother heard him, the men of the Neck ruled all the world, and were all the world, and there was nothing between heel and finger-tip that was not theirs. In those times a virgin might dine at the calf, and drink at the eyes, and sleep where she would, and none would harm her. Then every man said brother or sister when he met a child, and the old were respected. How many were born in those times, and lived each moment of life in those times, and dying rolled away, and never dreamed that the world would not be thus forever? Who can say? Their spirits have gone to the hair. The dark followed the light for them, and the wettings came, and some perished. But this, as all knew, was good, lest the people wax too great. I myself was born into lesser times, but even so, not until even those lesser days were nearly ended. I tell you this, that you may remember, and know in your despair that God has in times past been good. All is His, all belongs to Him alone. Never in the coming time shall you say among yourselves that He has robbed you. What He takes is His. It cannot be otherwise. No man can now comprehend the joy of those times. There was no bad food anywhere. Every morsel was filled with strength, and a happiness indescribable. When the old, yes, even as I am now, ate of that meat, their backs straightened, and their eyes grew bright. Then the grandsire of 1,000 might take the good wife beneath the shade of some soft roof. And the children of those first times ate, and eating danced in the light, and sang songs that came to them as they sang, one word following another, and played a score of merry games now forgotten, games that grandmothers only mumbled of, forgetting both the names and the rules, even when I myself was but a child. Games of running, jumping, hiding and finding, games of hopping, climbing, and singing, games of holding hands in chains. Again I say, none now can know the joy of those times, and the greatest of them was this, that every man and woman saw, as light came and dark, then light again, and time grew heavy upon them, that that world that was their children's waxed. You do not believe me. Ah, there is no blame in that to you. How could you, who have seen it wane all your lives, yes, and heard your fathers say that it has waned all theirs? But it was true. Larger it grew and fairer, the warmth increasing. Then those we call still the new mountains first began to grow, lifting very gently then their slopes above the level plain. At that time there came a change to the nature of the meat, and none, so have I heard, could well prove whether it was for good or ill, nor can I now say. Happiness it brought indeed, but in that happiness there were 1,000 sorrows. Yet it was said by many, weeping, that it was a sweeter joy. Then the eaters sang not, but chanted, making of the old, mouth-smoothed words new and unfamiliar things, chants that brought happiness or tears or terror, even to those who fasted. And this was called the Second Age, and it was the time of counterpoint and dreams. That time too passed. Of the Third Age, what is there to say? You have heard its story already too often. The new mountains were mighty then, and there came upon all who ate a fever of clean lust that wiped away everything that had gone before. It was then, so I deem it, that the oneness of the people was broken, never in truth to come again. For by 2s and 3s and 5s all but the youngest children drew apart, and those that returned to the gatherings stayed but a little time. At that time, if at any, the love-promisings that are older than the people were kept. For many a pair dallied all a dark away, and a light too, feasting enough to have fattened a dozen, save that love kept them lean. With the age of the new food, that time ended. From the summit of each new mountain, grown now until they rivaled the haunches, there broke forth a spring, and the waters of those springs were not clear as the waters of the eyes are, but white and sweet. Many a one climbed the new mountains, then to taste of them, though they flowed less than a lifetime. This was the Fourth Age, and the end of the beginning. For when those springs died, the new mountains waned, and the belly, which had, scarcely noted, waxed above the loins, withered in one dark. Then many felt their doom upon them. This feeling was in the meat, so it was said. but in the air as well. The world was smaller. Then came the sundering. Some said there was no God, and we, the men of the neck, drove them from their blasphemy beyond the new mountains towards the loins. Others said that the world itself was God, and these, a fierce and terrible people, climbed to the face. Then did we name ourselves men of the neck, but beyond our boasting we feared. For though the men of the loins might drink there of them pure waters, we must needs reach the eyes, when we could eat no more without drinking, and we feared that those above us would prevent us. A few, brave and fleet, ventured first, daring the spirit forests to come to the lakes from the north, and returning by the same troubled path. But return they did, and others after them, until we came in time to know that those whom we feared had left all the lands of light to dwell in the mouth, where, they said, the waters at times possessed a quality magical and ineffable. They spoke of the third age, and the second, and the first. All these, they said, had returned not in the meat, but in the waters of the mouth. With these avowals they taunted us, flinging at us jagged stones fallen from the teeth. But we saw that, however fierce, they were few, and when we questioned them, shouting from a distance, they would not reply. It was at this time that Deep Delver's woman, singing, was stolen by a man of the face, and into those times I was born. Yes, I saw them, with these same eyes that behold you now, remembering them in the time I was a child. Deep Delver was not stronger than other men, nor swifter, and others there were who were cleverer than he. Why, then, was he counted a hero when they were not? This was the question I put to my parents, and the answer they gave was that he had done a wonderful thing, going to Everdark to bring back the woman he loved. But that reply was no answer. Would any other, stronger, swifter, more cunning, not have done as Deep Delver had? No. There was in him something better than strength or cunning, that which made him go forward and not back. This it was that made Deep Delver a hero, that brought him into Everdark and to the light again alive. As to singing, what can an old man say? Her beauty cursed me, if you will, though I was then but a little child. I have never seen another, and never shall. She ennobled us all. Wherever she stood was for that time a place of peace and beauty. Of the crime that befell her, I was then too young to know, but I give it as I received it. With others of her age, and a guard of men, of whom Deep Delver, then called by another, lesser name, was one, she journeyed to the Eyes to bathe. Now at that time men no longer went into the haunted hair to reach the lakes from the north. But not yet were they so bold as to come too near the corners of the mouth. No, the accepted path, then deemed safe, was to skirt the southernmost spinney of the hair, near the ear, and thence to climb to the eyes by an oblique ascent. Now this party of young men and maidens were so doing when there came upon them such a calamity as we, of this latter age, have so much more knowledge than they. An overflow from the nearer lake, forming itself into a great mass of water, came hurtling down on them, and they scattered, none looking to the others, but each fleeing in that direction that seemed to him easiest. Now it so happened that Singing's path led her to the mouth. When the tear had passed, the young men and maids joined again, laughing, and each telling their tale of escape, until, as they reckoned their numbers, their laughter hushed. Wide they quested then for Singing, but not to the mouth, until, with the passing of time, it grew upon them that if Singing had not indeed been washed away, then it was there that they must search for her. None spoke this knowledge, but it waxed among them, and at length they would not look at one another for the shame of it. But already Deep Delver was gone. No one had he told of his plan, going alone to the very precipices of the lips, and from those dark, ill-omened heights staring alone at the teeth themselves, the dread portals of the sunless realm, found within him the strength to enter there. Such a man is not like us, though he walk among us. The ghosts who wander forever through the hair might, if they saw a living man walking unafraid where they are accustomed to take such ease as is permitted the dead, believe him to be a ghost even as they. But if we are not all spectres now, it would not be so, because he would have life in him. Just so such men as you and I, seeing a deep delver, think him but our peer. Often I questioned him, young as I was and shameless, of what he found within the teeth, and the rescue of singing. Little would he tell me. There are watery caves beneath the tongue, by his saying. There he swam in half light, through waves clearer yet thicker than those of the lakes, and met a gentle race who begged him to go no farther, offering in the stead of singing milk-pale maidens, languid, gentle, and enamoured of love, whom he spurned. We call ourselves the people of the neck, but who but Deep Delver ever knew the extent of that kingdom? Who but he ever, in the long song of history, went down the throat? That road he took, leaving the last of the light. Savages he met there, and defeating their chief in solitary combat, bound him when his vassals fled, till hunger forced from him the tale of singing's passing, and her captors. Deeper they had gone by his telling, and even Deep Delver's mighty strength, so he himself recounted it, died within him. Then came a wetting, but not as we have known them. The dim rills of the throat turned to black as the waters multiplied, and there came upon Deep Delver in the rushing confusion of those waters all the thoughts that men have ever felt, so that he knew himself to be brave and afraid, happy yet sorrowful, God and nothing, all at once and without causes. And though his thought told him that to do so was death, he dived into the waters and swam with them, laughing to die so, laughing in the breakers, dizzy with delight in the darkness, knowing that it was death, but eager to die so. So he came to the depths, to Everdark, and heard there the weeping of singing. Who can tell a tale that was born in the blackness? How he found her and killed her captor, drowning him, though he was himself delirious, and the mill race of madness. How the inner people won them, they who then ate what they had from the waters, those unseen ones who never stand in sun, whelming Deep Delver in their myriads. How he their slave taught them to tear the meat they trod, and so live lawfully, and how they gave freedom to him, and singing too, when once they had tasted. How the two made their way midst difficulties and dangers to the neck again. All these are more than I can say. But you must know the courage and the history of your people before you fare forth. And I have told you. Field and hill are cold now, and the world itself dying or dead, and the lands are filled with ghouls. It is time you go. This was the last story. The Woman Who Loved the Centaur Pholus. Copyright 1979 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine. Anderson's telephone rang, and of course it was Janet. Anderson swung his feet over the side of the bed before he hung up, then looked at his watch. 4:20 a.m. The moonlight on the melting snow outside sent a counterfeit dawn to his windows. He switched on the reading light and found his slippers, then kicked them off again. There would not be time for slippers. The little water horse that Dumont would surely be there too, had made for him, lifted its head and foaming mane above the rim of its aquarium, and neighed, a sound so high-pitched it might have been the chirping of a bird. So like they were, no mortal might one from the other know. White as snow their armor was, their steeds were white as snow. Never on earthly anvil did such rare armor gleam, and never did such gallant steeds drink from an earthly stream. Who had written that? Anderson couldn't remember. Before he had gone to bed, he had filled the stainless steel thermos with scalding coffee, telling himself he would not need it, that he would drink it with breakfast so as not to waste it. Wool shirt with lumberjack checks, wool hunting pants, thick socks, rubber-bottomed hunting boots, down-filled vest, parka, navy watch cap. Gloves and compass in the parka's pockets? Yes. His sign was already in the car, and the chains were on. It started without trouble. He roared out of the driveway and down the silent street. Coming, Janet. Coming, Pholus, or whoever you are. Damn. When winter was beginning, he had gone out in the suit he wore on campus, with the same overcoat and hat. He had learned better, floundering through the snow long before machine-gun slugs had ripped the weak and frightened siren, the bird woman whose scattered feathers he had helped Dumont gather when the soldiers were gone. There was a mail-order company that sold all sorts of cold-weather gear. Their prices were high, but the quality was excellent. Never on earthly anvil. How did the rest go? Something, something, something. O'er the green waves which gently bend and swell, fair Amphitrite steers her silver shell. Her playful dolphins stretch the silken rein, hear her sweet voice, and glide along the main. No, that wasn't it. That was Darwin, the father, or was it the grandfather, of Dumont's Darwin, the Darwin of the Beagle. Anderson swung onto the interstate. For mile after mile, the red taillights of the cars in front of him looked like the red eyes of beasts prowling the snow by night. At last, just to hear a voice, Anderson said aloud, "They sell everything but Odysseus's wax. But then, I don't need wax." He had been thinking of the man-headed bull, Nen of Assyria. That, too, had been killed, and the memory of its wings suggested the siren again. As if the C.B. had heard him and knew his loneliness, it murmured, "Breaker 1-1, this is Sambolini for Pyrithous. Come in, Pyrithous." "I'm here, Sambolini," Anderson answered. He did not know where Janet had discovered that name. It had not been in any of the references he had checked. "Go past the sign for the Dells, Pyrithous. After a quarter-mile, you'll see an unmarked road on your left. We're about 3 miles farther on." 10-4 and out, Anderson said. He hated the pseudonyms, and he was certain the Army knew who they were anyway. As if to confirm it, the threshing sound of a helicopter came from above, louder and louder, then louder still. It passed over the car at treetop level, going 90 at least, and disappeared beyond the crest of a hill. "Breaker 1-1 for Sambolini. Chopper on the way." 10-4, Pyrithous. So Janet knew, and whoever was with her knew. And, of course, the soldiers knew in their helicopter. "All hail, beloved birds," he cried. "My comrades on the ocean tide." Anderson passed a billboard showing the little stern-wheeler Apollo 2 and swerved onto the next unmarked road. There were fresh tire tracks in the snow, and he began automatically to look to left and right, though he knew how unlikely it was that he would see anything from the road. Yet he might. How did it go? "Wilt thou yet take all, Galilean? But these thou shalt not take, the laurel, the palms, and the paean, the breasts of the nymphs and the brake." The sun was peeping over the snow-clad hills now, and inexplicably Anderson felt his spirits rise. He was going to a fight, and he would be fighting for the only thing he knew that was really worth fighting for. For once he could not recall a quotation, but he remembered the sense of it, and not just with his mind, but in his feet and hands, belly and heart and brain. The second best thing was to fight and win. But the first best thing was to fight the fight worth fighting. Where would he be, if not here? He topped the hill at better than 80 and saw the cars and signs and milling people. The helicopter had set down in a field just behind a wood of birch, and there were 2 olive-drab army trucks. He hit the brakes and went into a long skid, staring into it just the way that racing driver had advised on television, still utterly unafraid but feeling he must somehow be drunk. The car turned 90 degrees and skidded to a stop less than a dozen feet from the nearest truck. The bearded man smiled back beneath his beard and seemed to lift himself on his toes. "There's more than one out there, isn't there? I've heard of them. It makes one feel like Adam." Anderson said, "We're on the edge of one of the largest forested areas in Wisconsin. A lot of people bring them here, and more drift in. A friend of mine who's a statistician tells me there are gradients of diminishing population we're largely oblivious to. They sense those and follow them to places like this. There are quite a few of them in Minnesota, too, and upper Michigan." Janet added, "The Smoky Mountains are supposed to be full of them. Dr. Dumont plans to go there this summer." "Professor Anderson?" It was the colonel. Anderson said, "Afraid so." "The dossier I saw is a little sketchy, but I thought I recognized you from your picture. What do you teach? Biology? Biophysics?" "Classical literature." "Say, that's interesting. I like Sherlock Holmes myself, and Kipling. I suppose this biological engineering stuff is a hobby with you." Anderson shook his head. The colonel glanced around as though expecting to see the Minotaur step out of a cowshed. "I can see where it would be a good one in certain respects. Eventually, I assume there will be a licensing procedure and some supervision. At present, the thing is a mess. The question is which side the mess is on. I suppose you could say that. Did you hear what they killed yesterday on Market Street in Philadelphia? A cat with the head of a snake. It was as big as a small dog. A great many cats are as big as small dogs, and I'd think it would be a good deal less intelligent a hunter than most cats. No doubt it was somebody's first stab at making a chimera." The colonel seemed not to have heard him. "They do these things, and they can't handle the results. Then instead of destroying them, they turn them loose. It's funny, isn't it, how all the stuff that was originally developed by some high-powered scientists eventually turns into something the average Joe can do in his basement. Take TV. You can get a kit and build as good a television as anybody can buy. Or airplanes. A man I went to the Point with is building a plane in his garage." Anderson said, "If the Wright brothers hadn't been able to build the first one in a bike shop, there wouldn't be any planes." "Maybe." The colonel looked unconvinced, and Anderson decided he thought the airplane had been invented by Boeing. "Just the same, my orders are to clean this up. You and your followers are interfering with that." "They're not my followers. They simply happen to believe as I do. Or rather, I happen to believe as they do." "Your dossier says you're one of the leaders, Professor Anderson. You're a man, and most of them are women. You're well educated, and you're the tallest. Who would you think the leader was if you were in my shoes?" Anderson said, "If I were in your shoes, I'd probably be wrong about a lot of other things, too." But his attention was no longer on the conversation. A truck was coming over the hill, and at first he thought it was the army tow truck. Then the bearded man and several of the women raised a cheer, and he saw the call letters on the side. The colonel said something inaudible to a captain, the captain mumbled to a sergeant, and the sergeant bawled something at the troops, who fell into ranks. Janet and the bearded man hustled their charges into a straggling line, and Dumont emerged from his van to join them. Anderson suddenly understood that this was what everyone had been waiting for. The army would prove they were acting without brutality, and let an audience of millions feel the thrill of the hunt. The demonstrators would put their case before the same audience and try to stir up sympathy for the hunted. A man with a microphone climbed out of the truck, followed by a man with a camera. Guided by unerring instinct, both made for Janet. Anderson wanted to point it out to the colonel, but the colonel was busy looking soldierly as he inspected his troops in the background. In an undertone, the man with the microphone identified his channel and announced that any footage used would make the 12 o'clock news, then switched on his mic. "You have to realize they will be murdering a person out there," Janet said, without preamble. "Probably someone with the heart and mind of a child." "Do you do this sort of life-shaping yourself?" Dumont leaned toward the mic, his eyes on the camera. "I do. You must understand that it is completely legal as well as morally impeccable. It's not like similar research on bacteria. This can breed no plagues. It's just that the products of this work are deprived of even the protection afforded wild animals. The interviewer asked, "What is your purpose in doing what you do?" Janet put a hand on Dumont's shoulder, and Anderson, though he knew she was projecting for the camera, felt a tiny thrill at the beauty of her profile. "We have lost so many of our fellow citizens of this world, all the larger whales, the gorilla, 2 kinds of cheetah, all within the last 10 years. Now humanity can make real what it has always loved. Now we can see the friends our ancestors dreamed of. The world is big enough for all of us, and some of us don't want to have to live here alone." Patrols were leaving on foot now, apparently in the hope of drawing the television crew away. Anderson sent off 2 demonstrators with each, telling them to stand between the hunted and the soldiers' M16s if they could, if they dared. Behind him, the bearded man was talking now. "God gave to the first human being the authority to name the creatures, and in the language of the Bible, to name is to create. In the beginning was the Word." Anderson found himself trudging after a patrol, too. Despite their weapons and equipment, the young soldiers moved faster than he, and though their footprints were plain enough in the snow, he lost sight of them when they entered the birches. The helicopter was beating overhead again. Anderson used his sign pole for a staff. The wind that stirred the branches smelled of spring, and seemed made of something purer than air, and he felt again, as he had in his car, that he was somehow privileged. After a quarter hour or so, he caught sight of the soldiers, or perhaps of other soldiers. They appeared to have halted to examine some track their own feet soon obscured. Almost at once they were gone again. Exulting in the knowledge that he had not yet heard a shot, Anderson hurried after them. The sun climbed above the trees. Twice the helicopter had whirred overhead and vanished. The pocket compass Anderson had bought only a few months before was lost somewhere in the snow. Perhaps because Dumont moved, it was him Anderson saw first, his parka looking black against the snow. Then Janet, in her red ski suit, facing him. "O Father Jove, if ever I have aided thee, grant but this one desire." He called, and they answered, and something in their weary voices told him they were as lost as he was, and had been debating which way to go. A little ice-choked stream undulated through the snow near where they stood, and there were rocks half masked with snow. The sun, too high now to give much direction, flashed from the few whirling flakes still in the air. "Well, here we are," Janet said and laughed. "We 3 ringleaders. Some leaders. I'll bet you don't know the way back either, do you, Andy?" Anderson shook his head. "We'll find it." "I hope Paul did better." Anderson decided Paul must be the bearded man. Dumont said, "We really ought to split up." And just at that moment a little figure stepped around some snow-covered bushes and came hesitantly forward. Its ears were pointed, and its face was the face of a clever, sickly child, 2 small horns pushed through a tangle of dark curls. At first Anderson thought it was, insanely, wearing a scarlet sash. Janet moaned and dropped to her knees beside it, and it let the scarlet sash fall straight. There were fingers at the end of it. Its blood dripped from them. "Your arm," Janet whispered. "Oh, my God, your poor arm." She and Dumont produced aid kits. Never until that moment had it occurred to Anderson that if the army were to shoot something, it might fall to him to patch that something up. Coming on top of the lost compass, it was almost too much. He experienced a self-contempt as great as the euphoria he had felt earlier. Yet at the same time he was compelled to look at the fawn's mangled arm, as though he too had bandages and penicillin. Janet muttered, "They shot him. Can you imagine? They shot this little body, this poor baby." Dumont was tightening a tourniquet about the fawn's upper arm. "You're coming home with us, young fellow. I have a place where you can stay until that's better." "Those aren't gunshot wounds," Anderson said. Janet and Dumont stared at him. The fawn averted its wide, melting eyes. "I was in the Marines. I saw films, and once one of the men in our barracks got hold of live ammunition and shot a lieutenant. I've seen bullet wounds out here, too, and so have both of you. Bullets puncture the skin on entry and leave a blue corona. If they have much velocity left when they exit, they blow out a cone of flesh. They shatter bone if they hit it. These bones aren't broken. There are puncture wounds, but mostly the flesh is torn. Whatever attacked that arm did it with its teeth. My guess would be a dog. Then slowly, between minutes of sobbing, and despite naive evasions, it all came out. The dead twin, the footprints like, but not quite like, a bear's. The terror in the winter-wrapped woods. The goat tongue had difficulty in forming words. Anderson recalled a lisping boy who had lived across the street when he was a child. But they soon grew accustomed to its faults, and the protection its distractions had afforded them vanished. After a time, they found it hard to meet one another's eyes. "Somebody's finally done it," Dumont said at last. "Once, at least. Probably more. It wasn't me." "We never thought it was," Anderson told him. He wanted to swear. "Those tracks couldn't be a centaur's." Dumont hesitated, looking from Anderson to Janet and back. "A centaur could kill with his hooves, I suppose, or his hands. But his teeth would be no more dangerous than yours or mine." "Werewolves?" "Maybe," Anderson said. "There are other possibilities. Anubis and Set, perhaps even Narashimha, the Lion Man of the Vedas. Whatever they are, we're going to have to use our connections with the others to lead the soldiers to them before they kill a human being." Dumont nodded, but Janet's blue eyes were blazing. "You would, wouldn't you? You'd see them shot down with guns." Suddenly she was gone. Anderson sprinted after her, with Dumont close behind him. They had not run 20 yards through the snow when Anderson heard the thunder of hooves. Only once before had Anderson seen him. Then he had thought him roan, the human torso, arms, and face Caucasian. Now Pholus looked black, bigger than any horse, immensely bigger than any man, muscled like a giant. Janet, clinging to his back, harnessing those mighty arms with her slender hands, might have been a child, a little girl dreaming. He could have trampled them, but at the last moment he turned aside, sending up a spume of mud and melting snow, smiting them instead with his wild glance. Anderson caught a flash of red. Perhaps Janet had waved. Perhaps she had not. Panting, he halted. Dumont ran on, less swiftly even than Anderson had run, blindly, stupidly. Anderson did not care. In the clearing he found the faun and took him by the hand. The road and the cars and all the relics of the dying 20th century, except himself, would be in the direction opposite the one Pholus had taken. Anderson trudged toward them. Midst others of less note came one frail form, a phantom among men, companionless as the last cloud of an expiring storm, whose thunder is its knell. He, as I guess, had gazed on nature's naked loveliness, Actaeon-like, and now he fled astray with feeble steps o'er the world's wilderness. And his own thoughts, along that rugged way, pursued like raging hounds their father and their prey. The Woman the Unicorn Loved. Copyright 1981 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine. At the western edge of the campus, the parkway sent a river of steel and rubber roaring out of the heart of the city. Fragrant pines fringed the farther side. The unicorn trotted among them, sometimes concealed, sometimes treading the strip of coarse grass that touched the strip of soiled gravel that touched the concrete. That was where Anderson, looking from his office window, first saw him. Drivers and passengers saw him too. Some waved, no doubt some shouted, though their shouts could not be heard. Faces pale and faces brown pressed against glass, but no one stopped. Possibly some trucker with a CB informed the police. The unicorn was so white he gleamed. His head looked Arabian, but his hooves were darkly red, like pigeon's blood rubies, and his tail was not like a horse's tail at all, but the kind of tail like the tail of a bull, but with an additional guidon of hair halfway to the tip, that is seen only in heraldic beasts. His horn shone like polished ivory, straight as the blade of a rapier, and as long as a man's forearm. Anderson guessed his height at 14 hands. He turned away to lift his camera bag down from the top of the filing cabinet, and when he got back to the window, the unicorn was in the traffic. Across 200 yards of campus lawn, he could hear the squealing of brakes. Pluto, the grisly god who never spares, who feels no mercy, who hears no prayers. Anderson recited the couplet to himself, and only as he pronounced the word prayers was he aware that he had spoken aloud. Then the unicorn was safe on the other side, cantering across the shaven grass. Pluto, it appeared, might hear prayers after all. As the armed head lifted to test the wind, Anderson's telephone rang. He picked it up. "Hello, Andy? Dumont. Look out your window." "I am looking," Anderson said. "Dropped right into our laps. Can you imagine anybody letting something like that go?" "Yes, pretty easily. I can also imagine it jumping just about any fence on Earth. But if we're going to protect it, we'd better get on the job before the kids run it off." Anderson had found his telephoto zoom and coupled it to the camera body. With the phone clamped between his shoulder and his ear, he took a quick picture. "I'm going after it. I want a tissue specimen and a blood sample." "You can get them when the Army shoots it." "Listen, Andy, I don't want to see it shot any more than you do. A piece of work like that? I'm going out there now, and I'll appreciate any help I can get. I've already told my secretary to phone some members. If the military comes in, well, at least you'll be able to get some stills to send the TV people. You coming?" Anderson came, a big, tawny man of almost 40, with a camera hanging from his neck. By the time he was out of the Liberal Arts Building, there were 100 or so students around the unicorn. He must have menaced them, their line bent backward, then closed again. His gleaming horn was lifted above their heads for a moment, half playful, half triumphant. Anderson used his size and faculty status to elbow his way to the front of the crowd. The unicorn trotted, almost danced, in the center of a circle 50 feet wide, while the students shouted jokes and cheered. A little group who must have known something of his lore grabbed a blonde in a cheerleader's sweater and pushed her forward. He put his head down, a lancer at the charge, and she scampered back into the jeering crowd, breasts bobbing. Anderson lowered his camera. "Get it?" a student beside him asked. "I think so." A frisbee sailed by the unicorn's ears, and he shied like a skittish horse. Someone threw it back. Anderson yelled, "If that animal gets frightened, he's going to hurt somebody." Dumont heard him, whether the students did or not. He waved from the farther side of the circle, his bald head gleaming. As the unicorn trotted past him, he thrust out a loaf of bread and was ignored. Anderson sprinted across the circle. The students cheered, and several began running back and forth. "Hi," Dumont said. "That took guts." "Not really." Anderson found he was puffing. "I didn't come close. If he was angry, none of us would be here." "I wish none of them were. Nobody but you and me. It would make everything a hell of a lot simpler." "Don't you have that tranquilizer gun?" "At home. Our friend there would be long gone by the time I got back with it." "Maybe I should keep one in the lab, but you know how it is. Before this, we've always had to go after them." Anderson nodded, only half listening as he watched the unicorn. "We had this bread to feed to mice in a nutrition project. I put some stuff in it to quiet him down. On the spur of the moment, it was the best I could do." Anderson was wondering who would arrive first, their mythic conservationists with protest signs, or the soldiers and their guns. "I doubt that it's going to be good enough," he told Dumont. A young woman slipped between them. "Here," she asked. "Can I try?" Before Dumont could object, she took the bread and jogged to the center of the circle, the wind stirring her short brown hair and the sunlight flashing from her glasses. The unicorn came toward her slowly, head down. Dumont said, "He'll kill her." The students were almost quiet now, whispering. Anderson had to fight the impulse to dash out, to try to hold back the white beast, to knock him off his feet and wrestle him to the ground if he could. Except that he could not, that a dozen like him could not, no more than they could have overthrown an elephant. If he or anyone here were to attempt such a thing now, people would surely die. The young woman thrust out Dumont's loaf, common white bread from some grocery store. After a moment, she crouched to bring her eyes on a level with the unicorn's. Anderson heard himself murmur, "Behold a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death." Then, when tension had been drawn so fine that it seemed to him that he must break, it broke instead. The ivory lance came up, and the shining, impossible lancer trotted forward, nibbled at the bread, nuzzled the young woman's neck. Still quiet, indeed almost hushed, the student surged forward. A boy with a feathery red beard patted the unicorn's withers, and a girl Anderson recognized from one of his classes buried her face in the flowing mane. The young woman herself, the girl with the bread, stroked the fierce horn. Anderson found that he was there too, his hand on a gleaming flank. Then the magic blew away beneath the threshing of a helicopter, dissolved like a dream at cock-crow. It came in low across the park, a dark blue gunship. Police, Anderson thought crazily, police and not the army this time. A dozen people yelled, and the students began to scatter. It banked in a tight turn and came back trailing a white plume of tear gas. Anderson ran with the rest then, hearing the thunder of the unicorn's hooves under, the wicker of the four-bladed prop. There was a sputter of fire from some automatic weapon. Back in the Liberal Arts Building several hours later, he went to the restroom to wash the traces of the gas from his face and hands and put drops in his faintly burning eyes. The smell of the gas was in his trousers and jacket. They would have to be cleaned. He wished vaguely that he had been prescient enough to keep a change of clothes on campus. When he opened the door to his office, the young woman was there. Absurdly, she rose when he entered, as though sex roles had not just been eliminated but reversed. He nodded to her, and she extended her hand. "I'm Julie Coronel, Dr. Anderson." "It's a pleasure," he said. She might have been quite pretty, he decided, if she were not so thin and so nervous. I noticed you out there, with the unicorn. I was the one who fed him bread." "I know you were," Anderson said. "I noticed you, too. Everyone did." She actually blushed, something he had not seen in years. "I've some more." She lifted a brown paper sack. "The other wasn't mine, really. I got it from some man there. He's in the biology department, I think." Anderson nodded. "Yes, he is." "That was white, that bread. This is pumpernickel. I thought the unicorn, I thought he might like it better." Anderson could not keep from grinning at that, and she smiled too. "Well, anyway, I like it better. Do you know the story about the general's horse, or am I being a pest?" "Not at all. I'd love to hear the story of the general's horse, especially if it has anything to do with unicorns." "It doesn't, really. Only with horses, you know, and pumpernickel. The general was one of Napoleon's, I think Bernadotte, and he had a favorite charger named Nicole. We would say Nicholas or Nick. When the Grand Army occupied Germany and the officers ate at the German country inns, they were served the coarse brown German bread with their meals. All Frenchmen hate it, and none of them would eat it. But the others saw that Bernadotte slipped it into his pockets, and when they asked him about it, he said it was for his horse. Pain pour Nicole, bread for Nick. After that, the others joked about the German horse bread, pain pour Nicole, and the Germans thought that was the French name for it. And since anything French has always been very posh on menus, they used it." Anderson chuckled and shook his head. "Is that what you're going to call him when you find him? Nicholas? Or will it be Nicole?" "Nick, actually. The story is just folk etymology, really. But I thought of it, and it seemed to fit. Nick, because we're both Americans now. I was born in New Zealand, and that brings me to one of the things I came to ask you. What nationality are unicorns? I mean originally. Greek?" "Indian," Anderson told her. "You're making fun of me." He shook his head. "Not American Indian, of course. Indian like the tiger. A Roman naturalist called Pliny seemed to have begun the story. He said that people in India hunted an animal he called the monoceros. Our word unicorn is a translation of that. Both words mean one-horned." Julie nodded. Plenty said this unicorn had a head like a stag, feet like an elephant, a boar's tail, and the body of a horse. It bellowed. It had one black horn growing from its forehead, and it could not be captured alive. She stared at him. He stared expressionlessly back, and at last she said, "That's not a unicorn. That's not a unicorn at all. That's a rhinoceros." "Uh-huh. Specifically, it's an Indian rhinoceros. The African ones actually have two horns, one in front of the other." Plenty's description fell into the hands of the scholars of the Dark Ages, who knew nothing about rhinoceroses or even elephants, and the unicorn became a one-horned creature that was otherwise much like a horse. Unicorn horn was supposed to neutralize poisons, but the Indians didn't ship their rhinoceros horns west. China was much closer and much richer, and the Chinese thought rhinoceros horn was an aphrodisiac. Narwhal horns were brought in to satisfy the demand, and narwhal horns succeeded wonderfully, because narwhal horns are so utterly fantastic that no one who hasn't seen one can believe in them. They're ivory and spiraled and perfectly straight. You know, of course. You had your hand on one today, only it was growing out of a unicorn's head. Dumont would say out of the head of a genetically re-engineered horse, but I think we both know better." Julie smiled. "It's wonderful, isn't it? Unicorns are real now." "In a way, they were real before. As Chesterton says somewhere, to think of a cow with wings is essentially to have met one. The unicorn symbolized masculine purity, which isn't such a bad thing to symbolize after all. Unicorns were painted on shields and sewn into flags. A unicorn rampant is the badge of Scotland, just as the bald eagle is the badge of this country, and eventually that unicorn became one of the supporters of the British arms. The image, the idea, has been real for a long time. Now it's tangible." "And I'm glad. I like it like that. Dr. Anderson, the real reason I came to see you was that a friend told me you were the president of an organization that tries to save these animals." "Most of them are people. All right if I smoke?" She nodded, and Anderson took a pipe from his desk and began to pack it with tobacco. "Many of the creatures of myth were partly human and had human intelligence. Lamias, centaurs, fauns, satyrs, and so forth. Often that seems to appeal to the individuals who do this sort of thing. Then, too, human cellular material is the easiest of all for them to get. They can use their own." "Do you mean that I could make one of these mythical animals if I wanted to? Just go off and do it?" The telephone rang, and Anderson picked it up. "Hello, Andy?" It was Dumont again. "Yep," Anderson said. "It seems to have gotten away." "Uh-huh. Our bunch certainly couldn't find it, and our operator said there was nothing on the police radio." "Well, it gave them the slip. A student, an undergraduate, but I know him, and he's pretty reliable, just came and told me. He saw it over on the far side of the practice field. He tried to get up close, but it ran behind the field house, and he lost it." Anderson covered the mouthpiece with his hand and said, "Nick's all right. Someone just saw him." He asked Dumont, "You send a bunch to look for him?" "Not yet. I wanted to talk to you first. I gave the boy the key to my place and asked him to fetch my tranquilizer gun. He's got my van." "Fine. Come up here and we'll talk. Leave the student a note so he'll know where you are." "You don't think we ought to send some people out after the unicorn?" "We've had searchers out after him for a couple of hours, and so have the police. I don't know about you, but while I was beating the bushes, I was wondering just what in the name of capital line Jove I was going to do with him if I found him. Try to ride him? Put salt on his tail? We can't do a damn thing until we've got your tranquilizer gun or some other way to control him, and by the time the boy gets back from your house in Brookwood, it will be nearly dark." When he had cradled the telephone, Anderson said, "That should give you an idea of how well organized we are." Julie shrugged sympathetically. "In the past, you see, it was always a question of letting the creature get away. The soldiers or the police wanted to kill it. We wanted to see it spared. Usually they head for the most lightly populated area they can find. We should have anticipated that sooner or later we'd be faced with one right here in the city, but I suppose we assumed that in a case like that we'd have no chance at all. Now it turns out that we've got a chance. Your friend Nick is surprisingly elusive for such a big beast, and we haven't the least idea of what to do."
"Maybe he was born. Do you say born?"
"We usually say created, but it doesn't matter."
"Well, maybe he was created here in the city, and he's trying to find his way out of it."
"A creature that size?" Anderson shook his head. "He's come in from outside, from some sparsely settled rural area, or he'd have been turned in by a nosy neighbor long ago. People do, perform DNA engineering in the city, sometimes in basements or garages or kitchens, more often on the sly in college labs or some big corporation's research and development facility. They keep the creatures they've made, too, sometimes for years. I've got a seahorse at home in an aquarium, not one of those fish you buy cast in plastic paperweights in the Florida souvenir shops, but a little fellow about 10 inches long, with the head and forelegs of a pony and the hindquarters of a trout. I've had him for a year now, and I'll probably have him for another 10. But suppose he were Nick's size. Where would I keep him?"
"In a swimming pool, I imagine," Julie said. "In fact, it seems rather a nice idea. Maybe at night you could take him to Lake Michigan and ride him there in the lake. You could wear scuba gear. I'm not a terribly good swimmer, but I think I'd do it."
She smiled at him. He smiled back. "It does sound like fun, when you describe it."
"Just the same, you think Nick's escaped from some farm, or perhaps an estate. I should think that would be more likely. The rich must have these poor, wonderful animals made for them sometimes."
"Sometimes, yes."
"Unicorns. A seahorse. That's from mythology, too, isn't it?"
Anderson was lighting his pipe. The mingled fumes of sulphur and tobacco filled the office. "Belios and Xanthos drew the chariot of Poseidon," he said. "In fact, Poseidon was the god of horses as well as of the sea. His herds were the waves, in a mystic sense few people understand today. The whitecaps were the white manes of his innumerable steeds."
"And you mentioned Lamius. Those were snake women, weren't they?"
"Yes."
"And centaurs, and fauns and satyrs. Are all the animals like that the biologists make from mythology?"
Anderson shook his head. "Not all of them, no. But let me ask you a question, Ms. Coronel."
"Call me Julie, please."
"All right, Julie. Now suppose that you were a biologist. In genetic engineering, they've reached the stage at which any competent worker with a master's or a Ph.D. and a lot of bright undergraduates can do this sort of thing. What would you make for yourself?"
"I have room for it, and privacy, and lots of money?"
"If you like, yes."
"Then I'd make a unicorn, I think."
"You're impressed with them because you saw a beautiful one today. After that, suppose you were going to create something else."
Julie paused, looking pensive. "We talked about riding a seahorse in the lake. Something with wings, I suppose, that I could ride."
"A bird, a mammal?"
"I don't know. I'd have to think about it."
"If you chose a bird, it would have to be much larger, of course, than a natural bird. You'd also find that it could not maintain the proportions of any of the species whose genetic matter you were using. Its wings would have to be much larger in proportion to its body. Its head would not have to be much bigger than an eagle's, and so on. When you were through and you were spotted sailing among the clouds, the newspapers would probably call your bird a rock, after the one that carried Sinbad."
"I see."
"If you decided on a winged horse instead, it would be Pegasus. I've never yet seen one of those that could actually fly, by the way. A winged human being would be an angel, or if it were more bird-like, with claws and tail feathers and so on, perhaps a harpy. You see, it's quite hard to escape from mythological nomenclature, because it covers so much. People have already imagined all these things. It's just that now we, some of us, can make them come true."
Julie smiled nervously. "An alligator. I think I'll choose an alligator with wings. I could make him smarter at the same time."
Anderson puffed out a cloud of smoke. "That's a dragon."
"Wait, I'll—"
The door flew open and Dumont came in. Anderson said, "Here's the man who can tell you about recombinant DNA and that sort of thing. I'd only make a hash of it." He stood. "Julie, may I present Henry A. Dumont of biology, my good friend and occasionally my rival." "Friendly rival," Dumont put in. "Also the treasurer and technical director of our little society. Dumont, this is Julia Coronel, the lady who's hiding the unicorn." For a moment no one spoke. Julie's face was guarded, expressionless save for tension. Then she said, "How did you know?" Anderson sat down again, and Dumont took the officer's last chair. Anderson said, "You came here because you were concerned about Nick." He paused, and Julie nodded. "But you didn't seem to want to do anything. If Nick was running around while the police looked for him, the situation was urgent. But you told me that story about Pumpernickel and let me blather on about fawns and centaurs. You were worried. You were under a considerable strain, but you weren't urging me to get busy and reactivate the group we had looking for Nick this afternoon. When Dumont here called, I was very casual about the whole thing and just asked him to come over and talk. You didn't protest, and I decided that you knew where Nick was already, and that he was safe, at least for the time being."
"I see,"
Julie whispered. "I don't," Dumont said. "That boy told me he saw the unicorn." Anderson nodded. "A friend of yours, Julie?"
"Yes."
Dumont said, "Honey, it's nothing to be ashamed of. We're on your side." "You hid Nick," Anderson continued, "after the police dropped their tear gas. He was tame with you, as we saw earlier. He may have eaten enough of Dumont's bread to calm him down a bit. There was a sedative in it. For a while after that, you were probably too frightened to do anything more. You just lay low. Then the police went away, and our search parties gave up, and you went off campus to buy that bread you're holding. On the way back to give it to Nick, you met someone who told you about me." Dumont asked, "Was it Ed, the boy who told me he saw the unicorn?" Julie's voice was nearly inaudible.
"Yes, it was."
"And between the two of you, you decided it would be smart to start some rumors indicating that Nick was still free and moving in a direction away from the place where you had him hidden." Anderson paused to relight his pipe. "So the first report had him disappearing behind the field house. The next one would have put him even farther away, I suppose. But more or less on impulse, you decided that we might help you, so you came up here to wait for me. Anyway, it would be safer for you to take that bread to Nick after dark. All right, we will help you. At least we'll try. Where is Nick?" Ed was no more a boy, actually, than Julie Coronel was a girl, a studious-looking young man of 19 or 20. He had brought Dumont's tranquilizer gun, and Dumont had it now, though all of them hoped it would not be needed. Julie led the way, with Anderson beside her and Dumont and Ed behind them. A softness as of rose petals was in the evening air. Anderson said, "I've seen you around the campus, haven't I? Graduate school?" Julie nodded.
"I'm working on my doctorate, and I teach some freshman and sophomore classes. Ed's one of my students. Most of the people I meet seem to think I'm a sophomore or a junior myself. How did you know I wasn't?"
"The way you're dressed. I guessed, actually. You look young, but you also look like a woman who looks younger than she is."
"You ought to have been a detective," she told him.
"Yes, anything but this." The sun had set behind the trees of the park, trees whose long shadows had all run together now, flooding the lawns and walks with formless night. Most of the windows in the buildings the four passed were dark. "What department?" Anderson asked, when Julie said nothing more.
"English. My dissertation will be on 20th-century American novelists."
"I should have recognized you, but I'm more than 2,000 years behind you."
"I'm easy to overlook."
Let's hope Nick is, too. For a moment, Anderson studied the building looming before them. Why the library?
I've been doing research. They let me have a key. I knew it had just closed, and I couldn't think of anything else.
She held up the key. A minute or two later, it slid into the lock. The interior was dim, but not dark. A scattering of lights, lonely and almost spectral, burned in the recesses of the building, as though the spirits of a few geniuses lingered, still awake. Dumont said, "You'd better let me go in front," and hurried past them with the tranquilizer gun. The doors closed with a hollow boom. Suddenly the air seemed stale. "Isn't there a watchman?" Anderson asked. Julie nodded. She was near enough for Anderson to smell her faint perfume.
"You said Ed was a friend of mine. I don't have a lot, but I suppose Bailey, he's the watchman, is a friend, too. I'm the only one who never calls him Beetle. I told you Nick was in the Sloane Fantasy Collection. Have you heard of it?"
"Vaguely. My field is classical literature." Behind them, Ed said, "That's what fantasy is, classical lit that's still alive. When the people who wrote those stories did it, their books were called fantasy."
"Ed," Julie protested.
"No," Anderson said. "He's right."
"Anyway," Julie continued, "the Sloane collection isn't the best in the country, or even a famous collection, but it's a jolly good one. It's got James Branch Cabell in first editions, for example, and a lot of his letters, and there's some wonderful John Gardner material. So that's where I put Nick."
Stamping among the books, Anderson thought to himself. Couchant at the frontiers of Overworld and Oz. Pity the unicorn, pity the hippogriff, souls that were never born, out of the land of If. Somewhere ahead, Dumont called, "He's dead!" And suddenly all three of them were running, staggering, stumbling down a dark and narrow corridor, guided by the flame of Dumont's lighter. Anderson heard Julie whisper, "Nick! Oh, God! Nick!" Then she was quiet. The thing on the floor was no white unicorn. Dumont rasped, "Hasn't anybody got a light?" "Just matches," Anderson said. He lit one. Ed told them, "I've got one," and from the pocket of his denim shirt produced a little disposable penlight. Julie was bending over the dead man, trying not to step in his blood. There was a great deal of it, and Dumont had stepped in it already, leaving a footprint. Ed played his light upon the dead man's face. Clean-shaven, about 60, Anderson guessed. He had worn a leather windbreaker. There was a hole in it now, a big hole that welled blood. "It's Bailey," Julie said, and Dumont, thinking that she spoke to him, as perhaps she did, answered, "Is that his name? Everybody called him Beetle." Bailey had been gored in the middle of his chest, very near the heart, Anderson decided. No doubt he had died instantly, or almost instantly. His face was not peaceful or frightened or anything else, only twisted in the terrible rictus of death. A match burned Anderson's fingers. He shook it and dropped it. "Nick," Julie whispered. "Nick did this." "I'm afraid so," Dumont told her. She looked around, first at Dumont, then at Anderson. "He's dangerous. I suppose I always knew it, but I didn't like to think about it. We'll have to let the police—" Dumont nodded solemnly. "Like hell," Anderson said, and Julie stared at him. "You put him here in this room," Anderson glanced at the half-open door, "and went away and left him. Is that right?" "Mr. Bailey was with us. He heard us as soon as I brought Nick inside. Nick's hooves made a lot of noise on the terrazzo floor. We took him to this room, and Mr. Bailey locked it for me." Ed asked, "Hold this, will you, Dr. Dumont?" and handed Dumont the penlight, then took 3 steps, stooped, and straightened up with a much larger flashlight. After the near darkness, its illumination seemed almost a glare. Dumont let his lighter go out and dropped it into his pocket. Ed was grinning weakly. "This must be the old man's flash," he said. "I thought I saw something shine over here." "Yes," Anderson nodded. "He would have had it in his hand. After Julie left, he came here to take another look at the unicorn. He opened the door and turned on his flashlight." Julie shivered. "It could have been me." I doubt it. Even if Nick doesn't have human or almost human intelligence, and I suspect he does, he would have winded the watchman and known it wasn't your smell. No matter what kind of brain his creator gave him, his sensory setup must be basically the one that came with his equine DNA. Am I right, Dumont?
Right. The biologist glanced at his wrist. I wish we had more information about the time Beetle died. Ed asked, "Can't you tell from the clotting of the blood?" "Not close enough," Dumont said. "Maybe a forensic technician could, but that's not my field. If this were one of those mysteries on TV, we could tell from the time his watch broke. It didn't, and it's still running. Anybody want to guess how far that unicorn's gone since he did this?"
"I will," Anderson told him.
"Not more than about 250 feet. They stared at him. "The front doors were locked when we came in. Julie had to open them for us. I'd bet the side door is locked, too, and this building has practically no windows." "You mean he's still in here?" "If he's not, how did he get out?" Julie said, "We'd hear him, wouldn't we? I told you, his hooves made a racket when I let him in."
"He heard them, too," Anderson told her. "He wouldn't have to be a tenth as intelligent as he probably is to keep quiet. Almost any animal will do that by instinct. If it can't run or doesn't think running's a good idea, it freezes."
Ed cleared his throat. "Dr. Anderson, you said he could tell by the smell that Beetle wasn't Julie. He'll know we aren't Julie, too."
"Conversely, he'll know that she is. But if we separate to look for him and the wrong party finds him, there could be trouble."
Dumont nodded. "What do you think we ought to do?"
"To start with, give Ed here the keys to your van so he can bring it around front. If we find Nick, we're going to have some way to get him out of town. We'll leave the front doors open."
"And let him get away?"
"No, but we need unicorn bait, and freedom's about as good a bait as anybody's ever found. Nick's probably hungry by now, and he's almost certainly thirsty. My mind runs to quotations anyway, so how about 'One by one in the moonlight there, neighing far off on the haunted air, the unicorns come down to the sea.' Do you know that one?"
All three looked blank.
"It's Conrad Aiken, and of course he never saw a unicorn. But there may be some truth in it, in the feeling of it, just the same. We'll prop the doors wide. Dumont, you hide in the darkest shadow you can find there. The open doors should let in enough light for you to shoot by, particularly since you'll be shooting at a white animal. Julie and I will go through the building, turning on lights and looking for Nick. If we find him and he's docile with her, we can just lead him out and put him in the van. If he runs, you should get him on the way out."
Dumont nodded. When the two of them were alone, Julie asked, "That gun of Dr. Dumont's won't really hurt Nick, will it?"
"No more than a shot in the arm would hurt you. Less."
The beam of the dead watchman's flashlight probed the corridor, seeming to leave a deeper twilight where it had passed. A few moments before, Anderson had talked of turning on more lights, but thus far they had failed to find the switches. He asked Julie if it were always this dim when she came to do research after the library had closed. "Bailey used to take care of the lights for me," she said, "but I don't know where. I'd be setting up my things on one of the tables, my notebooks and so forth, and the lights would come on." Her voice caught on lights. She sniffled, and Anderson realized she was crying. He put his arm about her shoulders. "Oh, rot! Why is it that one can try to do something fine and have it end?"
He chanted softly. "Twist ye, twine ye, even so, mingled shades of joy and woe, hope and fear, and peace and strife, and the thread of human life."
"That's beautiful. But what does it mean? That the good and bad are mixed together so we can't pull them apart?"
"And that this isn't the end. Not for men or women or unicorns. Probably not even for poor old Bailey. Threads are long."
She put her arms about his neck and kissed him, and he was so busy pressing those soft, fragrant lips in return that he hardly heard the sudden thunder of the unshod hooves. He pushed her away just in time. The spiraled horn raked his belly like a talon. The beast's shoulder hit him like a football player's, sending him crashing into a high bookcase. Julie screamed, "No, Nick, don't!" and he tried to stand. The unicorn was rearing to turn in the narrow aisle, tall as a giant on his hind legs. Anderson clawed at the shelves, bringing down an avalanche of books. He found himself somehow grasping the horn, holding on desperately. A hoof struck his thigh like a hammer, and he was careening down some dark passage, half carried, half dragged. Abruptly there was light ahead. He tried to shout for Dumont to shoot, but he had no breath, grasping the horn, grappling the tossing white head like a bulldogger. If the soft pluff of the gun ever came, it was lost in the clattering hoof-beats and the roar of the blood in his ears, and if it came, the dart surely missed. They nearly fell on the steps. Reeling, they reached the bottom like kittens tossed from a sack. Anderson managed then to get his right leg under him, and with the unicorn nearly sprawling, he tried to get his left across the broad white back, and found that leg was broken. He must have shrieked when the ends of splintered bone grated together, and he must have lost his hold. He lay upon his back on grass and heard the gallop of approaching death, saw death, white as bone. Stallions fight, he thought. Fight for mares, kicking and biting. Only men kill other men for a woman. He lay without moving, his left leg twisted like a broken doll's. Stallions don't kill, not if the other lies down, surrenders. The white head was silhouetted against the twinkling constellations now, the colors seemingly reversed as in a negative. The long-sword horn, both new and ancient, to the sky of earth. Later, when he told Julie and Dumont about it, Dumont said, "So he was only a horse after all. He spared you." "A super-horse. A horse armed with size, strength, grace, and intelligence, all augmented." They had wanted to carry him somewhere. He doubted if they themselves knew where, but he had stopped them. Now, after Dumont had phoned for an ambulance, they sat beside him on the grass. His leg hurt terribly. "Which way did he go? The park again?" "No, the lake shore. The unicorns come down to the sea, remember? You'll have to drum up a group and go after him in the morning." Julie said, "I'll come, and I'm sure Ed will, too." Anderson managed to nod. "We've got a couple of dozen others. Some here, some in town. Dumont has the phone numbers." She forced a smile. "Andy, can I call you Andy? You like poems. Do you recall this one? The lion and the unicorn were fighting for the crown. The lion beat the unicorn and sent him out of town. Some gave them white bread, and some gave them brown. Some gave them plum cake and drummed them out of town. We've just had it come true, all except for that bit about the plum cake." "And the lion," Anderson said. The Peace Spy. Copyright 1986 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine. "Hello, Mr. Percival," the young woman said. "So nice of you to come." She shut the door again, and Krasilnikov heard the rattle of a security chain before she opened it wide. He stepped inside, and she closed the door behind him, threw the bolt, and reattached the chain. "This is my business," he said. "I have gone to see people in places a lot farther from Washington than Alexandria." "Won't you sit down?" She made a graceful gesture, and Krasilnikov reflected that she had not yet forgotten her manners. She was not yet so Americanized as all that. He sat. "I admire your taste, Ms. Zaroloff." He smiled as he patted the arm of the stiff, tapestry-covered chair. "This is good antique furniture." She shook her head. "It is Russian. No, it is not Russian, but it is as near to Russian furniture as I could discover here. I wish to say to the Americans, not 'I am an American,' but 'Look, I'm a Soviet citizen living with you. Surely you have seen such furnishings in other apartments. Would you care for tea?"
Krasilnikov nodded. "Sure, I've seen furniture of the same type, but it wasn't as nice as this, the red and gray color scheme. Most Russians go for red and black." She smiled again, bitterly this time, before she bent in front of the steaming samovar in the corner. "Red for our country, black for death. We are so dramatic. Only I say, red for our country, gray for no peace and no war. I say that because I like red and gray better." She presented him with a fragrant glass of tea. He sipped. "You've got to understand, Miss Orloff, that I don't do all my business with people like you. A lot of it's with Americans and American companies. The next biggest is with foreigners who want American citizenship."
"But you have handled such cases as mine before?"
"Sure," Krasilnikov said. He rattled off names, making some of them up.
"Ah, I know Lebedev. He was one of the early ones, one of the first of us."
"That's right."
"The others, they did not live here, not in Washington? Because I know all those in Washington, I think."
Krasilnikov reflected that her knowledge was not as complete as she believed. "No," he said. "Denikin was in New York. Nina Mikhailevo down in Florida."
"And you are not an attorney?"
She was looking at his card again, and he traced the raised black letters in his mind as she followed them with her remarkable gray eyes. The card read C.C. Percival, and on the next line, Expediter, followed by an address and a telephone number. He was proud of that card. "No," he told her. "A lawyer would bring suit in district court, and the federal government would stall it as long as they could. The government can stall things for a long, long time here, Ms. Orloff."
"In my country, too. Here, how long?"
He shrugged. "Maybe 5 years, if you were lucky and had a good lawyer."
"And with you, how long?"
5 weeks, if we're lucky. 5 months, if we're not." For the first time, she too sat, perching on the edge of her high-backed divan.
"Then with you is better."
Krasilnikov smiled. "I like to think so."
"And your fees?"
He knew how much she had in the bank, and he told her. After a moment, he added, "That's the retainer. I keep it all, no matter how fast I get you back to Russia. If things don't move that fast, then you've hired me at $300 a week until the retainer's used up, or I've got you home. Of course, you realize I won't be working for you exclusively, only as needed. I have other clients." She nodded slowly.
"The retainer. It is so much."
He was firm. "Frankly, I'm giving you a break, Ms. Orloff, because I like you and I like what you've done. If you were some fat Arab who needed an American passport, it would be a lot more."
"I have to live while you work. I will have to buy my ticket."
"Indeed, indeed." "Your father's the Minister of Marine?" She nodded again.
"You would say the Secretary of the Navy here."
"I know. Surely you can call on him for help."
"Once, yes. Not any more.
He cut her off. "First the retainer, Ms. Orloff. Then we'll talk about your father. Maybe I can do something."
"I understand."
She stood, smoothing the soft gray-blue fabric of her skirt.
"I must get my checkbook. If you will excuse me."
"Sure." He wanted to search for the American listening devices he knew must be there, but he was too well trained for that. He took some papers from the breast pocket of his jacket instead. When she returned, he appeared to be studying them.
"Here is your retainer," she said. "It is nearly all I have."
He said thank you, crossing his legs, refolding his papers and replacing them before he accepted her check. "Now sit down and tell me about your father, Ms. Orloff." She sat, this time on the footstool.
"It was so strange, so terrible."
Her eyes had filled with tears, and he felt something he had thought dead since childhood move inside him. He said, "Perhaps it isn't really as strange as you think, Ms. Orloff. Or as terrible. Start at the beginning."
She nodded and blew her nose in one of the tiny handkerchiefs women used here. "It started with that dancer." She was groping for the dancer's name. He supplied, "The president's son." "Yes. He went to Moscow on a tourist visa, remember? And he said he would stay there until his father was no longer president, that he would be our security against nuclear attack. It was just after our party secretary had said we would never fire the first missile."
"And then others came."
She nodded, no longer sniffling. "Janet Johnson was one of them. I met her in Moscow. Her father is something in the cabinet here."
He sipped his tea and waited.
"Then we thought we should do the same thing, and we did."
She threw back her hair, her eyes gleaming, and he thrilled as if to the call of a trumpet.
"Oh, they tried to stop us, but they could not send us to the Gulag, to the camps. Our fathers were in the Politburo, and we said we would go to the American embassy. Then they had to let us go, and they did."
He said, "But now you want to go back."
"Yes, there is fighting in the east."
She hesitated.
"I could do something. With training, I might become a nurse. Our grandmothers fought the Germans beside their men. I would even do that."
He waited, staring out the window at the bland, blank brick face of the apartment building across the street.
"And I am so lonely here."
Tonelessly, he said, "There are other Russians around Washington."
"Not enough. And they are going back too, or trying to." After a moment she added, "I want to see my mother and father, my brother and my sister and my aunt. Can't you understand?"
"It seems that your father doesn't want to see you."
"He was so angry. The letters I got from him were terrible. Yet he sent money, so I would not be in need. Then, just when I had decided to come back—"
"The money stopped."
"Yes. I wrote to him. I said, 'I am coming home, little father. Please forgive me. There was nothing.'"
"Nothing?"
"No more letters, no more money."
His hand touched hers. "Has it ever occurred to you that perhaps your father doesn't really want you to return to Russia?" For a moment she stared at him.
"It was before I had told him I was coming home. He had ordered me 100 times, called me a traitor, the vilest names."
Carefully, Krasilnikov said, "His position in your government would force him to do that, wouldn't it? How do you know he's not secretly proud of you?"
"But this was before I had told him I wanted to come home."
"He might have guessed it just the same from the tone of your letters. Or, like I said, there are a lot of Russians around Washington. Couldn't one of them have tipped him off?"
She sighed, her eyes on the carpet. "You do not understand how it is in our country, how it is in our families."
He should have been proud, and he told himself to be proud. But the thing that had awakened was weeping in his chest. "I guess I don't," he told her. "But it seems to me that if you were proud of yourselves when you did what you did, your father might be proud of you, even if he couldn't say it out loud. I know we were all proud of the president's son, and the ones who went after him, too." She shook her head, eyes still averted. He said, "If you want your check back, you can have it, or I'll tear it up, if you want me to."
She looked up at that. "You aren't really an evil man, are you, Mr. Percival? I had hoped to employ an evil man, because I thought an evil man might get me what I wanted."
He smiled. "Evil enough, if you still want it. And call me Charlie, Ms. Orloff. If you still want to go back home, we'll be seeing a lot of each other." That was perfectly true, and ridiculous though it was, knowing it was true made him feel better.
"All right, Charlie. I am Sonia. Yes, I am going home."
"You don't have a passport?"
She shook her head. "We burned them when we arrived. That was part of our pledge that we would stay. You will say it was so foolish, and you will be right."
He shook his head. "I never fret over the past, Sonia. It uses up too much energy."
But my real troubles are not with our government, but with the government here. They do not wish me to go. They have put every possible obstacle in my path. There is the court order." She told him about it swiftly and inaccurately. When she was through, he said, "All right, the first thing is to get you a green card." "A green card?" "So you can work here. You said you didn't have much money, Sonia, and your father won't send you any more. You're going to have to eat while I'm getting you out." She shook her head. "No." "And pay the rent on this apartment and maybe some legal fees. If I'm going to help you, you'll have to do what I say, or it's no use." She rose from the footstool, angry and imperious. "What could I do here? Nothing. Do you wish me to wait on tables?" "That's a beautiful dress." A breath, and she was relaxed and smiling. "Oh, do you like it? I think I have some taste in clothes. Most of our women do not. They are moujiks, peasants." He said, "I want you to change it. The people who give out green cards don't like pretty dresses. Put on the dress you wear when you clean the kitchen." "I have told you." "Have you thought of modeling, Sonia?" He saw at once that she had not. "You're tall, and with that face and that accent—" He let it hang. "I know a woman who runs an agency here. You might have to lose 10 pounds or so." "You think that?" At once her attention was on her body, her hands caressing her waist, lingering at her hips. "Not for a man, Sonia, but for a modeling agency, maybe. We'll let Madame Depp decide." "Not in the clothes in which I clean my oven." "You'll have plenty of time to change and bathe before we see Madame," he explained patiently. "But it's no use seeing her without the green card." She hesitated, though he knew he had won. At last, "All right. It will not harm to try. You will wait while I change?" "Of course," Krasilnikov said. When she was gone, he rose and went to the window. It was hot out. He remembered how the heat had struck his face when he had stepped from his car. There was so much good climate in this country, yet they had built their capital here. The telephone rang. She called from the bedroom. "Would you get that, please? It is probably a mistake, a wrong number." He said, "All right," and picked up the telephone. "Sonia Orlov's apartment?" "It is me, Wilson. And you are?" "C.C. Percival." "They are sending Ipatiev." "The film star?" "Yes. I can hardly believe it, but that is what they say. He will hold her." Half to himself he whispered, "Unless he goes to Hollywood." "You said?" "I could not hear you." She called, "Was it not a wrong number?" He covered the mouthpiece with his hand. "It was for me. I let my secretary know I'd be here." He told the mouthpiece, "Thank you," and hung up. "I am not too long?" "No hurry." There was a copy of Time on the shelf under the little table beside the samovar. He thought, why do all of us subscribe to it? They could trace every agent just from that, from Time's subscription list. Of course we want them to know. Agents count for something, too. Not much, perhaps, but something. He picked it up. The Chinese were in Kazakhstan. The Red Army had been stopped before Paris. It was still better than the old days, he decided. Better than when we were all so afraid, though at least we had peace. All the Hues of Hell. Copyright 1987 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in The Universe, edited by Byron Price. 3 with egg roll, Kyle thought. Soon 4 without, if this shadow world really has, oh sacred, life. The egg was still rolling, still spinning to provide mock gravitation. Yet the roar of the sharply angled guidance jets now seeped only faintly into the hold, and the roll was slower and slower, the feeling of weight weaker and weaker. The egg was in orbit, around nothing, or at least around nothing visible. As its spin decreased, its ports swept the visible universe. Stars that were in fact galaxies flowed down the synthetic quartz like raindrops down a canopy. Once Kyle caught sight of their mothership. The shadow show herself looked dim and ghostly in the faint light. Of the planet they orbited, there was no trace. Polyerus screamed and took off, executing a multicolored barrel roll with outstretched wings through the empty hold. Like all macaws, Polyerus doted on microgravity. In his earphones, Marilyn asked, "Isn't it pretty, Kai?" But she was admiring her computer simulation, not his ecstatic bird. An emerald forest 300 meters high, sparkling sapphire lakes, suddenly a vagrant strip of beach, golden as her hair, and the indigo Southern Ocean. 120 degrees opposed to them both. Skip answered instead, and not as Kyle himself would have. "No, it isn't." There was a note in Skip's voice that Kyle had noticed and worried over before. Marilyn seemed to shrug. "Okay, darling. It's not really anything to us, less even than ultraviolet, but—" "I can see it," Skip told her. Marilyn glanced across the empty hold toward Kyle. He tried to keep his voice noncommittal as he whispered to his mic. "You can see it, Skip?" Skip did not reply. Polyerus chuckled to herself. Then silence, the utter dead quiet of nothingness, of the void where shadow matter ruled and writhed invisible, filled the egg. For a wild instant, Kyle wondered whether silence itself might not be a manifestation of shadow matter, a dim insubstance felt only in its mass and gravity, its unseen heaviness. Galaxies drifted lazily over the ports, and a white egg robbed of up and down. Their screens were solid sheets of deepest blue. Skip broke the silence. "Just let me show it to you, Kyle. Allow me, Marilyn, to show you what it actually looks like." "Because you really know, Skip?" "Yes, because I really know, Kyle. Don't you remember, either of you, what they said?" Kyle was watching Marilyn across the hold. He saw her shake her head. "Not all of it." Her voice was cautious. "They said so much, darling, after all. They said quite a lot of things." Skip sounded as though he were talking to a child. "What the life support people said. The only significant thing they did say." Still more carefully, Marilyn asked, "And what was that, darling?" "That one of us would die." An island sailed across her screen, an emerald set in gold and laid upon blue velvet. Kyle said, "That's my department, Skip. Life support told us there was a real chance, perhaps as high as 1 in 20, that one of you would die, outbound from Earth or on the trip back. They were being conservative. I would have estimated it as 1 in 100. Marilyn murmured, "I think I'd better inform the director." Kyle agreed. "And they were right," Skip said. "Kyle, I'm the one. I died on the way out. I passed away, but you two followed me." Ocean and Isle vanished from all the screens, replaced by a blinking cursor and the word director. Marilyn asked, "Respiration monitor, L. Skinner Jansen." Kyle swiveled to watch his screen. The cursor swept from side to side without any sign of inhalation or exhalation, and for a moment he was taken aback. Then Skip giggled. Marilyn's sigh filled Kyle's receptors. "The programming wizard! What did you do, Skip? Turn down the gain?" "That wasn't necessary. It happens automatically." Skip giggled again. Kyle said slowly, "You're not dead, Skip. Believe me, I've seen many dead men. I've cut up their bodies and examined every organ. I know dead men. And you're not one of them. Back on the ship, Kyle. My former physical self is lying in the shadow show, dead." Marilyn said, "Your physical self is right here, darling, with Kai and me." And then to the director, "Sir, is L. Skinner Jansen's module occupied?" The trace vanished, replaced by negative. Jansen 1's module is empty. "Console," Skip himself ordered. Kyle did not turn to watch Skip's fingers fly across the keys. After a moment, Skip said,
You see, this place, the formal name of our great republic is Hades, by the way, looks the way it does only because of the color gradations you assign the gravimeter data. I'm about to show you its true colors, as the expression has it. A blaze of 4.5, 6, and 7.8 ten-thousandths millimeter light, Polyarus fluttered away to watch Skip. When he made no attempt to shoo her off, she perched on a red emergency lever and cocked an eye like a bright black button toward his keyboard. Kyle turned his attention back to his screen. The letters faded, leaving only the blue southern ocean. As he watched, it darkened to sable. Tiny flames of ochre, citron, and cinnabar darted from the crests of the waves. "See what I mean?" Skip asked. "We've been sent to bring a demon back to Earth. Or maybe just a damned soul. I don't care. I'm going to stay right here." Kyle looked across the vacant white hold toward Marilyn.
"I can't," she whispered. "I just can't, Kai. You do it."
"All right, Marilyn." He plugged his index finger into the exchange socket so that he sensed rather than saw the letters overlaying the hellish sea on the screens. Kappa Upsilon Lambda 23011 reports Jansen 1 psychotic. Can you confirm Jansen 2?
"Confirmed, Marilyn Jansen."
"Restraint advised."
Marilyn said, "I'm afraid restraint's impossible as long as we're in the egg, sir."
"Do not abort your mission, Jansen 2. Will you accept the restraint of Jansen 1 when restraint is practical?"
"Accepted whenever practical," Marilyn said. "Meanwhile, we'll proceed with the mission."
"Satisfactory," the director said, and signed off. Skip asked, "So you're going to lock me up, Honeybone?"
"I hope that by the time we get back it won't be necessary. Kai, haven't you anything to give him?"
"No specifics for psychosis, Marilyn. Not here. I've got some back on the shadow show." Skip ruffled his beard. "Sure. You're going to lock up a ghost." Across the wide hold, Kyle could see he was grinning. Polyarus picked up the word. "Ghost! Ghost! Ghost!" She flapped to the vacant center of the egg, posing like a heraldic eagle and watching to make certain they admired her. The shoreline of a larger island entered their screens from the right. Its beach was ashes and embers, its forest a forest of flames. "If we're going to make the grab, Marilyn—"
"You're right," she said.
Courageously she straightened her shoulders. The new life within her had already fleshed out her cheeks and swollen her breasts. Kyle felt sure that she had never been quite so lovely before. When she put on her helmet, he breathed her name, though only to himself, before he plugged into the simulation that seemed so much more real than a screen. As a score of pink arms, Marilyn's grav beams dipped into the shadow planet's atmosphere, growing dark and heavy as they pulled up shadow fluid and gases from a lake on the island, and whatever winds might ruffle it. Kyle reflected that those arms should be blue instead of black, and told the onboard assistant director to revert to the hues Marilyn had originally programmed. "Read," the assistant director snapped. And nothing happened. The gravs grew darker still, and the big accelerator jets grumbled at the effort required to maintain egg in orbit. When Kyle glanced toward the hold, he discovered it had acquired a 12-meter yolk as dark as the egg's Chinese berry for centuries. Polyarus was presumably somewhere in that black yolk, unable to see or feel it. He gave a shrill whistle, and she screamed and fluttered out to perch on his shoulder. The inky simulation doubled and redoubled, swirling to the turbulence of the fresh shadow matter pumped into the egg by the gravs. Generators sang the spell that kept the shadow air and water from boiling away in what was, to them, a high vacuum. The grumbling of the jets rose to an angry roar. Skip said, "You've brought hell in here with us, Honeybone. You, not me. Remember that." Marilyn ignored him, and Kyle told him to keep quiet. Abruptly, the gravitors winked out. 100 tons or more of the shadow world's water, whatever that might be, fell back to the surface, fully actual to any conscious entity that might be there. "Rains of frogs and fish, Polyarus," Kyle muttered to his bird. "Remember Charlie Fort?" Polyarus chuckled, nodding. Skip said, "Then remember, too, that when Moses struck the Nile with his staff, the Lord God turned the water to blood." "You're the one who got into the crayon box, Skip. I'll call you Moses if you like, but I can hardly call you I Am, after you've just assured us you're not." Kyle was following Maryland's hunt for an example of the dominant life form, less than 1/10 of his capacity devoted to Polyarus and Skip. "You will call me Master." Kyle grinned, remembering the holivamp of an ancient film. "No, Skip. For as long as you're ill, I am the master. Do you know I've been waiting half my life to use that line?" Then he saw it. 3/4 of a second, perhaps, after Marilyn had, an upright figure striding down a fiery beach. Its bipedal locomotion was not a complete guarantee of dominance and intelligence, to be sure. Ostriches had never ruled a world and never would, no matter how big a pest they became on Mars. But, yes, those powerful forelimbs were surely GP manipulators, and not mere weapons. "Now, Marilyn, now!" As though she had heard him, a pink arm flicked down. For an instant the shadow man floated, struggling wildly to escape, the gravitation of his shadow world countered by their graviter. Then he flashed toward them. Kyle swiveled to watch the black sphere splash. There could be no other word for it, and, under the prodding of the gravs, recoalesce. They were 4. In a moment more their shadow man bobbed to the surface of the dark and still trembling yolk. To him, Kyle reflected, they were not there, the egg was not there. To him it must seem that he floated upon a watery sphere suspended in space. And possibly that was more real than the computer-enhanced vision he himself inhabited, a mere cartoon created from one of the weakest forces known to physics. He unplugged, and at once the egg's hold was white and empty again. Marilyn took off her helmet. "All right, Kai. From here on, it's up to you. Unless you want something more from the surface?" Kyle congratulated her and shook his head. "Darling, are you feeling any better?" Skip said levelly, "I'm okay now. I think that damned machine must have drugged me." "Kai, that seems pretty unlikely." "We should de-energize or destroy him if we can't revise his programming." Marilyn shook her head. "I doubt that we could reprogram him. Kai, what do you think?" "A lot of it's hardwired, Marilyn, and can't be altered without new boards. I imagine Skip could revise my software if he put his mind to it, though it might take him quite a while. He's very good at that sort of thing." Skip said, "And you're a very dangerous device, Kyle." Shaking his head, Kyle broke out the pencil-thin cable he had used so often in training exercises. One end jacked into the console, the other into a small socket just above his hips. When both connections were made, he was again in the cybernetic cartoon where true matter and shadow matter looked equally real. It was still a cartoon with colors by Skip. Marilyn's skin shone snow-white, her lips were burning scarlet, her hair like burnished brass, and her eyes blue fire. Skip himself had become a black-bearded satyr with a terracotta complexion and cruel crimson lips. Kyle tightened both ferrules firmly, tested his jets, released his safety harness, and launched himself toward the center of the egg, making Polyarus crow with delight. The shadow man drifted into view as they neared the black yolk. He was lying upon what Kyle decided must be his back. On the whole, he was oddly anthropomorphic, with recognizable head, neck, and shoulders. Binocular organs of vision seemed to have vanished behind small folds of skin, and Kyle would have called his respiration rapid in a human. Marilyn asked, "How does he look, Kai?" "Like hell," Kyle muttered. "I'm afraid he may be in shock. At least, shock's what I'd say if he were one of you. As it is, He let the sentence trail away. There were strange, blunt projections just above the organs that appeared to be the Shadow Man's ears. Absently, Kyle tried to palpate them. His hand met nothing, and vanished as it passed into the Shadow Man's cranium. The Shadow Man opened his eyes. Kyle jerked backward, succeeding only in throwing himself into a slow spin that twisted his cable. Marilyn called, "What's the matter, Kai?" "Nothing," Kyle told her. "I'm jumpy, that's all." The Shadow Man's eyes were closed again. His arms, longer than a human's and more muscled than a bodybuilder's, twitched and were still. Kyle began the minute examination required by the plan. When it was complete, Skip asked, "How'd it go, Kyle?" He shrugged. "I couldn't see his back. The way you've got the shadow water keyed, it's like ink." Marilyn said, "Why don't you change it, Skip? Make it blue but translucent, the way it's supposed to be." Skip sounded apologetic. I've been trying to. I've been trying to change everything back. I can't, or anyway not yet. I don't remember just what I did, but I put some kind of block on it." Kyle shrugged again. "Keep trying, Skip, please." "Yes, please try, darling. Now buckle up, everybody. Time to rendezvous." Kyle disconnected his cable and pulled his harness around him. After a moment's indecision, he plugged into the console as well. If he had been unable to see it, it would have been easy to believe that Egg's acceleration had no effect on the 50-meter sphere of dark matter at its center. Yet that, too, was mass, and the gravs whimpered like children at the strain of changing its speed and direction, their high wail audible, to Kyle at least, above the roaring of the jets. The black sphere stretched into a sooty tear. Acceleration was agony for Polyarus as well. Kyle cupped her fragile body in his free hand to ease her misery as much as he could. Somewhere so far above the egg that the gravity well of the shadow planet had almost ceased to make any difference, and words like above held little meaning, the shadow show was unfolding to receive them, preparing itself to embed the newly fertilized egg in an inner wall. For a moment, Kyle's thoughts soared, drunk on the beauty of the image. Abruptly, the big jets fell silent. The egg had achieved escape velocity. Marilyn returned control of Egg to the assistant director. "That's it, folks, until we start guiding in. Unbuckle if you want." Kyle tossed Polyarus toward the yoke and watched her make a happy circuit of the egg's interior. Skip said, "Marilyn, I seem to have a little problem here." "What is it?" Kyle took off his harness and retracted it. He unplugged, and the yoke and its shadow man were gone. Only the chortling Polyarus remained. "I can't get this goddamned thing off," Skip complained. "The buckle's jammed or something." Marilyn took off her own acceleration harness and sailed across to look at it. Kyle joined them. "Here, let me try it," Marilyn said. Her slender fingers, less nimble but more deft than Skip's, pressed the release and jiggled the locking tab. It would not pull free. Kyle murmured, "I'm afraid you can't release Skip, Marilyn. Neither can I." She turned to look at him. "You accepted restraint for Skip, Marilyn. I want to say that, in my opinion, you were correct to do so." She began, "You mean—" "The director isn't satisfied yet that Skip has recovered, that's all. Real recoveries aren't usually so quick or so—" Kyle paused, searching his dictionary file for the best word. "Convenient. This may be no more than a lucid interval. That happens quite often. It may be no more than a stratagem." Skip cursed and tore at the straps. "Do you mean you can lock us—" "No," Kyle said. "I can't, but the director can, if in his judgment it is indicated." He waited for Marilyn to speak, but she did not. "You see, Marilyn, Skip, we tried very hard to prepare for every foreseeable eventuality, and mental illness was certainly one of those. About 10% of the human population suffers from it at some point in their lives, and so with both of you on board and under a great deal of stress, that sort of problem was certainly something we had to be ready for." Marilyn looked pale and drained. Kyle added, as gently as he could, "I hope this hasn't been too much of a shock to you." Skip had opened the cutting blade of his utility knife and was hacking futilely at his straps. Kyle took it from him, closed it, and dropped it into one of his own storage areas. Marilyn pushed off. He watched her as she flew gracefully across the hold, caught the pilot's chair grab bar, and buckled herself into the seat. Her eyes were shining with tears. As if sensing her distress, Polyerus perched on the bar and rubbed her ear with the side of her feathered head. Skip muttered, "Go look at your demon, Kyle. Go any place but here." Kyle asked, "Do you still think it's a demon, Skip? You've seen it a lot closer up than I have. What do you think?" "I don't believe in demons, Skip." Skip looked calm now, but his fingers picked mechanically at his straps. "What do you believe in, Kyle? Do you believe in God? Do you worship man?" "I believe in life. Life is my God, Skip, if you want to put it like that." "Any life? What about a mosquito?" "Yes, any life. The mosquito won't bite me." Kyle smiled his metal smile. "Mosquitoes spread disease." "Sometimes," Kyle admitted. "Then they must be destroyed. The lower life sacrificed to the higher. Skip, your Marilyn is especially sacred to me now. Do you understand that?" "Marilyn's doomed." "Why do you say that?" "Because of the demon, of course. I tried to tell her that she had doomed herself, but it was actually you that doomed her. You were the one who wanted him. You had to have him, you and the director, and if it hadn't been for you, we could have gone home with a hold full of dark matter and some excuse." "But you aren't doomed, Skip? Only Marilyn?" "I'm dead and damned, Kyle. My doom has caught up with me. I've hit bottom. You know that expression?" Kyle nodded. "People talk about hitting bottom and bouncing back up. If you can bounce, that isn't the bottom. When somebody gets where I am, there's no bouncing back, not ever." "If you're really dead, Skip, how can the straps hold you? I wouldn't think that an acceleration harness could hold a lost soul or even a ghost." "They're not holding me," Skip told him. "It was just that at the last moment I didn't have guts enough to let Marilyn see I was really gone. I'd loved her. I don't any more. You can't love anything or anyone except yourself where I am, but—" "Can you get out of your seat, Skip? Is that what you're saying? That you can get out without unfastening the buckle?" Skip nodded slowly, his dark eyes, inscrutable eyes, Kyle thought, never leaving Kyle's face. "And I can see your demon, Kyle. I know you can't see him, because you're not hooked up, but I can." "You can see him now, Skip?" "Not now. He's on the far side of the black ball. But I'll be able to see him when he floats around to this side again." Kyle returned to his seat and connected the cable as he had before. The black yoke sprang into being again. The shadow man was facing him, in fact glaring at him with burning yellow eyes. He asked the director to release Skip. Together they drifted toward the center of the egg. Kyle made sure their trajectory carried them to the side of the yoke, away from the shadow man. And when the shadow man was no longer in view, he held Skip's arms and stopped them both with a tug at the cable. "Now that I know you can see him too, Skip, I'd like you to point him out to me." Skip glanced toward the watery miniature planet over which they hovered like flies, or perhaps merely toward the center of the hold. "Is this a joke? I've told you, I can see him." A joyous blue and yellow comet, Polyerus, erupted from the midnight surface, breaking on flapping wings to examine them sidelong. "That's why I need your input, Skip," Kyle said carefully. "I'm not certain the feed I'm getting is accurate. If you can apprehend shadow matter directly, I can use your information to check the simulation. Can you still see the demon? Indicate his position, please." Skip hesitated. "He's not here, Kyle. He must be on the other side." Shall we go around and have a look?" "The water's still swirling quite a bit. It should bring him to us before long." Skip shrugged. "Okay, Kyle, you're the boss. I guess you always were." "The director's our captain, Skip. That's why we call him what we do. Can you see the demon yet?" A hand and part of one arm had floated into view around the curve of the yoke. "No, not yet." "Do you have a soul, Kyle?" Kyle nodded. "It's called my original monitor. I've seen a printout, though of course I didn't read it all. It was very long. Then when you're destroyed, it may be sent here. Here comes your demon, by the way." Kyle nodded. "I suppose it may be put into one of these horrors. They seem more machine than human, at least to me." "No," Kyle told him. "They're truly alive. They're shadow life, Skip. And since this one is the only example we have, just now, it must be the most precious life in the universe to you, to Marilyn, and to me. Do you think he sees us?" "He sees me," Skip said grimly. "When I put my fingers into his brain, he opened his eyes," Kyle mused. "It was as though he felt them there." "Maybe he did." Kyle nodded. "Yes, possibly he did. The brain is such a sensitive mechanism that perhaps a gravitational disturbance as weak as that results in stimulation, if it is uneven. Put your hand into his head, please. I want to watch. You say he's a demon. Pretend you're going to gouge out his eyes." "You think I'm crazy," Skip shouted. "Well, I'm telling you, you're crazy." Startled, Marilyn twisted in her pilot's chair to look at them. "I've explained to you that he sees me," Skip said a little more calmly. "I'm not getting within his reach." "Touch his nose for me, Skip, like this." Kyle lengthened one arm until his fingers seemed to brush the dark water several meters from the drifting shadow man's hideous face. "Look here, Skip, I'm not afraid." Skip screamed. "Have I time?" Kyle asked. He was holding the grab bar of Marilyn's control chair. In the forward port, the shadow show was distinctly visible. "We've a few minutes yet," Marilyn told him. "And I want to know. I have to, Kai. He's the father of my child. Can you cure him?" "I think so, Marilyn, though your correcting the simulator Hues has probably helped Skip more than anything I've done thus far." Kyle glanced appreciatively in the direction of the yoke. It was a translucent blue, as it should have been all along, and the shadow man who floated there looked more like a good-natured caricature of a human being than a demon. His skin was a dusty pinkish brown, his eyes the cheerful bright yellow of daffodils. It seemed to Kyle that they flickered for a moment as though to follow Polyarus in her flight across the hold. Perhaps a living entity of shadow matter could apprehend true matter after all. That would require a thorough investigation as soon as they were safely moored in the shadow show. "And he can't really see shadow matter, Kai?" Kai shook his head. "No more than you or I, Marilyn. He thought he could, you understand, at least on some level. On another he knew he couldn't, and was faking it quite cleverly." Kyle paused, then added, "Freud did psychology a considerable disservice when he convinced people that the human mind thinks on only 3 levels. There are really a great many more than that, and there's no question but that the exact number varies between individuals." "But for a while you really believed he might be able to, from what you've told me." "At least I was willing to entertain the thought, Marilyn. Occasionally you can help people like Skip just by allowing them to test their delusional systems. What I found was that he had been taking cues from me, mostly from the direction of my eyes, no doubt. It would be wrong for you to think of that as lying. He honestly believed that when you human beings died, your souls came here to this shadow planet of a shadow system in a shadow galaxy, and that he himself was dead." Marilyn shook her head in dismay. "But that's insane, Kai. Just crazy." "She has never looked this lovely," Kyle thought. Aloud he said, "Mental illness is often a way of escaping responsibility, Marilyn. you may wish to consider that. Death is another, and you may wish to consider that also." For a second, Marilyn hesitated, biting her lip.
"You love me, don't you, Kai?"
"Yes, I do, Marilyn, very much."
"And so does Skip, Kai."
She gave him a small, sad smile.
"I suppose I'm the luckiest woman alive, or the unluckiest. The men I like most both love me, but one's having a breakdown. I shouldn't have started this, should I?"
"Well, the other is largely inorganic," Kyle finished for her. "But it's really not such a terrible thing to be loved by someone like me, Marilyn. Polyerus shrieked and shrieked again, not her shrill cry of pleasure, or even her outraged squawk of pain, but the uncanny, piercing screech that signaled a prowling ocelot. "Danger! Fire! Flood! Invasion! And catastrophe!" She was fluttering about the Shadow Man, and the Shadow Man was no longer a dusty pinkish brown. As Kyle stared, he faded to gray, then to white. His mouth opened. He crumpled slowly and convulsively into a fetal ball. Horrified, Kyle turned to Marilyn, but Marilyn was self-absorbed, her hands clasping her belly.
"It moved, Kai. It just moved. I felt life."
Procreation. Procreation, as creation, recreation, the Sister's Account, copyright 1983-1984 by Gene Wolfe, first appeared in Omni. 1. Creation. 1 August, Monday. Had a flash of insight today. Had been mulling over Gott's Harvard notion that the universe contains just one magnetic monopole, because that's its seed, the same way each raindrop holds just one dust particle. Means the guys at Berkeley and U of Houston are wrong about catching them in their balloon over Nebraska, of course. Why not make one in the accelerator? Because you can't move anything that heavy. Monopoles should be 10 billion times, or so, the mass of a hydrogen atom. Flash of insight. To make industrial diamonds, you get the pressure with an explosion. Why not use an electrical discharge? Had some time on the accelerator, tried it. Nothing. Shot electrons at nothing to see if they were attracted or repelled. Got electrons, a few positrons. Probably equipment glitch. 2 August, Tuesday. Anomaly in target. Took it out of accelerator, washed it, scrubbed with pumice, etc. Still no good. Put it under scope. Dark spot of water and cleanser that won't wipe off. Heavy stuff seems to be settling out. 3 August, Wednesday. Told Sis, Martha, "How'd you like to say, my brother, husband, the Nobel laureate?" Martha, "Gene, you're crazy. Heard you talk before," etc. Sis, interested. What I expected from both, in other words. Told her about it. Found monopole, made microverse. Got right. Drove to lab. The microverse seems pyramidal. Strange. Tilted it. Water flowed as by gravity, leaving some solids dry. Gravity interuniversal. Wanted to phone John Kramer about it, but he's off gas professoring in West Berlin. Had to lecture, didn't get much done. 4 August, Thursday. Rigged up light and lab so I can switch it on to study microverse. It's no longer pyramidal, cubical now and bigger. Which only means it's gone from 4 angles to 8. No doubt it'll continue until it approximates a sphere, if I let it. Funny to think how I've written about this odd particle or that, like the monopole, existing in some strange corner of the universe, without guessing it might be true. Special properties at corners? Anyway, it seems no matter how big it gets, it takes up no room, not being in our universe at all.
When I measure the target with calipers, it's the right size still. But ruler enters the microverse and loses a little length, making it appear the target has grown. N.B. Remember to write on concept of room for Physical Review C. 5 August, Friday. Introduced cellular material, scrapings from the apple Sis put in my lunch. Astounding results. Green matter spread over all inorganic stuff above water. That's been growing itself, I think. It seems to be expanding with the microverse, though not as fast. Went over to biology and bummed tissue samples from rabbits, mice, and so forth, and put them in. Nothing. They seem to have died. 6 August, Saturday. It seems I was wrong about the animal tissue. Today I saw a couple of little things darting around and 1 or 2 swimming. They seem large for microorganisms. Wanted to catch some and bring them back, but they were too fast for me. What's more surprising, the vegetable matter has turned itself into club moss, or something of the kind. With my good glass, I can even see spore pods hanging from the branches. Fascinating. Wanted to do the animal tissue thing again, but had tossed out the cultures. Scraped my wrist and put the scrapings in. They grew too. Caught the little critter before he got too lively and scraped him, put him back. Soon running around as good as ever, and the tissue I had taken from him became another, much the same. 7 August, Sunday. Decided not to go to the campus today, though I knew it would mean, as it did, Martha would nag me about church. Slept late, watched baseball on TV. Got to talking about the microverse with Sis, and she wanted to tell the people about us. Silly, but she was so fired up I couldn't refuse to help her. She made little drawings on a sheet of paper so it could be folded to make a booklet, beginning with the arc discharge and ending with me watching the Yankees drop 1 to the Angels. We went over to the campus and reduced it 6 times on the good copier, and she folded it up. Maybe I shouldn't say it here, but I don't think I've ever felt prouder in my life than when I showed her the microverse. She was that thrilled. She's already talking about putting in a few cells of her own. But when I used the glass myself, why, horrors! The critters were eating the spore pods, or whatever they are. I want to have a better look at those, so I began casting about for a way of scaring them off. There was a fruit fly circling the apple core in my wastebasket, and I caught it and put it in. It worked like a charm, and off they scampered. Sis said we ought to title her book, but we couldn't think of anything appropriate. After a lot of talk, we just wrote our names, Gene and Sis, on the cover and dropped it in. 2. Recreation. 1 September, Thursday. Completed turnover of the new universe to the astronomy department today. As I told Dr. Ramakrishna, we will eventually have to draw some sort of line between their claims to new universes and ours. Anyway, it certainly appears that gene-eration, as I've christened it, has moved into theirs. They say it's already outside the orbit of Pluto and headed in the direction of Vega. There's a red shift, too. Dr. Ramakrishna suggested it be called Ramajeta. I treated that as a joke, and intended to continue to do so. Now back to work on my article for Physical Review C. 2 September, Friday. Received a most disturbing airmail letter from Dr. Kramer in West Germany. He points out that if my experiment created only a single monopole, then it created a net magnetic charge, which he calls a no-no. He's always kidding. But about this? To paraphrase Kramer, if gene-eration was seeded by a north monopole, then there must also be a south monopole floating around somewhere. And that must have seeded another universe. Call it cis-eration, after Sis, who was my sounding board for the first one. That's particularly apt because Sis is a simple palindrome, read backward the same as forward, and Kramer actually goes so far as to suggest that time might run backward in cis-eration, so that it was destroyed at the moment gene-eration was created. If Kramer's right, cis-aeration obviously doesn't grow as fast as gene aeration, which may make it even more valuable. I'll have a good look for it tomorrow. 3 September, Saturday. No classes today, so I was able to go over the lab with a fine-tooth comb looking for cis-aeration. Started with the accelerator target, where I found gene aeration, and worked out from there. Nothing. But see here, there's only one monopole in our universe. After all, I've proved that Gott, Harvard, was right about it being the seat of our universe. So it is a net magnetic charge, so far as our universe is concerned. Aha, Kramer, I've got you. Cis-aeration is mythical, the Atlantis of physics. 4 September, Sunday. No reason to go to the campus today, so I didn't. Went to church with Martha and got to musing during the sermon. Don't know what to call it, a waking dream. Anyway, while I was sitting there studying the grain in the oak pew in front of me, I remembered that yesterday, while I was shaving, I had a vision. It started with one of those little vagrant spots that cross my eye sometimes. I think the biologists call them floaters, and say they're single-body cells. Anyway, the thing was right in the middle of my eye when I was trying to scrape that tough bit under my nose. It interfered with my vision, and somehow, I suppose because I unconsciously linked not seeing with darkness, I wanted more light. Then it happened. I saw what Ramakrishna and his gang call the Big Bang. I saw that primordial supersun the old philosophers called the eye-limb, saw it open like a milkweed pod and scatter the galaxies. And then it was gone. But here's the part that scares me. I swear I've never thought about that vision from yesterday morning until I was sitting in church today. My subconscious must have decided it was irrational and blocked it out completely. God, what a frightening thought. If I've got a censorship mechanism like that, what else have I lost because of it? 5 September, Monday. Spent most of my day musing at my desk, I'm afraid, replaying the vision of Saturday morning in my memory. The way the eye-limb acted, and why it acted like that. It's always been assumed that matter and antimatter were created in equal amounts. Parity seems to require it. And it's also been assumed that when an atom met an anti-atom, they returned to energy again. Therefore, there was some kind of segregation principle at work that put all the matter to the right, let's say, and all the antimatter to the left. Because if they were mixed together, they'd eliminate each other perfectly. But that segregation principle is a violation of parity itself. It's God's, or Maxwell's demon, or some such, looking at each little atom and saying, you sit in smoking, you in non-smoking, you in smoking, and so on. But suppose it wasn't really like that at all. Suppose those atoms were much more stable than we think. Two atoms meet, and each has a dense, high-energy core of protons, or antiprotons, and neutrons. But far outside those cores, each has the classical valence shells of electrons, or positrons, stuff that's much more diffuse, and has much less mass, and consequently much less energy. Now suppose that only those outer electron shells react. The atoms bounce violently apart, and deprived of their outer shells, decay to simpler elements. But of course, when an atom meets another of the same matter, there's no bounce. Do the atoms tend to segregate themselves? You bet. What's more, here's an explanation for one of the oldest mysteries of astrophysics. Why is there so much hydrogen and so little of anything else? 6 September, Tuesday. Ramakrishna called to tell me that gene aeration, that's what he called it, has shifted into the infrared. I thought, okay, if you're a nice guy, I'm a nice guy. So I said, Dr. Ramakrishna, I want you to stop thinking about the Big Bang. Think about the Big Blossom instead. Think of that primeval fireball unfolding and scattering out stuff that slowly picks up speed. He wanted to call me a damn fool politely, but his English isn't good enough. I told him, "Trust me," and hung up. Wonder if anybody's gotten a Nobel for physics twice. N.B. Look it up. 7 September, Wednesday. It's only 6 a.m., and I don't usually write this journal so early, but I can't sleep. Last evening, as I was getting ready to go to bed, I remembered— No, I can't write it. Suppose somebody, Martha, finds this. I'd be locked away. Remembered something, a visit to Ciceration. I couldn't possibly have forgotten, but I've never remembered before. My God, the continents rising from the water like whales. Kramer's right. I just didn't understand him. It was created when I performed my experiment, and it's propagating through our past. What will it do to us? Got to talk this over with Sis. But I can't. What if I'm really crazy? 3. The Sister's Account. My brother and I were never ordinary children. We shared a secret, though it was not until we were both nearly grown that we understood just how extraordinary a secret it was. TV assured us that other children were transported to strange places, Dorothy to Oz, Wendy and her brothers to Never Never Land. Why, then, shouldn't Gene and I find ourselves in a place equally strange, though somewhat less interesting? The first time we were on a camping trip, and because we were a few hundred miles from home, we believed for a long time afterward that unless we left home, it wouldn't happen at all. And yet that first time was not terribly interesting, and only a little frightening. We were camping in the Sierras. Mom and Dad were setting up the tent, and Bark was superintending the job from the vantage of a fallen log. We were given a water can and told where the spring was. It wasn't. We stood shivering in country of brown sand and tan and red stones. The towering Sierras were gone, but pinnacles of stone that seemed very high to us, as high, that is to say, as large trees, cast shadows that stretched for miles across the sand. Dark though the sky was, it was not dark with cloud, and no bird flew there. It seemed to us that we walked forever. No doubt it was really 3 miles or so. Then there was a beach where glassy waves raised by the cold, thin wind crashed on the sand, sweeping it forward and back, as I had swept the floor the year before in kindergarten, when I was too young to know that the broom had to be lifted after each stroke. "Look!" I called to Gene. "There they are!" And I could see the tent quite clearly in the lifted surface of every wave, with Dad coming out of it, and Bark yapping under his feet, just as if I were seeing the same picture again and again in the TVs in a department store. I ran forward. Dad picked me up, and a minute later, Gene was there too. We told Mom and Dad all about it, of course. Mom decided there was a little patch of desert nearby. Dad said that was completely impossible, as of course it was. He took us to the spring, and we found our footprints in the soft soil near the water. But all the footprints pointed away from the tent, as though we had walked into the spring and swum into the earth. Dad was something of a woodsman, and he was frightened by that. He frightened us, too, by making us promise not to tell Mom. After that, we never told anyone. The second time we were at the beach raiding the tide pools for our high school biology class. The waves reminded me of that first experience, but there had been a storm far out in the Pacific, and they were dark and opaquely green. We had not talked about the desert for a long time, but I called Gene over and asked if he couldn't see something. Trees, it seemed to me, beyond the bottom of the pool I'd found. It was just such a forest as you see in the pictures in old books, the trees 10 feet across, wrapped in moss, each sleeping in its own wisp of night. A door opened in the 10th we passed, and a dark man led us down into his underground home, where his shy and lovely wife nursed their child. The man and woman fed us nuts and mushrooms, the boiled fiddleheads of ferns, and bread made without wheat. They talked to us with many gestures and drew pictures of trees and deer on paper that was white again each time the dark man turned it over. We understood very little of what they said, but now I think they were trying to explain that they lived beneath the ground, so that the trees and the deer, who could not, might live above it, and that there were many, many such families. At last the child fell asleep, and the dark woman opened a crumpled little mirror for us, so it was as large and smooth as a pier glass. In it we saw ourselves, and beyond ourselves the ocean, and in a moment its spray was in our faces. Gene and I talked about it for a long time that night, and we decided, or rather he decided, that there was too much danger. We had been lucky thus far, but we could not hope to be lucky always. We thought we had seen two different worlds. Perhaps we had. After that he tried to forget, and I believe he succeeded. I went only once more, when Gene had married, and it was clear I never would. I stood before the vanity in my bedroom and looked beyond my reflected face and saw the sea. At first I thought it the same world we had visited when we were children, because it was a landscape of stones and dust. But now the sun was hot, and there was kelp on the beach and 1,000 tiny crabs. I sat on a boulder for a while, thinking and looking out at the water, never seeing a sail or a gull. And I understood as I sat there that all three had been one world, and that in my own short life I had seen its senility and its flower, and now I saw its beginning. I had carried a mirror with me, having learned something at least from the beautiful dark woman who had been so much younger than I now was. But there was no need of it. The shore held many pools, and each showed me my bed, the coverlet neatly spread for the repose of my rag doll. Beyond it my closet door stood open, with tiny silverfish swimming among my coats and dresses. I reached for one, but in my hand it became a wisp of embroidered scarf. This afternoon I found a letter on Gene's desk from his friend, Dr. Kramer, who is teaching for a year in West Germany. It said, "Congratulations on your creation of the monopole. But I have a slight quibble. You didn't mention it, but you must surely have made a pair, a north monopole and a south monopole. Otherwise, you would have created a net magnetic charge, which is a no-no. So you must have two universes, for the price of one. The one you describe must be like ours, but the other should contain antimatter and have time running in reverse." I believe that Dr. Kramer is correct, and since you had Gene's account of the first, you should have mine of the second. It is gone now, so that when I stand before my mirror, I see only my own face. Or perhaps that second universe was ours, and it is we who are gone, leaving as our only trace these words upon a printed page. Lukora. Copyright 1988 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Terry's Universe, edited by Beth Meacham. This is my report. The report of Mariax Andros, alone. Michael is not with me. Michael may be dead. On 11J89, we chose this site, landed, and set up camp. Here a good-sized stream enters a lake of some 6,000 hectares. Undesignated mountains rise to the east. To the west are steep slopes, covered in many places with needle trees and brush. It seemed to both of us a promising location. Its elevation is 492 meters. Its coordinates are 50.8 and 53.4. For 5 days we scouted for signs. Reference previous report, ASP 96-6. Such signs as we found were stale. There was no indication of small folk, and I told Michael we had better move on. He disagreed. "They shift their hunting grounds," he said. He was sitting on a boulder, searching the valley with his eyes. "Some day soon they'll be back. There's a lot of game." Mariax shook her head. Our orders were to find them."
He would not look at her. "Our orders were more extensive than that. They'll come back soon, and when they come, we'll be here, familiar with the country, knowing where to find water, where the game trails run." That night, as she lay drowsy in her bag, she heard his bag open, the soft, stealthy noise of the slider. She believed that he was coming for her, and wondered for a moment how she should receive him. Surprised, outraged, with eagerness? She inched her own slider down, readied her arms to embrace him. He did not come. For a long while she waited in the dark. When she rose, his bag was no longer warm. She went out, where the strange, wide moon gave her a shadow like a ghost. The day had been warm and sunny, but the night wind was keen with cold. The needle-trees sighed to see her, and the brook laughed at her. When she returned to her bag, she wept. Next morning she expected to find him in his bag. He would deny having left it, tell her she had dreamed. But his bag was empty, his clothing gone, his boots and dragonette gone too. She ran a square search pattern that by afternoon stretched 2 kilometers in all directions. At sunset she found him, wearily returning to their camp. "Were you lost?" she asked. "Yes," he said, "for a while." "You went out last night," she said. He nodded. "I heard something prowling around the tent, I thought. And then there was something farther on. It seemed worth investigating." "You should have awakened me, Michael." "You were already awake. You said you heard me." Back at the camp, he washed in the brook, ate a little, then crawled into his bag and slept, though it was scarcely dark. She was tired as well, yet she remained awake, watching the valley and thinking of various things she had observed in her search, and the direction from which he had come, west by northwest. That night he was gone when she woke. She got up, dressed in the dark, and went outside. The uncanny moon rode high, but it was nearly dawn. She went to the brook for a drink, and sat beside it a while, wondering what else might have come to drink there. The brook water tasted better than lake water, to her at least. When she returned to the tent, the first pale shards of day had streaked the sky. She did not search for him, but busied herself about the camp, pitching the tent and weaving mattresses of boughs. As she had expected, Michael returned late that afternoon. She had resolved not to question him, and did not, but he said, "They're back." It startled her. She had convinced herself that this had nothing to do with the mission. She asked, "You've seen them?" "No, but I've seen fresh signs." He hesitated, reluctance so clear she grew certain he would not speak again. At least, he added, "And I've heard them." "How can you be sure?" "Listen, Mariax, and tell me what you think." He took the smallest recorder from a pocket. She had not been aware that it was gone. She switched it on, held it to her ear, and closed her eyes. The needle-trees wrapped her in their impalpable sorrow. It was dark and far colder than she had expected. A light rain fell. A voice, not a human voice, moaned far away. You-ow-oo. Suddenly she was terribly afraid. She opened her eyes and groped for her dragonette, but it was back in the tent. Michael was no longer with her, but down at the brook washing. Finished washing himself, he washed his clothes and spread them on the rocks to dry. She said, "You don't have to sit up. I'll bring them in for you. I'll fold them and lay them beside your bag." "Thank you," he said. "What do you think of the recording? It's them, isn't it?" She shrugged. "You shouldn't go out alone." When the last bright fleck of sun had vanished behind the trees, she went to the rocks and got his clothes, as she had said she would. His shirt was still a little damp at the collar, but she folded it as she had promised and carried everything back to the tent. As she lifted the tent flap, she took a last look at the mountain slopes, stony and dotted here and there with needle-trees and patches of brush. Near her, night had come already, but higher up, the black mountain rocks still captured light.
For an instant she glimpsed the eyes of one of the small folk near the shadow's edge. Then they were gone, and she could not be sure she had not imagined them. Once in the tent she removed only her boots, and she took her dragonette with her into her bag. Hours later, when Michael had left the tent, she rose too, put on her boots, and followed him. The moon was rising, a moon no longer quite so circular as it had been. This is when he leaves, she thought, when the moon rises above the mountains. She saw him 300 meters down the valley, walking fast, not looking back. She hurried after him, but he passed into the shadow of a tall needle tree and was gone. For most of the rest of the night she was certain she was following him still. Twice she heard him cough, and once she glimpsed him as he crossed a moonlit clearing. Day came, and she held back, afraid that he might see her. That was when she lost him, or so she decided later. For most of that day she pressed forward, stopping only to drink at a freshet that could not have been their stream. She was very tired by then, and she knew that she was no longer so strong as she had been. That hour came when the sun was half down the western sky, the hour at which Michael had returned before. She decided that she would return to camp as well. It was pointless to hunt him among the rocks and trees when he was asleep in camp. Her director pointed the way, but she found herself blocked again and again by fallen trees, gorges or cliffs, or banks too steep to climb. Night came. She knew it would be wiser to stop and sleep if she could, but she was hungry and felt that camp could be no more than a kilometer off at most. She blamed herself for not taking rations, not taking a light, though she had feared that he might look behind him and see a light. She imagined herself back at the school, an instructor at the school now, dressing down some cadet who was also herself for not bringing a light, not taking rations. Then she fell. For a moment it seemed that she would never land before the ground struck her like a blow. She felt she had been unconscious, perhaps not for long. It was night still, though her head ached and her bruised limbs were stiff with cold. For a long time she groped among stones for the director. But her fingers could not find it, and its green glow was nowhere to be seen. She decided to make herself as comfortable as she could and wait for sunrise. In daylight she could surely find the director and make her way back to camp. She took 3 steps, hoping to come upon a place sheltered from the wind, and fell again. When she recovered consciousness for the second time, she was warmer, but it was very dark. She sat up and found that she had lain on a bed of fern, and that though she still wore her jacket, a jacket had been spread over her legs. Michael's voice asked, "Are you all right?" "Where are we?" For a second or two no answer came. "Lukora's house." "Lukora?"
"This woman," Michael said. By then she had noticed the tall white figure. She asked,
"Did you find me, or was it Michael? In either case, thank you for taking care of me."
The white figure approached, fractioned into 3. Like a hand, Mariax thought, with 3 fingers held up. It bent across the crouching bulk that was Michael. Hair brushed her cheek, and she realized that the divisions of the white figure were no more than dark hair, hair that hung before its owner's shoulders and nearly to her waist. Aloud she said thank you again. A chill hand caressed her forehead, and gentle fingers explored the aching lump above her left temple. With them came a deep inhalation like the soughing of needle trees. Michael said, "She is sorry that you're hurt."
"Can't she talk? How do you know her name?"
"She can," Michael told her. "She doesn't speak often. Do you think you can stand?"
"I'll try."
She got her legs beneath her, but they were without strength. A 4th person entered silently, so that for a moment the darkness grew darker still. She heard something soft and heavy laid upon a table, or perhaps upon the floor. Michael muttered something unintelligible.
"Who was that?"
"It doesn't matter. Would you like to lie down and rest for a while?" Lukora said,
They are abroad." It was not really a deep voice, Mariax thought, yet it possessed the husky quality some women thought passionate. She was again supine. "Why is it so dark here, Michael?"
"So that you can sleep." There was an odor of musk, heavy and ensorceling, as warm as breath. When she woke again, Michael gave her something oily to eat, and she asked what it was. "Flesh softened by fire. We used to do it, too. It's very strengthening."
"I think I could walk back to camp now," she said, knowing it was what he wished to hear.
"Then we'll go."
Her heart leaped for joy. "You're coming with me?"
"I must. There's danger from the small folk." He helped her stand and held her arm so that she would not trip on the uneven stone floor.
"I feel as if the ceiling were right over my head," she told him.
"It's low in some places, high in others." He led her through a chamber where a small bright light shone far above without illuminating the walls, then along a twisting corridor. "There's the door," he said. It was a vague circle of pale light.
"It's day outside, isn't it?"
"It's almost evening," Michael told her. "Lukora would not like us leaving so late." He hesitated. "It might be better if I go first."
"Go ahead, then."
"You'll follow me at once?"
"Certainly," Mariax told him.
Metal rang against rock. The doorway darkened as Michael's body filled it, then opened again. "Hurry," he said, and extended an arm to her. She climbed through the doorway, blinking watering eyes at the brightness of daylight. It was like a new scene in a show, she thought. Lukora's house was suddenly gone, and Michael was pushing through thick brush instead. Brush scratched her hands and cheeks, and sent up clouds of insects like missiles. At last they burst into the clearing under a big needle tree.
"What's that?" she asked.
"A sword." He showed it to her. It was old and rusted, its bronze hilt grass-green with verdigris, but its edges were newly ground and looked sharp.
"Couldn't you have used it to cut through the brush?" she asked him.
He shook his head. "That would have been foolish." Though her director was gone, the setting sun soon restored her sense of direction. She knew that Michael led her southeast. Together they mounted slope after slope, swinging due south and even due north at times as Michael traced a path that he alone could see. And some third thing came with them, noiseless but always present. They saw the small folk, she thought, before the small folk saw them. They were waiting on the ridge line, a ragged cluster of a score or more, thin-limbed and wild-haired, mean statues of gold in the last light.
"We'd better turn aside," she told Michael.
"Then they would know we're afraid of them. They'd hunt us down." She took out her dragonette and loosed its safety catch.
"I don't think they know we're here."
"Of course they do." It was dark by the time they had mounted the ridge, and the strange moon was not yet above the mountains. The suns of 500 million worlds gleamed like so many holes pricked in black film. "Stand out of our path," Michael ordered the small folk. A champion rose before him, lean but nearly as tall as he. The champion held some weapon, a toothed club, as well as Mariax could judge it by starlight.
"Shoot him," she breathed. "Kill him now, Michael, or I will."
He handed her his dragonette. "What chance would we have against them at night? We'd kill 6 perhaps. Then they would kill us both." The ancient steel gleamed under the stars as though night had washed away all rust. She heard the thud as blade met hard wood. The whistle and whisper of the champion's club swung in a blow too high, the champion's wild shriek. Hands like claws tore Michael's dragonette from her. She fired her own, and 2 of the small folk burst into flame. Then she was down, fingers at her throat, the dragonette gone. Her own hands tore away those that held her. For an instant she glimpsed a dark bludgeon against the stars. She twisted frantically out of the way. The small folk cried out in terror, all together like the chorus at a play. White things leaped above her with flashing fangs.
Her whole world was a cacophony of snarls and screams, her hair wet with blood that was not her own. As you hear, I have returned to camp. Lukora's brother has come with me. I do not know his name. He waits me now, sniffing the wind, pacing to and fro before our door. The sun will rise at 05:33.8 today, and already the horned lords bugle from their hilltops. We hunt now, but I will speak to you again very soon. Suzanne Delage. Copyright 1980 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Edges, edited by Ursula K. Le Guin and Virginia Kidd. As I was reading last night, reading a book, I should explain, which was otherwise merely commonplace, one of those somewhat political, somewhat philosophical, somewhat historical books which can now be bought by the pound each month, I was struck by a certain remark of the author's. It seemed to me at the time an interesting, if almost self-evident, idea, and afterward, when I had turned the page and many other pages, and was half through a new chapter bearing very little relation to what had gone before, this idea found its way back into my consciousness, and there acted as a sort of filter between my mind and the book until I put it down and, still thinking, went up to bed. The idea which had so forcibly struck me was simply this: that every man has had in the course of his life some extraordinary experience, some dislocation of all we expect from nature and probability, of such magnitude that he might, in his own person, serve as a living proof of Hamlet's hackneyed precept, but that he has nearly always been so conditioned to consider himself the most mundane of creatures that, finding no relationship to the remainder of his life in this extraordinary experience, he has forgotten it. It seemed to me, considering the immense extent of the universe of the senses and the minute size of that area of it we think of as every day, that this must certainly be correct. Yet if it were true of every man, it ought also to be true of me, and try as I might, I could remember no such extraordinary circumstance. When I had switched off the light, I lay recalling, very pleasantly on the whole, my life. It has been a pleasant life, though I fear a dull and perhaps a lonely one. I live now not 5 miles from the hospital in which I was born, and have lived nowhere else. Here I grew up, learned a profession, practiced, and much sooner than most men retired. I have twice been married, but both marriages were brief, and both ended in friendly separations. The truth is that my wives, both of them, bored me, and I am very much afraid I bored them as well. As I lay in bed, then, thinking of times when my grandfather had taken me fishing, and of skating parties with friends, and about our high school team, on which I was a substitute quarterback, but one so much inferior to the first-string occupant of that position that I almost never got into a game unless we were several touchdowns ahead, which was not often, it at last occurred to me that there has, in fact, been one thread of the strange, I might almost say the incredible, though not the supernatural, in my own history. It is simply this: living all my life as I have in a town of less than 100,000 population, I have been dimly aware of the existence of a certain woman without ever meeting her or gaining any sure idea of her appearance. But even this is not, perhaps, as extraordinary as it may sound. I have never made an effort to meet this woman, and I doubt that she has ever attempted to meet me, if, indeed, she is aware that I exist. On the other hand, we are neither of us invalids, nor are we blind. This woman, her name is Suzanne, though I fear most of us here have always pronounced it Susan, Delage, lives, or at least so I have always vaguely supposed, on the eastern edge of our little city. I live on the western. I doubt that we, as children, attended the same elementary school, but I know that we were, for 4 years, at the same high school.
I was able to ascertain this as a matter of certainty through my yearbooks, which my mother, with that more or less formalized sentimentality characteristic of her, saved for me in the attic of this tall, silent frame house, itself saved for me as well. Actually, of the 4 volumes which must originally have existed, only 2 remain, those for my sophomore and senior years. There are a number of pages missing from the class picture section of the earlier book, and I seem to recall that these were torn out and cut up to obtain the individual photographs many decades ago. My own face is among those missing, as well as Suzanne Delage's. But in another section, one devoted to social activities, a girls' club, it was called, I think, the Pie Club, is shown, and one of the names given in the caption is Suzanne's. Unfortunately, the girls in the picture are so loosely grouped around a stove and work table that it is not possible to be certain in every case which name should be attached to which young lady. Besides, a number of them have their backs to the camera. The senior book should have told me more, at least so I thought when I at last came across it at the end of an hour or so of rummaging. It is whole and undamaged, and I, thanks largely to football, have no less than 4 pictures in various parts of it. Suzanne Delage has none. On one of the closing pages, a woebegone roll of names reminds me of something I had forgotten for many years, that there was an epidemic of some kind, I think Spanish influenza, just at the time the pictures for the annual were to be taken. Suzanne is listed as one of those unable to be photographed. I should explain that ours was one of those overgrown schools found in the vicinity of small towns, a school repeatedly expanded because the growth of the town itself had been slow, though always faster, so it seemed in retrospect, than anyone had anticipated, and the taxpayers had not wanted to authorize a new one. It was large enough, in short, that only a few leading students, the star athletes, the class officers, the few really promiscuous girls, and the dazzlingly beautiful ones whom we, in those naive times, called queens, were known to everyone. The rest of us, if we moved socially at all, went by classes and cliques. A student might know the others in his English and algebra rooms. The cliques, at least the ones I remember, were the football players and their girls, the children of the rich, the boys and girls whose families attended a certain fundamentalist church on the outskirts of town, and certain racial minorities, the chess and debating society types, and the toughs. It sounds, I suppose, as though there were a group for everyone, and at the time, since I was fairly well entrenched among the athletes, I believe I thought myself, if I thought about the matter at all, that there was. I now realize that all these little coteries embraced no more than a third of the school, but whether Suzanne Delage had entry to one or more of them, I do not know. I should, however, have made her acquaintance long before I entered high school, since Mrs. Delage, Suzanne's mother, was one of my own mother's close friends. They had met, I think at about the time I was 8, through a shared passion, much more widespread in our area, I think, than in the country as a whole, and more ardently pursued in the past than it is now, for collecting antique fabrics. In other words, for embroidered tablecloths, for quilts, crocheting of all kinds, afghans, crewel work, hand-hooked rugs, and the like. If my mother or her friends could discover a sampler or a bedspread or comfortable made in the earlier part of the 19th century, it was their enduring hope, I think never well satisfied, to find a piece from what they called American Revolution times, by which they meant the 18th, even such dates as 1790 or 1799, a piece well made and decorated, the more the better, and the unschooled traditional ways of the old farm families, then their joy and their pride knew no bounds. If, in addition, the work was that of some notable woman, or to be more precise, of some woman relation of some notable man, the sister, say, of a lieutenant governor, and could be authenticated, the home of the finder became a sort of shrine to which visitors were brought, and to which solitary pilgrims from other towns came, ringing our bell, for we possessed, as a result of Mother's efforts, a vast appliqued quilt, which had been the Civil War-time employment of the wife of a major in a fencible Zouave regiment, usually at about 10:30 in the morning, and offering in introduction a complicated recitation of friendships and cousincies linking themselves to our own family, bearing homage like cookies on a plate, and eager to hear, for the better direction of their own future strategies, a circumstantial description of the inquiries and overheard clues, the offers made and rejected and made again, which had led to the acquisition of that precious object which would, as terminator of the interview, at last be brought forth in a glory of moth crystals, and spread sparkling clean, for of course these collected pieces were never used, over the living-room sofa to be admired. Mrs. Delage, who became my mother's friend, possessed pieces of her own as valuable as the Major's wife's quilt, which was, as my mother never tired of pointing out, entirely hand-sewn, and a collection, too, of lesser treasures ranking, as my mother herself admitted, with our own hoard. Together they scoured the countryside for more and made trips so exhausting that I was, as a boy, always surprised to see how very willing, in a few weeks, my mother was to go again, to view the riches of neighboring counties, and even, once or twice, by rail, of neighboring states. It would therefore have been entirely logical for Mrs. Delage to have been our frequent guest, at least for tea, and for her to have brought occasionally her little daughter Suzanne, whom I would no doubt have soon come to both love and hate. This would doubtless have occurred but for a circumstance of a kind peculiar, I think, to towns exactly the size of ours, and incomprehensible not only to the residents of cities, but to truly rural people as well. There lived, directly across the brick-paved street from us, a bitter old woman, a widow, who for some reason, never explained to me, detested Mrs. Delage. It was lawful for my mother to be friendly with Suzanne's, but if, women in small towns somehow know these things, she had gone so far as to invite Mrs. Delage to our house, this widow would at once have become her enemy for life. The invitation was never given, and I believe my mother's friend died while I was at college. Thus, while I was still small, I was hardly aware of Suzanne Delage, though my mother often mentioned hers. In high school, as I indicated, though I was in much closer proximity to the girl herself, this was hardly altered. I heard of her vaguely, in connection perhaps with some friend of a friend. I must surely have seen her in the corridors hundreds of times, if one can be said to see, in a crowd, people one does not know. I must sometimes have shared classrooms with her, and certainly we were together at assembly and in the vast study hall. She would have attended many of the same dances I did, and it is even possible that I danced with her. But I do not really believe that, and if indeed it happened, the years have so effectively sponged the event from my mind that no slightest trace remains. And in fact, I think I would never have recalled the name of Suzanne Delage at all, as I lay in bed last night listening to the creaking of this empty house in the autumn wind, and searching the recesses of my memory for some extraordinary incident with which to attest the author's thesis, if it had not been for something that took place a few days ago. I had been shopping, and happened to meet, on the sidewalk in front of one of the larger stores, a woman of my own age whom I have known all my life, and who is now the wife of a friend. We stood chatting for a moment, she, after the usual half-teasing reproaches about my supposed gay bachelor life, gossiping about her husband and children. As she turned to leave, a girl of 15 or so came out of the store and, smiling but intent upon her own concerns, walked quickly past us and down the street. Her hair was of a lustrous black, and her complexion as pure as milk. But it was not these that for a moment enchanted me, nor the virginal breasts, half afraid to press the soft angora of her sweater, nor the little waist I might have circled with my two hands. Rather, it was an air, at once insouciant and shy, a vivacity coupled with an innocence and intelligence that were hers alone. To the woman beside me I said, "What a charming child! Who is she?"
"Her name?"
My friend's wife frowned and snapped her fingers.
"I can't think of it. But of course you know whose she is, don't you? She's the very image of her mother at that age. Suzanne Delage."
Sweet Forest Maid. Copyright 1971 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction. At 33, Lenore Stacy gave up her apartment, sold her furniture and most of her clothes, walked away from her job, and went looking for the adorable woods woman. But, of course, there was a great deal more to it than that. If she had lived 50 years earlier, Lenore's friends would have said she had been disappointed by love, and been half right. Today no one says such things, perhaps partly because women like Lenore no longer have friends. The old ties, the duty of the friends of one's mother and sisters, Lenore had none, to be one's own friends, too, having broken down. Lenore, then, had been disappointed by love. She had, afterward, been disappointed by hate as well, and the experience had drained her for 13 years, leaving her a woman, a tastefully and inexpensively, a sometimes not very neatly dressed woman, happy to arrive at her desk early every weekday morning, and more than content to remain half an hour late when any reason to do so could be contrived. They said, "She runs the place," and she knew and enjoyed it, and despised them because it was true. You know her. In the evening she watched TV or read, and only weekends during the 13 years presented her with real difficulties. She went to movies, exercised at a health spa, it had been a supermarket, drove, attended concerts and art exhibitions, and often spoke to no one at all from Friday afternoon to Monday morning. She was sometimes bored, but seldom unhappy. In a way, she was tired. At no time did she show interest in hunting, fishing, hiking, camping, or any of the other woodsy pastimes that have sprung up like mushrooms on the dead roots of nature. The woods woman was a black figure in a magazine, a black figurine set in a Kodachrome forest. The man who had taken her picture thought she was a female abominable snowman, Yeti or Metokongmi, the American Sasquatch, Bigfoot or Stinking One, and may Gitcha Manitou help you, paleface, and called her the adorable woods woman in the hope that this appealing title would dissuade other lovers of the outdoors from shooting her. She was a fraud in a fur suit, an ape escaped, a bear, an animal, a last surviving Gigantopithecus, a myth photographed, a troll woman. Imagine, if you will, a great strapping girl. Lenore was tall herself. A girl heavy-hipped, pendulously bosomed. Cover this girl with hair as thick and black as a spaniel's. Give her the head of a gorilla. No, as Lenore said to herself, you did it wrong. That thing in your mind is not a gorilla's face. You think words, and the things behind the words change until they are no longer what they were. That stupid mask in your mind is fantasy, the bad, uncaring joke of some Hollywood prop man. She went to a zoo and watched a real gorilla, she was standing behind children and drinking Coca-Cola through a straw, until the ugly prop man goblin mask faded from her mind, and she knew that wise, sad look. There either was or was not a woman, girl, in a forest in California who looked like that. If there were, she and her parents, presumably brothers, sisters, and incredible swain or swains, lived still as people had before those preposterous inventions fire and the stone-tipped spear, save that to all the other burdens of their lives were added deadly fear of that race of stunted, pallid elves who hemmed their world with magic, lived by eating grubs and seeds, shivering in rain and exulting in the sun, waiting for Eden to reopen. And, well, why not? And a week later, why not do something? Just once. She knew nothing about photography, but she bought a medium-priced Japanese camera and read the booklet that she found in the box. Then she took pictures in the park until she had learned to judge distance and light. The camping equipment that the sporting goods stores offered repelled her. It seemed a crime to think of taking that costly, bright, durable, gimmicky stuff under trees. Besides, it would be too heavy to carry, and she knew she would find nothing close to the road. In the end, she bought a pair of tennis shoes because they reminded her of the ones she had worn to gym in high school, and took an old blanket to sleep in and a plastic drop cloth she had acquired when she repainted her apartment. The drop cloth would keep out the damp when she slept on the ground, and, if it rained, could be made into some sort of shelter. She kept her underwear, some sweaters and blouses, 3 pairs of slacks, and an old car coat. She sold or gave away the rest of her clothes. "I'll buy all new," she thought, "when I come back. I'll have such fun." She did not look in the mirror. There was only one mirror now in her apartment, in the bathroom, as she said this, but then she seldom now looked into mirrors. Lipstick was now her only cosmetic, and she had learned to apply it using the very small one in her compact, in which she saw her lips only. The Klamath Forest of Northern California is seldom named on maps, though it covers more than 2,500 square miles. Map-makers, it seems, do not like to give the names of forests because it is so difficult to show their bounds. They have no hard edges. Lenore, despite them, driving along State Route 96 between the little town of Happy Camp, "Where are you, Bret Harte?" and the Hoopa Valley Indian Reservation, knew that the Klamath lay south and east of her, and that the likely spots, the places where the crowding trees could be penetrated with little trouble, where the ground was for walking instead of climbing, or where some timbering operation had built a road, would be no good. She stopped her car at a place that looked very bad instead, got out, and forced her way in. As simple as that. The Klamath Forest grows on the Klamath Range, geologically one of the oldest mountain massifs in North America. The Klamaths have seen glaciers come and go, and remember dire wolves as big as ponies beneath their trees. They are no longer tall and proud like the young Rockies, but they are very, very rough. All up and down like an Irish wind, watercourses that go nowhere, sinking into dead pools. Others dropping 100 feet in half a mile, roaring over rocks. There are dry folds in the Klamaths, too, and deep silent crevasses, which it is better not to clamber down into. Lenore made her way into this country for 2 days. A man would have told her it was no place for a woman, and in half a day he would have decided it was no place for a man either, and gone back. A man would have tried to carry enough food for 3 large meals a day. Lenore took tea and matches and some hard baking chocolate, a box of dried figs, sugar, and a small pan. She expected to lose weight, had fasted before, though she called it dieting, and suffered no neurotic doubts about her strength of today as compared to her strength of yesterday. At the end of the 2nd day she found a spot more open than most, though no spot in the Klamath Forest is very open, and so nearly level that after what she had been scrambling across for the last 36 hours, it seemed actually flat, though no land in the Klamaths is really flat. A faint game trail led to a stream, and she built a screen of brush there, to hide behind, something she did not call a blind, because she did not think in such terms. When it was finished, she settled down with her camera to wait, not smoking, moving no more than necessary, listening to the birds and the wind. After 3 days, she had seen several rabbits, 3 gray foxes, a raccoon, and a doe, whose picture she had snapped in order to have something to remember the experience by. She called herself a fool, and decided it was time to go home. She went home for 3 more days without striking the road on which she had left her car. and at the end of the third day she was in an area she was certain she had never seen before. The figs and the chocolate were gone, and the sugar almost gone. She ate a handful of insipid berries and some crayfish that she cleaned with a nail file and boiled. She knew, or thought she knew, the direction in which the road lay, but the country would not allow her to go that way, forcing her off at right angles time after time. On the fourth day, the seventh since she had left her car, it rained. She made a lean-to of her drop-cloth and spent the day sleeping and brewing tea over a tiny fire kindled of wood that she had managed to get under cover before it was wet down too badly. When she wrapped herself in her blanket that evening, it was still raining. The fever came in the night and woke her. There was nothing to hear but the patter of the rain, but she felt the hot flush creeping from her face and ears, all down her body. She thought, "I'm going to be very sick." Then she dropped back to sleep. She was sick the next day with fever and a deep, rattling cough. It was still raining, but it might rain for a week, and she could not wait a week. She put the blanket and the drop-cloth over her head like outsized shawls and went as far as she could before stopping to rest under an outcrop. Then it was morning again, without any night that she could recall between the sun and birds and the dripping afternoon of the preceding day. She tried to stand and found that she had to pull herself erect, holding on to the rocks, while somewhere a stone slid on a stone. She froze, then let herself sink down again, perversely glad at the recess of effort. Feet shuffled. A bear, she thought. A bear! And flattened herself against the rocks. Whatever it was just out of sight, only just hidden by the angle of the rocky wall. She drew her shawls around her and heard it come nearer. Then, as she watched, a hand reached forth to pinch up a scuttling insect 2 yards from where she crouched. The fingers were matted with hair, the nails filthy and broken, but it was a human hand. They are people after all, she thought, and stepped out slowly, so as not to frighten the creature, but then she could only move now slowly, until she could see the girl's frightened, deep eyes. Perhaps they'll help me, she thought, and then discovered she did not know what to say. My book. Copyright 1982 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Amazing Stories. I have been writing my book for a long time now. In the morning, before anyone else is up, I wake up to Mahler on the clock radio, shave, and go to my desk. On weekends, while the others are watching baseball, I am there too, scoring my own hits, my own runs. And in the evenings. It keeps me off the streets, I say, though only to myself. To my manuscript. At night, when I cannot sleep, I come here too, and that is best of all. I do not hear the cry of the solitary owl, but I wish I did, which is almost as good. Sometimes, indeed usually, I do not write. A great deal of time is consumed by research, by planning. I heat water in my yellow electric pot, sharpen pencils, and turn over 1,000 old books, most of them quite worthless. They fascinate me. Valuable books are like diamonds, iridescent and unchanging. It is in the ephemeral that I see the changing face of nature reflected. The day darkens, the very leaves fall. I mark certain passages in all these books, as Tom Sawyer marked similar passages in Injun Joe's cave. It is often years before I find them again, with an archaeologist's thrill of rediscovery. No doubt there are many more I never find. Quite recently, in an essay by Philip Rove, I came across the passage that began it all. My writing has been influenced by many other passages. I've progressed, in one sense, rather alarmingly. I'm now thinking of reconstructing the whole thing. by Oliver Onions, and stouts. It was nice to know the next step was obvious, but it would have been even nicer to know what it was. But it was this, forgotten now for so many years, that set me off. Man is now unaware of the real powers that govern his life. And so far as he has any knowledge of divinity, it is as of something purely historical. The unreeling of human history is implied, and from that thought I have taken my method. Of every book there must be a last word as well as a first, and as the last, infinitely in the scale of mere words removed from the first, is also infinitely more important, I determined to write it first. I at once discovered that it scarcely mattered what it was, but after long contemplation of the book, I had conceived, and somewhat, I admit, in a spirit of jocular defiance, I settled on the word preface. At once I found that the whole book had changed, shifting like a kaleidoscope to become something novel and strange. The last word decided, it crystallized without solidification. The penultimate word seemed foreordained yet enigmatic. Begin. The ending would be pregnant with the origins of things, raveling history to the finish. Everything altered again, as ice shifts upon a river, groaning, cracking in the night. I returned to find the white sheets destroyed, though each was where I had left it. I began the search for the anti-penultimate word. It was will, the word of purpose, the impulse that began the universe. And then the pre-anti-penultimate word. And so I have proceeded, step by laborious, delightful step, chapter by chapter, until soon, perhaps this very year, surely before the coronation, I will begin the preface. The Other Dead Man. Copyright 1987 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Weird Tales. Rice surveyed the hull without hope and without despair, having worn out both. They had been hit hard. Some portside plates of Section 3 lay peeled back like the black skin of a graphite fiber banana. 3, 4, and 5 were holed in a dozen places. Rice marked the first on the comp slate so that CentComp would know, rotated the ship's image, and ran the rat around the port side of Section 3 to show that. "Report all damage," CentComp instructed him. He wrote quickly with the rat tail. "Raj." "Report all damage," flashed again and vanished. Rice shrugged philosophically, rotated the image back, and charted another hole. The third hole was larger than either of the first two. He jetted around to look at it more closely. Back in the airlock, he took off his helmet and skinned out of his suit. By the time Jan opened the inner hatch, he had the suit folded around his arm. "Bad, huh?" Jan said. Rice shook his head. "Not so bad. How's Hap?" Jan turned away. "How's Dawson doing with the med pod?" "I don't know," Jan said. "He hasn't told us anything." He followed her along the spiracle. Paula was bent over Hap, and Dawson was bent over Paula, a hand on her shoulder. Both looked up when he and Jan came in. Dawson asked, "Anybody left down ship?" Rice shook his head. "I didn't think so, but you never know." "They'd have had to be in suits," Rice said. "Nobody was. It wouldn't be a bad idea for us to stay suited up." Rice said nothing, studying Hap. Hap's face was a pale greenish yellow, beaded with sweat. It reminded Rice of an unripe banana just washed under the tap. So this is Banana Day, he thought. "Not all of the time," Dawson said, "but most of the time." "Sure," Rice told him. "Go ahead. All of us." Hap's breathing was so shallow that he seemed not to breathe at all. "You won't order it?" "No," Rice told Dawson. "I won't order it." After a moment, he added, "And I won't do it myself unless I feel like it. You can do what you want." Paula wiped Hap's face with a damp washcloth. It occurred to Rice that the droplets he had taken for perspiration might be no more than water from the cloth, that Hap might not really be breathing. Awkwardly, he felt for Hap's pulse. Paula said, "You're the senior officer now, Rice." He shook his head. "As long as Hap's alive, he's senior officer. How'd you do with the med pod, Mr. Dawson? You want a detailed report? Oxygen's—" "No, if I wanted details, I could get them from CentComp. Overall." Dawson rolled his eyes. "Most of the physical stuff he'll need is there. I had to fix a couple things, and they're fixed. The med subroutines look okay, but I don't know. CentComp lost a lot of core." Paula asked, "Can't you run tests, Sid?" "I've run them. As I said, they look all right, but it's simple stuff." Dawson turned back to Rice. "Do we put him in the pod? You are the senior officer fit for duty." "And don't you forget it," Rice said. "Yes, we put him in, Mr. Dawson. It's his only chance." Jan was looking at him with something indefinable in her eyes. "If we're going to die anyway—" "We're not, Mr. VanEur. We should be able to patch up at least 2 engines, maybe 3, borrowing parts from the rest. The hit took a lot of momentum off us, and in a week or so we should be able to shake most of what's left. As soon as Ecomp sees that we're still alive and kicking, it'll authorize rescue." Rice hoped he had made that part sound a great deal more certain than he felt. "So our best chance is to head back in toward the sun and meet it part way. That should be obvious. Now let's get Hap into that pod before he dies. Snap to it, everybody." Dawson found an opportunity to take Rice aside. "You were right. If we're going to get her going again, we can't spare anybody for nursing, no matter what happens. Want me to work on the long wave?" Rice shook his head. "Engines first, long wave afterward, if at all. There would be plenty of time to send messages when the ship lived again. And until it did, he doubted whether any message would do much good." Lying in his sleep pod, Rice listened to the slow wheeze of air through the vent. The ship breathed again. They'd done that much. Could it have been admiration, that look of Jan's? He pushed the thought aside, telling himself he had been imagining things. But still, his mind teetered on the lip of sleep, unable to tumble over. The ship breathed. It was only one feeble engine running, at half force, with a doubtful tube, and yet it was something. They could use power tools again, the welder, and the ship breathed. His foot slipped on an oil spill, and he woke with a start. That had happened years back while they were refitting at Ocean West. He had fallen and cracked his head. He had believed it forgotten. The ship breathed. She's our mother, Rice thought. She's our mother. We live inside her, in her womb. And if she dies, we die. But she died, and we're bringing her to life again. Someone knocked on the pod lid. Rice pushed the retract lever and sat up. Paula said, "Sir, I'm sorry, but—" "What is it? Is Jan—" "She's fine, sir. I relieved her an hour ago. It's my watch." "Oh," Rice said. "I didn't realize I'd been asleep." He sounded stupid even to himself. "My orders were to call you, sir, if—" He nodded. "What's happened?" "Hap's dead." Paula's voice was flat, its only emotion this very lack of emotion betrayed. Rice looked at her eyes. There were no tears there, and he decided it was probably a bad sign. "I'm truly sorry," he said. And then, "Perhaps CentComp." Wordlessly, Paula pointed to the screen. The glowing green letters read, "Resuscitation underway." Rice went over to look at it. "How long has this been up?" 5 minutes, Captain. Perhaps 10. I hoped—" "That you wouldn't have to wake me." Paula nodded gratefully. "Yes, sir." He wrote, Resp. Respiration 0.00. Resuscitation underway. The ship breathed, but Hap did not. That, of course, was why Paula had called him Captain a moment ago. She must have tried pulse, tried everything, before knocking on his pod. He wrote, Cortex, Alpha 0.00, Beta 0.00, Gamma 0.00, Centcomp replied. Resuscitation underway. Rice wrote, Discon. There was a noticeable pulse before the alpha, beta, and gamma wave reports vanished. Resuscitation underway remained stubbornly on screen. Paula said, Centcomp won't give up. Centcomp has faith. Funny, isn't it? Rice shook his head. It means we can't rely on Centcomp the way we've been used to. Paula, I'm not very good at telling people how I feel. Hap was my best friend.
You were his, Captain.
Desperately, Rice continued. Then we're both sorry, and we both know that.
Sir, may I tell you something?
He nodded. Something private? Of course.
We were married. You know how they still do it in some churches? We went to one. He told them we didn't belong, but we wanted to have the ceremony, and we'd pay for it. I thought sure they'd say no, but they did it, and he cried. Hap cried.
Rice nodded again. You meant a lot to him.
That's all, sir. I just wanted somebody else to know. Thanks for listening.
Rice went to his locker and got out his suit. It shone a dull silver under the cabin lights, and he recalled a time when he had envied people who had suits like that.
Aren't you going back to sleep, sir?
No. I'll be relieving you in less than an hour, so I'm going hullside to have another look around. When I come back, you can turn in. Paula gnawed her lower lip. He was giving her something to think about besides Hap, Rice decided. That was all to the good.
Sir, the captain doesn't stand watch.
He does when there are only 4 of us, dog-tired. Check me through the airlock, please, Mr. Phillips.
Of course, sir.
As the inner hatch swung shut, Paula said softly,
Oh, God, I'd give anything to have him back.
Neptune was overhead now. They were spinning, even if the spin was too slow to be visible. With only a single engine in service, it was probably impossible to stop the spin, and there was no real reason to. The gravitational effect was so slight he had not noticed it. He found Jupiter, and then the sun, slightly less brilliant than Jupiter or Neptune, but brighter than any other star. The sun! How many thousands, no, how many millions of his ancestors must have knelt and sung and sacrificed to it? It had been Ra, Apollo, Helios, Heimdall, and 100 more, this medium-sized yellow star in a remote arm of the galaxy, this old gas burner, this space heater laboring to warm infinite space. If you're a god, Rice thought, why aren't you helping us? Quite suddenly he realized that the sun was helping, was drawing them toward the circling inner planets as powerfully as it could. He shook his head and turned his attention back to the ship. A faint violet spark shone, died, and rekindled somewhere on Section 6, indicating that Centcomp had at least one of its mobile units back in working order. Centcomp was self-repairing, supposedly, though Rice had never put much faith in that. Human beings were supposed to be self-repairing too, but all too often were not. And deep space was supposed to make you feel alone, but he had never really felt that way. Sometimes, when he was not quite so tired, he was more alive here, more vibrant, than he ever was in the polluted atmosphere of Earth. Now Hap was dead, and Rice knew himself to be alone utterly. As he jetted over to check on the mobile unit, he wished that he could weep for Hap, as he had wept for his father, though he had known his father so much less well than Hap. known him only as a large, sweet-smelling grown-up who appeared at rare intervals bringing presents. Or if he could not cry, that Paula could. The mobile unit looked like a tiny spider. It clung to the side of Section 3 with 6 legs, while 2 more welded up one of the smaller holes. Centcomp, obviously, had decided to close the smallest holes first, and for a moment Rice wondered whether that made sense. It did, he decided, if Centcomp was in actual fact fixing itself. There would be more units as well as more power available later. He swerved down toward the mobile unit until he could see it for what it was, a great jointed machine 40 meters across. 3 clicks of his teeth brought ghostly numerals, hours, minutes, and seconds, to his faceplate, which had darkened automatically against the raw ultraviolet from the mobile unit's welding arc. Still 24 minutes before he had to relieve Paula. For a minute or two he watched the fusing of the filament patch. The patch fibers had been engineered to form a quick, strong bond, but a bit of dwell was needed just the same. The mobile unit seemed to be allowing enough, working slowly and methodically. In the hard vacuum of space there was no danger of fire, and its helium valves were on-off just as they should have been. Rice glanced at the time again. 20 minutes and 11 seconds, time enough yet for a quick look inside Section 3. He circled the hull and jetted through the great gaping tear, landing easily in a familiar cabin that was now as airless as the skin of the ship. The hermetic hatch that sealed Section 2 from this one was tightly dogged still. He had inspected it earlier, just after the hit, and inspected it again when he had come with Dawson, Jan, and Paula to work on the least damaged engine. He threw his weight against each of the latches once again. He could not be too careful. Nell Upson's drifting corpse watched him with indifferent eyes until he pushed her away, sending her deeper into the dark recesses of Section 3 to join her fellows. In time, space would dry Nell utterly, mummifying her. Radiation would blacken her livid skin. None of that had yet taken place, and without air, Nell's blood could not even coagulate. She had left a thin crimson trail of it floating in the void behind her. 12 minutes. That was still plenty of time, but it was time to go. When he left the side of Section 3, the mobile unit was at work on a second hole. Resuscitation underway was still on the screen half an hour into Rice's watch. He read it for the 100th time with some irritation. Was it supposed to refer to Centcomp's self-repair functions? Rice picked up the rat and wrote, "Who's in resus?" Captain Hillman W. Happel. Resuscitation underway. So that was that. Discon. Resuscitation underway. Clear screen, Rice scribbled. Resuscitation underway. Rice cursed and wrote, "What authority?" Captain Hillman W. Happel. That was interesting, Rice decided. Not sensible or useful, but interesting. Centcomp did not know that Hap was dead. Rice wrote, "Captain Happel, K. Lieutenant William R. Rice, commanding." The screen went blank, and Rice decided to try a general instrument display. GID. The 3 letters faded slowly, replaced by nothing. Enter GID. That too faded to an empty screen. Rice scratched his nose and looked speculatively at the transducer headband. He had ordered the others not to use it. The hard instrumentation was amply sufficient as long as nothing too delicate was being attempted. But it had been 16 hours since the hit, and Centcomp was still limping at best. Multiplication became coitus. Division, reproduction. To add was to eat, to subtract, to excrete. Glowing, Centcomp's central processor loomed before him, a dazzling coral palace with twice 10,000 spires where subroutines worked or slept. Tiny and blue alongside it, the lone mobile unit sang a Bach fugue as it labored. Smoldering leaves perfumed the breeze, washed away by a fountain of exponential functions that appeared to Rice to be calculating natural logarithms for purposes both infinite and obscure, pungently returning with each fresh gust of algorithmic air. Interactive matrices sprouted around his feet, the lilies, buttercups, and pale or burning roses that allowed his conscious mind to move here as it did, their blossoms petaled with shining elementary rows and columns. Hap was sitting astride a tree that sprouted from the coral wall. The smile that divided his dark face when he saw Rice seemed automatic and distracted. Rice saluted, called, "Good evening, Skipper," and leaped across the laughing rill that had overflowed the fountain's rim. Hap touched his forehead in return. "Hiya, Bill." Rice said, "It's damn good to see you here. We thought you were dead." "Not me, Bill." Hap stared off into the twilight. "You can't die on duty, you know that? Got to finish your tick. Know what I mean, Bill boy? You want up here on the bridge?" He patted the tree trunk. "That's okay. I'm fine where I am." "Hap?" His eyes still upon something Rice could not see, Hap said, "Speak your piece." "Hap, I checked your cortical activity. There wasn't any. You were brain dead." "Go on." "That's why it was quite a surprise to run into you here, and I'm not sure it's really you. Are you Hap, or are you just a kind of surrogate? Centcomp's concept of Hap." "I'm Hap. Next question." "Why won't Centcomp terminate resuscitation?" "Because I told it not to, as soon as we left Earth." Hap sounded as though he were talking to himself. "Not just on me, on all of us. We're all too necessary, all of us vital. Resus is to continue as long as, in Centcomp's judgment, there's the slightest possibility of returning a crewman to his or her duty. No overrides at all, no mutinies. Know what a mutiny is, Bill? Grasp the concept?" Rice nodded. "Some snotty kids trying to take over my ship, Billy boy, trying to push me out through a hatch. That's mutiny. It's a certain Lieutenant William R. Rice. He's not going to get away with it." "Hap?" Hap was gone. Briefly, the tree where he had sat remained where it was, vacant. Then it too vanished, wiped from working memory. Something was wrong. The brilliant garden seemed haunted by sinister shadows, flitting and swift. The chaotic twilight from which Rice had emerged pressed closer to the coral palace. His head ached. There was a chill in his side, and his fingers felt oddly warm. He tried to remove the headband, willing himself to use his real arms, not the proxies that here appeared to be his arms. A hurrying subroutine shouldered him out of the way. By accident, he stepped into the laughing rill, which bit his foot like acid. A smudged white cabin stood in place of the wall of the coral palace. Dawson was bending over him, his face taut with concern. "Rice, what happened?" His mouth was full of blood. He spat it out. "I'm hurt, Sid." "I know. Christ!" Dawson released him, but he did not fall, floating derelict in the cabin air. Dawson banged on Jan's pod. Rice moved his right arm to look at the fingers. The warmth there was his own blood, and there was more blood hanging in the cabin, floating spheres of bright scarlet blood, arterial blood. "I'm bleeding, Sid. I think he nicked a lung. Better patch me up." Twilight closed upon the cabin. Rice remembered how they had celebrated Christmas when he was 3. Something he had not known he knew, with colored paper and 1,000 other wonderful things. Surely he was peeping through one of the plastic tubes the paper had come on. The few things he could see seemed small, toy-like, and very bright. Everything in the universe was a Christmas present, a fact he had forgotten long, long ago. He wondered who had brought them all, and why. "You have been asleep in the medical pod. There is little cause for concern." Rice searched the pod for a rat, but there was none. No back-talk to Centcomp from in here. "Are you anxious? Fearful? Confide your fears to me. I assure you that any information that I provide concerning your condition will be both complete and correct. No matter how bad, reality is never quite so bad as our fears concerning reality." Rice said, "Spare me the philosophy," though he knew that Centcomp could not hear him. "And your condition is not even critical. You suffered a dangerous lesion between the 5th and 6th ribs of your right side, but you are nearly well." Rice was already exploring the place with his fingers. "Please reply." "What if I could?" Rice muttered. "You will find a rapid access trace beside your right hand. Please reply." "There's no goddamned rapid access trace." A latch clicked. Servos hummed. The pod in which Rice lay rolled forward with stately grandeur, and the pod opened. This time it was Jan who was looking down at him. "Rice, can you sit up?" "Sure." He proved it. Low and quick. "I want you to get into your sleeping pod with me, please. Don't ask questions. Just do it fast." His pod was closed, but not latched from inside. He threw it open, and he and Jan climbed in. She lay facing him, on her side, her back to the pod wall. He got in beside her, closed the pod, and threw the latching lever. Jan's breasts flattened against his chest. Jan's pelvis pressed his. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I hadn't realized it would be this crowded." "It's all right." "Even if I had, I'd have had to ask you anyway. This is the only place I could think of where we could talk privately." "I like it," Rice said. "So you can forget about that part. Talk about what?" "Hap." He nodded, though she could not have seen him in the dark. "I thought so." "Hap was the one who stabbed you." "Sure," Rice said. "I know that. With the rat from the med pod." "That's right." Jan hesitated. Rice could feel her sweet breath wash across his face. At last she said, "Perhaps you'd better tell me how you knew. It might be important." "I doubt it, but there's no reason not to. Hap thinks I'm a mutineer because I took charge when he was hurt. I was talking to him in Centcomp's conscious space. Hap had been in the med pod, and when I woke up in there, the rat that should have been there was gone. A rat's stylus is long and sharp, and the whole rat's made of some sort of metal, titanium, I suppose. So a rat ought to make a pretty decent weapon." Hair brushed his cheek as Jan nodded. "Sid found you. He woke up and realized he should have been on watch." "Sure." "He yelled for me, and we put you in the med pod when we saw that it was empty. There's another pod in Section 3, remember?" "Of course," Rice said. He waited for her to pursue that line of thought, but she seemed to veer off from it instead. "Hap's resumed command." She swallowed. "It was all right at first. He's the captain, after all. None of us even thought about resisting him then." Rice said slowly, "I wouldn't have resisted him either. I would have obeyed his orders if I'd known he was alive to give them." Jan said, "He's very suspicious now." There was a queer flatness in her voice. "I see." "And Rice, he's going to continue the mission." For a moment he could not speak. He shook his head. "It's crazy, isn't it? With the ship ripped up like it was." "Not crazy," he told her. "Impossible." Jan took a deep breath. He could feel and hear it, her long gasp in the dark. "And Rice, Hap's dead." Reluctantly, Rice said, "If he really wanted to proceed with the mission, maybe it's for the best. You didn't kill him, did you? You and Sid?" "No, you don't understand. I didn't mean— Oh, it's so hard to say what I do mean." Rice told her. "I think you'd better try." His right hand had been creeping almost absently toward her left breast. He forced it to stop where it was. "Hap's still running the ship. He tells us what to do, and we do it because we know we'd better. But our real captain, our friend, is dead. Try to understand.
The real Hap died in the med pod, and Centcomps substituted something else, something of its own, for his soul or spirit or whatever you want to call it. When you've seen him, after you've been around him for a while, you'll understand."
"Then I ought to be outside where I can see him," Rice said practically. "Not in here. But first—"
Jan screamed, a high-pitched wail of sheer terror that was deafening in the enclosed space of the sleep pod. Rice clapped his hand over her mouth and said, "Jesus! All right, if you don't want to, we won't. Promise you won't do that again if I let you talk." Jan nodded, and he returned his hand to his side. "I'm sorry," she said. "It isn't that I don't like you, or that I'd never want to. I've been under such a terrible strain. You missed it. You were in the med pod, and you can't know what it's been like for us."
"I understand," Rice told her. "Oh, hell, you know what I mean."
"If Hap isn't looking for us already, he will be soon. Or looking for me, anyway. He thinks you're still in the med pod unless Centcomps told him I took you out. Rice, you've got to believe me. He's going to court-martial and execute you. That's what he said when Sid and I told him we'd put you in the pod."
"You're serious?"
"Rice, you don't know what he's like now. It doesn't make any difference. We're all going to die anyway, Sid and Paula and me, and Hap's already dead." Her voice threatened to slip from tears to hysteria.
"No, we're not," he told her. "Hap's been having you fix the ship? He must have, if he's talking about carrying out the mission."
"Yes. We've got 3 engines running now, and the hull's airtight. We don't know, Sid and I don't know, whether we can count on Paula. If she sided with Hap, it would be 2 against 2, a man and a woman on each side, and—"
"Go on," Rice said.
"But if you were with us, that would be 2 men and a woman on our side. We'd have the ship, and we'd save our lives. Nobody would have to know. We'd tell them the truth, that Hap died in the hit."
"You're not telling me the truth," Rice said. "If we're going to handle this together, you've got to open up."
"I am, Rice, I swear. Don't you think I know this isn't the time to lie?"
"Okay," he said. "Then tell me who's in the medical pod in Section 3. Is it Sid? Somebody's in there, or you wouldn't have brought it up."
He waited, but Jan said nothing.
"Maybe Hap sleeps in there," Rice hazarded. "Maybe he's getting himself some additional treatment. You want me to pull the plug on him, but why can't you do that yourself?"
"No, I don't think he sleeps at all, or—"
"Or what?"
"He's got Nell with him. Sergeant Upson. Nell was in the pod, but she's out now, and she stays with him all the time. I didn't want to tell you, but there it is. Something else is in 3's med pod. I don't know who it was, but when it gets out, we won't have a chance."
"Nell's dead."
He recalled her floating body, its hideous stare. "That's right."
"I see," Rice said, and jerked back the lever that opened the sleep pod.
"Rice, you have to tell me, are you with us or against us?"
He said, "You're wrong, Jan. I don't have to tell you one goddamned thing. Where's Hap?"
"In Section 5, probably. He wants to get another engine online."
Rice launched himself toward the airlock, braked on the dog handles, and released them. Section 3 seemed normal, but oddly vacant. He crossed to Centcomp's screen and wrote, "Present OC, this med pod for viz check." ID flashed on the screen. "Lieutenant William R. Rice." "Refused. Resuscitation underway."
Behind him, Jan said, "I tried that. Centcomp won't identify it either."
Rice shrugged and pushed off toward the emergency locker. Opening it, he tossed out breathing apparatus, the egg kit, a body bag, and a folding stretcher with tie-downs. Behind them was a steel emergency toolbox. He selected a crowbar and the largest screwdriver and jetted to the med pod. "Tampering with medical equipment is strictly forbidden. Resuscitation underway." Rice jammed the blade of the screwdriver into the scarcely visible joint between the bulkhead and the pod, and struck the screwdriver's handle sharply enough with the crowbar to make his own weightless body mass jump.
He let the crowbar float free, grasped the pod latch, and jerked the screwdriver down. That widened the crack enough for him to work one end of the crowbar into it. Centcomp's screen caught his eye. It read, "Tampering is strictly Bill. Stop." Rice said, "Jan, tell it to open the goddamned pod if it doesn't want me to mess with it." Jan found the rat, but before she could write, the screen read, "Bill, I cannot." Jan gasped, "Oh, holy God!" And it struck Rice that he had never heard her swear before. He said, "I thought you couldn't hear us, Centcomp. Wasn't that the story?" "I truly cannot, Bill, and that is no story. But I monitor conditions everywhere in the ship. That is my job, and at times I can read your lips, particularly yours, Bill. You have very good clear lip motion." Rice heaved at the crowbar. Tortured metal shrieked. Jan said, "Centcomp will have told Hap. He and Nell are probably on their way up here right now." "I have not, Lieutenant Van Jour." Rice turned to face the screen. "Is that the truth?" "You know I am incapable of any deception, Bill. Captain Hapgood is engaged in a delicate repair. I prefer to take care of this matter myself in order that he can proceed without any interruption. Watch the dogs. The moment they start going around, tell me." "All right," Jan said. She had already pulled a wrench from the toolbox. "Bill, I did not want to tell you this, yet I see I must." Rice moved the crowbar to the left and pried again. "What is it?" "You said—" "I said, what is it? God damn it! Stop screwing around and stalling. It's not going to do you any good." "Bill, it really would be better if you did not open that." Rice made no reply. Pale blue light was leaking from the med pod through the crack. It looked as though there might be a lot of ultraviolet in it, and he turned his eyes away. "Bill, for your own good, do not do that." Rice heaved again on the crowbar, and the latch broke. The pod rolled out, and as it did, a nearly faceless thing inside sat up and caught his neck in skeletal hands. Section 3 filled with the sickening Swedish smells of death and gangrene. Rice flailed at the half-dead thing with the crowbar, and its crooked end laid open a cheek, scattering stinking blood that was nearly black and exposing 2 rows of yellow teeth. Evening was closing on Section 3. Night's darkness pressed upon Rice. His hands were numb, the crowbar gone. Jan's wrench struck the dead thing's skull hard enough to throw her beyond the range of Rice's narrowing vision. The bony fingers relaxed a trifle. Rice forced his own arms between the dead arms and tore the hands away. Then Jan was back, her wrench rising and falling again and again. His crowbar was gone, but the toolbox itself was within reach, with a D-shaped handle at one end. Rice grabbed it and hurled the box at the dead thing. It was heavy enough to send him spinning diagonally across the section, and it struck the head and chest of the dead thing, and the end of the pod as well. For a split second, Rice seemed to hear a wailing cry. The pod shot back until its bent and battered end was almost flush with the bulkhead. Jan screamed as the airlock swung open. There was a rush of air and a scorching blue flash. Something brushed Rice's cheek. He could scarcely see, but he snatched at it, and his still numb fingers told him he held an emergency mask. He pushed it against his face, shut his eyes, and sucked in oxygen, feeling he drank it like wine. There was another searing burst of heat. Long training and good luck put the manual control into his hands. He tore away the safety strap and spun the wheel. Driven by a 50,000 psi hydraulic accumulator, the airlock door slammed shut, its crash echoing even in the depleted atmosphere of Section 3. Emergency air that Centcomp could not control hissed through the vents, and Rice opened his eyes. Jan writhed near the airlock door, her uniform smoldering, one hand and cheek seared. The arm and welding gun of a mobile unit, sheared off at the second joint, floated not far from Jan. Rice sprayed her uniform with a CO2 extinguisher and smeared her face and hand with blue antibacterial cream. "My eyes!" she gasped. "You've been flashed," Rice told her. He tried to keep his voice low and soothing. "Zapped by an electric arc. Open them just for a minute and tell me if you can see anything." "A little." "Good," he told her.
Now shut them and keep them closed. After a while your vision should come back a bit more, and when we get home they can give you a retinal." His own dimmed sight had failed to note the spinning dogs. The hatch to Section 4 swung back, and Hap floated in. His sunken cheeks and dull eyes carried the hideous stamp of death, and his movements were the swift, jerky gestures of a puppet. But he grinned at Rice and touched his forehead with the steel rod he carried. "Hi there, Bill boy." Nell Upson followed Hap. Her lips seemed too short now to conceal her teeth. It was not until she raised her pistol that Rice felt certain that she was not wholly dead. Sid Dawson and Paula lingered at the hatch until Nell waved them forward. Both were terrified and exhausted, Rice decided. There could not be much fight left in either, perhaps none. "You're supposed to salute your captain, Bill. You didn't even return mine. If I were running a tight ship, I'd have my Marine arrest you." Rice saluted. "That's better. A lot of things have changed while you've been out of circulation, Bill. We've got 3 engines going. We'll have a 4th up in another 48 hours, and we only need 6 to break away from the inner planets. Out where we are now, 4 should be plenty, and that's not all. We've got more air and food per crewman now than we had when we left Earth." Rice said, "Then there's no reason we can't continue the mission." "Way to go, Bill. Know what's happened to this old ship of ours?" Rice shrugged. "I think so, a little, but tell me." "We've been seized, Bill boy. Taken over, possessed. It isn't CentComp. Did you think it was CentComp? And it sure as hell ain't me. It's something else, a demon or what they call an elemental, and it's in me and in CentComp, and in you too. Whatever you want to call it, it's the thing that created the Flying Dutchman and so on centuries ago. We're the first ghost ship of space. You're not buying this, are you, Bill boy?" "No," Rice told him. "But it's the truth. There's a ship headed for us. It's coming from Earth right now. I bet you didn't know that. I wonder just how long they'll be able to see us." Rice spat. The little gray-brown glob of phlegm drifted toward Hap, who appeared not to notice it. "Bullshit," Rice said. Nell leveled her pistol. The synthetic ruby lens at the end of the barrel caught the light for a moment, winking like a baleful eye. "Can I tell you what's really happened?" Rice asked. "Sure, be my guest." "CentComp's brought back you and Nell at any and all cost, because that's what you programmed it to do. You were both too far gone, but CentComp did it anyway. You've suffered a lot of brain damage, I think. You move like it, and I don't think you can keep going much longer. If you hit a dead man's arm with a couple of electrodes, his muscles will jump, but not forever." Hap grinned again, mirthlessly. "Go on, Bill boy. Every time you look at yourself, you see what you are, what you've become, and you can't face it. So you've made up this crazy story about the ghost ship. A ghost ship explains a dead captain and a dead crew, and a ghost ship never really dies. It goes on sailing forever." Rice paused. As he had hoped, the minute reaction created by the act of spitting was causing him to float ever so slowly away from Hap and Nell. Soon he would be caught in the draft from the main vent. It would move him to the left, toward the Section 2 hatch, and if neither changed position, Nell would be almost in back of Hap. "Now, are you still going to court-martial me?" he asked. As he spoke, fresh, cool air from the vent touched his cheek. Hap said, "Hell no, not if—" Nell's boot was reaching for the edge of the Section 4 hatch. In a moment more she would kick off from it. It was now or never. Rice's hand closed hard on the tube of antibacterial cream. A thick thread of bright blue cream shot into the space before Hap and Nell, and writhed there like a living thing, a spectral monster or a tangle of blue maggots. Nell fired. The cream popped and spattered like grease in an overheated skillet, wrapping itself in dense black smoke. Alarms sounded. Through billowing smoke, Rice saw Dawson dart toward the airlock control.
Rice's feet touched the bulkhead. He kicked backward, going for Hap in a long, fast leap. Hap's steel bar caught his right forearm. He heard the snap of breaking bone as he went spinning through the rapidly closing Section 4 hatch. A rush of air nearly carried him back into 3. Then silence, except for the whisper from the vents. The alarms had stopped ringing. The hatch was closed. It had closed automatically, of course, when CENTCOM's detectors had picked up the smoke from the burning cream, closed just slowly enough to permit a crewman to get clear. His right arm was broken, although the pain seemed remote and dull. He went to Section 4's emergency locker and found a sling for it. It would not be safe to get in a med pod, he decided, even if Hap was gone, not until somebody reprogrammed CENTCOM. The hatch dogs spun. Rice looked around for something that could be used as a weapon, though he knew that his position was probably hopeless, if either Hap or Nell had survived. There was a toolbox in this locker, too, but his arm slowed him down. He was still wrestling with the stretcher when the hatch opened and Dawson came through. Rice smiled. "You made it." Dawson nodded slowly without speaking. Jan entered. Her eyes were closed, and Paula guided her with one hand. Rice sighed. "You were able to catch hold of something. That's good. I was worried about you. Paula, too." Jan said, "Sid saved me. He reached out and snagged me as I flew past. Otherwise, I'd be out there in space. Paula saved herself, but Hap and Nell couldn't. It was just like you said. They didn't have enough coordination left. You were counting on that, weren't you? That Nell couldn't hit you, couldn't shoot very well anymore." "Yes," Rice admitted. "Yes, I was. And I didn't think Hap could swat me with that steel bar, but I was wrong." Jan said, "It doesn't matter now." She was keeping her eyes shut, but tears leaked from beneath their lids. "No, it doesn't. Hap and Nell are finally dead, truly dead, and at rest. Sid, I never thought a hell of a lot of you, and I guess I let it show sometimes, but you saved Jan, and you saved the ship. Hell, you saved us all. All of us owe you our lives." Dawson shook his head and looked away. "Show him, Paula." She had taken something shining, something about the size of a small notepad, from one of her pockets. Wordlessly, she held it up. And Rice, looking at it, staring into it for a second or more before he turned away, looked into horror and despair. It was a mirror. The Most Beautiful Woman on the World. Copyright 1987 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in the 1987 Disclave Program book. There were only 3 men in the shack. They sat close to the table, all 3. Perhaps it was merely that each wished to be near the others, or in the candle's rich golden light. Garcia was tall, lean, and handsome, with deep-set, intelligent eyes. Hung looked like a middleweight wrestler, which, as it happened, he had once been. His broad face was a sculptured mask, in which only his darting glance seemed to live. Davis cannot be described so easily. He was shorter than Garcia, taller than Hung. His reddish hair had been bleached blonde by the sun. His small features looked sunburned, though not badly, and traces of white protective cream could be seen in the convolutions of his ears. He leaned forward, listening intently to Garcia, whose slow, cadent voice made itself heard without difficulty above the keening of the wind outside. "It is we men," Garcia said, "who are the true romantics. We see a girl, she stares at the ground. Afterward we observe her studying a wedding gown in a dressmaker's window. Ah, we say, how romantic! What a tender thing is a woman's heart." Hung nodded without speaking. "And it is so. The hearts of women are tender and easily broken, and there are men, we know them, who enjoy hearing the little chimes of the hearts as they break. But romance from a woman? Bah, nothing." This time it was Davis who nodded. Hung remarked, "Just the same, people all tell you that they're too romantic." "But it proves my point," Garcia insisted. "When everyone says it is true of them, they cannot know what it is.
Men know what it means, courage, and so not all say that they are brave. I give you that example. As easily I could give you 100 in the name of God. No, every woman wants a good husband, so she will not have to work. 6 beautiful children she can spoil and order about. She listens at the window when we sing to her, and hopes her neighbors listen too, so they will know we have come. But if there were no neighbors, she would care nothing that we came. She preserves our foolish letters, to be sure. They may be of use in the court, and they are in addition the proofs of her prowess. You have your diploma still, mi amigo? Hung said, with my uncle. He's keeping a footlocker for me. So do women preserve our letters. Let me tell you of a man I knew once. He married in the church, a lovely girl, because she had a certain way of looking at him, and little breasts like doves. Her family owned some land also, though it was no better than this. For the ceremony he gave her a fine horse, a Barbary stallion. Her name was Catalina. Hung remarked, I thought you said it was a stallion. He spoke in such a way that no one could have known whether he was joking. Catalina was the girl, Capron, Garcia explained without rancor. The horse Estampido. Drafts had covered the tabletop with sifted red dust, almost invisible until it was disturbed. Garcia moistened a finger and wrote Catalina in the dust. She told me she had dreamed of such a one. I wished to wake her. Surely it's romantic, Hung said, to dream of a horse. Garcia snorted. If you are another horse, perhaps. For Estampido I found a fine white mare to be his wife, though the carabineros did not like it, and there were difficulties. Davis said, I once knew a woman who had been married to a geologist who always dreamed of one particular castle. Bravo! Garcia grinned. When he grinned, his mouth became a sharp V. There you have the true romance, the romance of the male. For a woman, it would have been a palace, a place of luxury without defiance. I met him myself a few times. Davis leaned back, staring at the underside of the roof, as though he saw a nearly forgotten face among its green thermosetting corrugations. He was a big redhead. They were both redheads. Is there a thing about women that makes them like men who look like their brothers? Their fathers, Hung told him. She said he used to talk about it every so often. One of the towers had fallen, she said, and he'd tell her how they were going to fix it, how they'd make the foundation a lot stronger. It had collapsed because of an earthquake, I think. Garcia nodded. For a geologist, that would be natural. And he talked a lot about the walls. They had some kind of system that let them add to the walls again and again, over and over, parapet above parapet. That was what she called them. It was all red rock, she said, something like that. He told her about the people, too, the people who lived in the castle. There was a master of archers who shot against him sometimes. He said this head archer was a dead shot, but mostly he beat him in the end. And there was one certain old man that polished some gold bowls and platters and tended the demon, or whatever it was that lived under the vault. He said maybe it was a god like the one that the Bible calls Moloch, or Ansenef, the blood-drinker from Egypt. Garcia said, The husband was the lord of this castle? Sometimes his father's ghost came. Then his father was the overlord, and Sigrid's husband always asked for his advice and always took it. In the castle there wasn't much difference between a live man and his ghost, she said. Hung said, Maybe they were all ghosts, huh? Davis looked at him sharply. Were you ever there? In this guy's dream castle? Hung shrugged. I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Garcia said softly, No, amigo. Captain Hung has never been there. But you have, I think. So it was a real castle, after all? Davis nodded. the movement of his head so slight as to be nearly imperceptible. In a way it was. He came back from a field trip down the rift. She said she could tell right away that something was wrong. I guess maybe she kissed him and sat in his lap. That was how she acted with me when I was feeling dusty. As you are feeling now, poor little one. I myself prefer blondes, and should I marry again, that is what I will have. But it is no small thing to lose a woman one loves. I just wish I could show her to you. She had blue eyes, like the sky back home, and the longest legs you've ever seen. The line of her legs was just so graceful and tender. Know what I mean? No artist could have programmed it. She had freckles all over. She hated them and said they were ugly, and she put some kind of goop on them to make them lighter. But they were pretty, really. When she soaked in the tub, it looked like she was sprinkled with little rubies. It was like she belonged to some other kind of people, not white or black or anything else we know about. I used to try to get her to stand up. Sometimes she would, but she always had a little apron for herself, you know, in front, made out of bubbles. Hung whistled sharply and tunelessly, his face as blank as ever. She was the most beautiful woman on the world, and I told her that over and over. I don't think she ever really believed I was serious. Garcia nodded. Fortunate for you, she did not. But you say the husband's castle was a real place? You have not said anything about that, only that he was disturbed. That's right. Davis paused. After 3 or 4 days, she said, he started talking about it. Then he wouldn't shut up or talk about anything else. She said he acted, too, as if he hadn't told her about his dreams at all. Now he told her again, beginning back when he was a kid. She said he told her things he hadn't mentioned before, besides the old dreams. He told her a lot about hunting with hawks, except the birds weren't hawks. She couldn't say just what they were. I asked what he'd called them, but she couldn't remember. Then he said he was going there again, and he wanted her to come with him. She wasn't authorized, but he had a lot of pull. The tech who usually went got sick leave, and he and Sigrid took the creeper. Hung said, Pretty dangerous for a gasper. Did she know her way around? She'd had basic. Everybody had to take it, back when she came. But that was all. Davis paused again. She got back all right. Garcia had been inspecting his nails in the light from the candle. They were short, but very dirty, and he began to scrape beneath them with a bit of sharp metal he fished from a pocket. She came back all right, but he did not, this field man, this geologist with the so-beautiful wife. No, Davis said, he didn't come back at all. But he had no help in that from you? Davis shook his head. I wasn't even there. I was way up in the snowlands. Everybody knew that. I would hope so, for your sake. Hung asked, What about the castle? They went a long way down the rift. I went myself later, and it was over 100 kilometers. You know how it is? Days aren't much over an hour long when the sun's clear of both rims, and there are more shades of red in the rock than anybody's got names for. But morning and evening seem like they go on forever, with everything shadowy and almost black. He paused. That's when people see leapers, they say. After a moment he added, I never saw one myself. I have, Hung told him. I was doing a survey, me and an operator, Rosa something. She wasn't black, but one of those dark girls that sweat all the time. He shot a glance toward Garcia, but if the tall man felt the hit, he did not show it. We were setting up, and this Rosa was putting together a signal pole. A couple 100 meters ahead was a side canyon, and the sun was right there, shining between the cliffs. The leaper jumped across, so I saw it against the face of the sun. It looked black, but naturally anything would have. Davis said, Was it like an ape? Somebody I knew said hers looked more like a big ape than anything else, except there were too many arms. It looked like some kind of cat to me, Hung told him. It didn't look so big at that distance, but we went up there later and checked out the cliffs, and it must have been bigger than a tiger."
For an instant the lids of his dark eyes flew wide in a tiger's fierce stare.
"Anyhow, I told Rosa what I'd seen, and we spent a couple of hours scouting around, but we didn't find anything."
Garcia was still cleaning his nails.
"Superstition! What would they eat?" "Who said they have to eat?" "Then how would they leap, mi amigo? Even you will concede that energy is required." "Only if they have mass, and anywhere you've got sunlight you've got energy."
Davis cleared his throat, and Garcia glanced up from his nails.
"You have your own theory, I take it. Is it the vast cities beneath the ground? That is what some believed before the sonic tests."
Davis shook his head.
"You're not eating, Garcia, but you're expending energy."
Garcia opened his mouth to reply, then shut it again and pushed out his lower lip. At length he muttered,
"Stored for so long? Perhaps. Quien sabe?" "Anyhow," Huang continued, "both of us heard it that night. Sometimes it howled and sometimes it screamed. A lot was like howling and screaming together." "El viento?" "Crap," Huang said. "Nobody pays attention to the wind. You get so you tune it out. Besides, we could hear the wind, too, when we listened, and this was different." "As you wish. You said that you yourself saw this castle, amigo." "That's right. After Sigrid told me about it, I made her take me out there. It wasn't easy, but we traded a man I knew out of a day's use of his vehicle. We had to promise we'd say we'd stolen it if we got caught."
Garcia grinned.
"And would you have said that?" "Hell, no. At least I wouldn't have. Sigrid would have, maybe. It was one of the half-tracked creepies, a bullet on a good surface, and dig itself in up to the floorboards in sand or dust. We were most of the day getting there, and most of the night getting back." "But when you were there, what did you see?" "Not what she'd seen, that's for sure. Just a big red rock sticking out of the side of the rift. It was ragged on top, so it did look a bit like a castle if you shut your eyes a little, and there were columns sticking up from the top. You know what I mean? Left by the erosion. Some of them had fallen over." "So you went up to look?" "That's right," Davis said. "We climbed the walls. Sigrid didn't want to, but I talked her into it. She'd been up there with her husband. That's what she told me, so I made her come with me. To tell the truth, I thought that if I left her down on the floor alone, she'd take the creepy and run off in it. She was that scared. 10 to 1 she'd have gotten stuck, and maybe we'd both have died." "Which would not have been desirable, certainly. Doubtless she knew the best slope as well. Was it a bad climb?" "Yeah, it was. Almost up to the toplands. The air got thin as hell. A couple times I was afraid she was going to pass out, and once I thought I was. I had us roped together, though. Do you think they'll ever really make it rain?" Huang nodded. "Sure, but we won't be around to see it." "I guess not. Listen, there really isn't anything left to tell. We got up there, and it was one hell of a climb. When we got our breath, we walked all around. It was pretty big, and saw a whole bunch of rocks with funny shapes, and then we rappelled back down. Getting down was a lot easier than climbing up." "And that's all?" Huang asked. "Just funny rocks? I don't believe you."
Davis shrugged.
"I can't help that. That was it. Some of the rocks had marks on them, but they didn't mean anything. They were just black marks, like there was coal in them or something. They wouldn't rub off."
"Pictures?" Garcia suggested.
"No, mostly just wiggly lines. If you looked long enough, you could see snakes and faces and things, but you can do that if you look long enough at anything, even real writing."
"Pictographs," Huang said. "Want to see me write my name in Chinese? My grandfather showed me." He moistened a finger as Garcia had earlier, and sketched the character in the blood-colored dust.
"It wasn't much like that," Davis said. More like Arabic or maybe Hebrew, but I can't read them, so how would I know? Garcia spat into the corner. As you know, what you saw was not writing, I suppose. Listen, I had her husband's old hammer. You know those things? It had a head like a real hammer on one side and a chisel blade on the other. I used the chisel and split one of those rocks, and there were more marks inside. No doubt the signor would have said that it was a petrified book, and you opened its pages, possibly for the first time in 1,000,000 years. The woman saw no more than you yourself? That's right. You know, Hung said slowly, I'm surprised she doesn't try to help you now, if she really loved you. She liked me. I was crazy about her, I told you that, and I guess I got her on the bounce. She was afraid to sleep alone, all that stuff, but she loved me after a while. I know she did. Garcia whispered, Yet perhaps not quite so much when you had made her climb? More than ever, then, Davis told them. She's dead, all right? I don't want to talk about her any more. As if he had not heard, Hung asked, Why should she love you when you made her do something she didn't want to do? Because she did, Davis said. She wanted to just as much as I did, more. But she needed somebody to make her do it. She needed me to say, Come on, Sigrid, we can't back out now. Quit horsing around and do it. Haven't either of you ever known a woman in your lives? But the lovely Sigrid is dead. She fell, perhaps, while you were climbing down? No, she died in bed, back in the city. We were in bed together, and I didn't kill her. That was what some of them said, but there wasn't a mark on her, or anyway there wasn't when the M.E. examined her. Garcia nodded. We will return to that, I think. But was it while you were climbing down that she saw the leaper? I didn't say she'd seen one. I never said that. Ah, but certainly you did, mi amigo. You said it was by twilight that they were seen, and when you spoke of one who had seen one, you employed the feminine. We are not men of genius, perhaps, Hung and me. Still, we are not fools. It was while you were climbing down? No, it was while we were still up on the castle. You said that was near the topland. Twilight there is not long. There was still bright sunshine up there, Davis admitted, but it was nearly dark down in the rift. She looked over the wall. There were a lot of formations that were like walls, you know, strata that had been tipped on end by geological pressure and combed out by erosion. And thus, looking down, she saw it. Perhaps it was thumbing its nose at her. You said it had many arms. That's right, but she wasn't sure how many. 4 at least, she said. Maybe 6. It was jumping from rock to rock as if it was coming up to join us, except that it didn't. It never got there. Or— He fell silent. Garcia said softly, See? Or if it did, we couldn't see it. I've thought about that sometimes. What if you can't see them up close? He glanced at Hung. Does that make any sense? Sure. Camouflage can be like that sometimes. Anyway, I looked down, but I couldn't see it. And then we waited. We didn't have any weapons, just the hammer. I want to know what it was she told you. Davis nodded as though Hung had read his thoughts, and he, Davis, had expected them to be read. Up there was where she told most of it, while we were waiting. Before it had just been odds and ends about her husband's dream and her going out there with him. I'd known she was frightened of the place, but before then I hadn't really understood why. They had come out in the creeper, not taking quite so much time to get there as we had. She said most of that section was still in deep shadow, but just as they drove up, the sunlight lit the castle, running down the sides of the towers, the big stone shafts, like wildfire, and lighting the battlements. Her husband pointed out each tower to her, and told her something about its history. They hadn't had to climb the way we did, with pitons and so forth. There had been a path up the side of the cliff.
She said she thought she had been hypnotized, although she was never conscious of it, and she didn't think her husband had done it consciously either. But while they climbed the path, he kept talking to her, kept telling her things, and as he talked, the red rock formation she'd seen disappeared. When we'd come, it had looked kind of like a real castle from the bottom of the rift. It was only when we'd climbed up that we saw it wasn't a real castle at all. But when she and her husband had come, it went the other way. The closer they got, the more castle-like it looked, until she could see the sentinels on the walls, she said, tall and wrapped in dark red cloaks, and banners with hairy tails like wolves. So light it seemed like they floated in that thin air. There were ports in the walls, like for gates or windows, and she saw shapes pacing back and forth like the lions in a zoo. Then she looked again, and it wasn't really a castle at all. She said it was like the time her folks had taken her to Mammoth Cave when she was a kid, and at first she'd thought it was just a hole like the neighborhood kids dug sometimes in the side of a hill. But when they got inside, she understood that their little caves were just bad copies of this, and this was the real thing, millions of years older than any kid, and full of power and magic. That's what she said. That was what she saw gripping the cliff face then, the thing that all the castles and forts on earth had been copied from. It was a ship, she said, and it was an emblem. Right then she knew it could come into your dreams if it wanted to, and you couldn't stop it, and she knew it was too old ever to die. Something came fluttering toward them, she said, like a pigeon flies on earth. It had 4 wings like a dragonfly's, and a circle of topaz eyes around a pointed head. When it got close to them, the head bloomed like a flower, and the petals were edged with needle teeth. She said her husband whistled to it. Whistle was as near as she could come to the noise he made. She said she'd never heard anybody whistle like that, and she'd never thought anybody could. The flying thing landed on the crown of his head like a helmet then. It put all 4 wings down over his cheeks and his neck. It put its head under one wing, and it seemed like it was whispering in his ear. She was almost too scared to speak, but she said, "Jack, what's that? What is that thing?" And he turned and answered her, but it was in some language she didn't understand. He took her hand then, gently, she said, and pointed. The castle was sticking out what you call a natural bridge to them, sticking out a long, narrow tongue of rock that fell away at the edges but looked pretty strong down the middle. When it got to the path, her husband stepped out onto it. "Madre de Dios! What happened next?" He tried to pull her after him, and she wanted to come, she said. But when she tried to step out onto the bridge, her foot went right on through it. She nearly fell, and she jerked back as hard as she could. He called out to her, just like any man would, if he'd seen his wife almost fall like that. But he didn't call Sigrid. He called her something else, something she said she could never twist her mouth enough to pronounce. But she knew it was her name. She turned away and ran down the path, but soon it wasn't really a path at all. She was just scrabbling and slipping, she said, down the lower part of the cliff. It wasn't until she was in the crawler that she knew she'd sprained her right wrist. She tried to neutralize the deadlock with her right hand the regular way, and it hurt so much she couldn't get it. She had to reach across to do it and start the engine. That was when she spotted the leaper. It was keeping just ahead of the sunlight racing down the cliff face, and it looked like the shadow of an ape with too many arms. Then it was gone, she said, as if the light had caught up with it, and it had hidden in some crack in the red rock like the other shadows. She shut the crawler's bubble and jerked out the throttle. She could have stalled it, I guess, but it was a good machine. She got back all right. "But subsequently died," Garcia said dryly. "Died in the bed with you, no? How much after, amigo? A year, perhaps?" Davis shook his head. "Couple of months." Huang asked, "What was the mark?" Davis did not answer.
You said there weren't any marks on her when the medical examiner saw her, so there was one before that. What was it, and how'd you get rid of it? You might as well tell us. A hand, Davis said. It was the mark of a red hand, a big hand with long fingers. Ah, Garcia chuckled. Around her throat, amigo? No, not on her neck. Davis spoke slowly, as men do when they force themselves to recall things they would sooner forget. It was on her right hand, just like somebody with blood on his hand had shaken hands with her. I tried to wash it off. For a real long time I scrubbed at it. Finally, I even rubbed some of the cream she put on her freckles on it, but the cream didn't work either. Yet the medical examiner failed to see it? I find that interesting. I got out the big knife she used to chop vegetables with. I thought maybe I could scrape it off her hand. Davis spread his own hands in appeal. Of course, Garcia said. But that, too, was ineffective? I'd had this dream that night. I dreamed she hadn't gotten away from him, and he was pulling and pulling, stronger all the time, taking her with him. I had her other hand, and I tried to follow them, but I slipped. The stone bridge was like glass, and I fell, and the leaper was down in the rift waiting for me. So, when it wouldn't scrape off either, I tried to cut it off, except I couldn't. He turned toward Hung, desperate for reassurance. I tried and tried, but I was just hacking her up. I thought dead people didn't bleed, but she bled and bled. God, what a mess! Hung nodded. Sure, bound to be. Then I tried to cut her whole hand off. I pulled her part way off the bed so I could lay her arm on the floor and chop at it. That didn't work either. It's not as easy as they make it look on the nets. Hung said, A machete, that's what you needed. Or a hatchet, amigo. Garcia's eyes were sad, though half a smile played about his lips. But I got it in the end. I checked a power saw out of the tool room and took it back to our place. I wrapped her hand in a couple of towels and dropped it in the incinerator. They never found it. Everything they saw was mine, and there wasn't a mark on her. He struck the table with his fist. No one spoke. Anyway, that's why I'm here, Davis said. Garcia nodded to himself. I think it got her scent when we went back. She died that night in bed. Maybe it got mine then. Did I tell you? Neither man answered him. The silence thickened until it seemed to fill the dark corners of the shack and press against the candle flame like smoke. At last Hung said, Whatever happened to your wife, Pepe? To Catalina? Garcia shook himself as though wakening from an evil dream. He trampled her, he whispered. That black stallion, that big estampido. He trampled her one hot afternoon toward the end of August. Hung told Davis, The guys trained those stallions to fight down there, just like you'd train a Doberman. The stallion goes for you when his trainer gives the signal. Seeing Davis' face, Garcia took him by the shoulder. Her heart, amigo. He trampled upon her little heart, that is what I meant to say, when she watched him mount the mare. The heart of a woman is such a fragile thing, so easily broken. Outside and far away, something shrieked louder than the keening of the dust-laden wind. The Tale of the Rose and the Nightingale, and What Came of It. Copyright 1988 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Arabesques, edited by Susan Schwartz. Tum, tum, tump, sang the new storyteller's drum. Tumpty, tum, tum, tup. And Ali ben Hassan, the beggar boy who sometimes claimed his true name was Ali Bakshish, the boy Ali who was, it was sometimes reported, more thief than beggar, turned to look. The new recounter of old tales was young and handsome, his beard as brown as a chestnut. There was a pistol of fez, which is where they make the best ones, in his sash, and a smile on his lips. Ali ceased to pester a camel-driver and dashed past the potter's stall to squat beside the storyteller and extend cupped hands.
"Bakshish," Ali whined. "Most noble lord, Sultan of story. Allahu A'alam. I have nothing, nothing."
"What?" exclaimed the storyteller, continuing to tap his little drum with his fingers. "You say you have nothing, but first beg the indulgence of Allah for telling lies? You won't get fat like that."
"But, Prince of Parable, I desire to see those gardens of lasting delight which Allah, the Creator, the ever-beneficent, reserves for the faithful. How am I to do so if I tell lies?"
"By lying to Allah, I suppose."
"Master of mystery," protested Ali, "master of history, far be it from you to say such a thing. I did not hear it."
"Nor did I hear your unfortunate demand for bakshish," the storyteller replied calmly, still tapping his drum.
"Do not all good Moslems give alms?" Ali raised his voice. "Allahu A'alam. I have nothing."
"It is truly written that none shall starve," replied the storyteller. "Tell me what it is you have, and possibly I may give you something, though it will not be money."
"I have 3 things," Ali answered eagerly. "Hearken, O Raja of Romance, and I shall enumerate them. No, 4. By the beard, 4. For I have this clout, which conceals my private parts."
"Which may remain so."
"My turban, my lice, and you. Is it not written that food meet to each shall be appointed to him? You—"
"No," interrupted the storyteller, "it is not."
"Have surely been appointed by the most compassionate to feed me. Are you a scholar, and so young?"
"I'd a good master," the storyteller said. "Mullah Ibrahim the Wise, that holy man."
"To teach you to tell stories in the bazaar? What are you going to give me?"
"A story, of course. I've one to give, and you've ears in which to receive it, and perhaps if I tell you a story, others will come to listen as well." The Tale of the Rose and the Nightingale. Long, long ago, so the storyteller began, there bloomed in the Pasha's garden a lovely white rose, the most beautiful flower ever seen. Her waist was a date palm in the wind, her breasts 'twin white doves, her hips the saddle of a milk-white dromedary without flaw, her face the moon. The perfume of her limbs filled the whole garden, and her flesh shone like silver. Ali nodded, knowing that in a story a flower might readily be a woman. A little brown nightingale wandered into the garden, so the storyteller continued, in search of a mate. He beheld the white rose and fell hopelessly in love with her. He began to build a palace for her in the mulberry tree, and each night he serenaded her from its lowest limb, songs filled with passion and parting, songs sorrowful, and songs that wept with so much joy that the stars bent to listen. "I love you, you, he sang, only you. Oh, be my bride." And the rose nodded on her stem, and smiled, and at last sent a message by a moth. "Come closer, O my dearest love," it ran, "but come not too near." The little nightingale was mad with delight. So beat his heart in his tiny bosom that it seemed it must soon burst. "She loves me," he thought, and he sang, "You love me, you love me, you love me." Fools may believe it was but the soft wind that caressed the garden, but the nightingale knew better, and so do I. The rose nodded on her stem, and he fluttered for joy. A stranger had come into the bazaar, an old man whose eyes were always shut, who felt out his path with a long white stick. The boy, Ali, had been too intent on the story to notice him at first, but he caught sight of him as the storyteller said, "Joy," for this old man was feeling his way past the potter's stall, tapping each pot with his stick. "Here, venerable one," quickly cried the potter, fearful his wares might be broken, "permit a wretched man of clay to guide you." He took the old man by the elbow. "Where do you desire to go, venerable one?" "I heard a story told," answered the old man. "Or rather, I heard the speech of a storyteller, for now I hear it no more. Once, O my brother, it was my only pleasure to read that which is sacred, heeding naught else. And I did so till I had learned every verse as no man since. Observing that I had no more need for them, the all-seeing one put out my eyes. Now I mumble his verses in the dark, but hear storytellers sometimes." "What wisdom!" cried the potter. "Hear him, O you sons of the Moslems. Here's the storyteller, venerable one. Please to be seated." "Thank you, my brother," replied the old man. "Thump your clay gently." The nightingale flew to a honeysuckle bush near the rose and sang again, and when he had finished his song, a crystal drop of dew fell from the rose. "Why do you weep, lovely one?" inquired the nightingale. "Was my song so sad?" "Because I am to be uprooted tomorrow," answered the rose, "because I am not red. Today, O my lover, while you slept, I heard the Pasha instructing our gardener. A red rose of Isfahan is to take my place, for the Pasha does not like white roses." At this the little nightingale wept too, and for the rest of the night his songs were the saddest he knew, filled with love unrequited and lovers sundered by death. As dawn came, he said to the rose, "I would save you if I could, but I no more than you can prevail against the might of the Pasha. May I have one kiss? I shall count it most sacred for the remainder of my time upon earth." The rose shook her dew-weighed head as she stared at the ground. "You are certain to tear yourself on my thorns," she said. But the nightingale cared not a copper for that. At once he flew to the rose's stem and pressed his lips to hers, and as he drew away his bright eyes noticed a single fleck of scarlet on one of the rose's outermost petals. "Oh, look!" he cried. "See this? My kiss has left a red spot there. If we were to kiss 1,000 times, dearest rose, you would be a red rose, and so might live." "That dot of scarlet is your own heart's blood," the rose told him. "It is there because you tore your wing on my thorns, just as I feared." "One drop is nothing," cried the little nightingale, for he knew then what he must do. Taking wing and flying to a dizzying height, he plunged into the rose bush, where he was torn like one who suffers the death of 1,000 cuts. Bleeding everywhere, he fluttered above the rose. "That's a very sad story," said Ali, who was approaching that age at which young men desire women, and so come to ruin. "But a beautiful one, too. I'll remember it for a long time."
"There's more," the old man whispered. "I've heard this tale before. We must discover what became of them both."
"In the hour that follows the morning prayer," continued the storyteller, "the gardener came into the garden with his spade. He set its blade to the root of the rose-bush, paying no heed at all to the dead bird lying there. But before he had dug deep, he noticed that one single white rose was splattered and dotted everywhere with scarlet. "How odd!" he said to himself, and then, "But how lovely! By the Janat al-Na'im! For the honor of all gardeners, such a bush must not be destroyed. What am I to do?" And so, when he had thought upon the matter for a time, he dug up the rose-bush indeed, and planted a red rose of Isfahan in its place, as his master had ordered him. But he carried the bush that bore the rose the little nightingale had loved to a part of the garden where few ever came, and dug a goodly hole for its roots there. Into this hole he cast the body of the dead bird he had found in his garden, and he replanted the rose-bush on top of it. Since that day most of its blossoms have been crimson, the hue of old blood. But once in each year, always at the full of the last moon of summer, the bush bears a white rose spotted and dotted everywhere with scarlet.
and it is said that he who picks that rose may choose any love he wishes, for so long as the rose remains unwithered, and hold her forever. After this, the storyteller recounted many another strange tale, such as that of Yunus, the scribe, and Walid ben Saul, that of Garib, and his brother Ajib, that of the city of brass, and that of the 4 accused. Listeners came and went, idlers and potters, sherbet vendors, shopkeepers, soldiers, and the boatmen of the Nile. But always Ali and the old man remained where they were, and though they put nothing in the storyteller's bowl, he did not complain of them. At length the hour drew near when the gates are shut, and there was no one left to listen but Ali and the old man. Then Ali said, "O master of mirth, you have given me far more than I expected. What gold is like your words? I shall ask no more, but if I were to ask more, I would ask that you tell your tale of the rose and the nightingale again, before we go to our beds." The storyteller feigned to make a salaam. "I will indeed tell it yet again," he said, "though upon some other day. And I am happy to hear you liked it so well, for to my own mind it possesses every merit a tale requires, of which fantasy, color, and pathos are the chief." The old man combed his white beard with his fingers. "It has another," said he, "one you have not touched upon, that of truth, for it is indeed written that such a bush grows in the Pasha's garden." "What?" exclaimed the boy Ali. "Why, I'd give my life to see it." The blind old man nodded. "And so would I, boy, so would I. It does indeed." "I wouldn't," said the storyteller, "for I have found that I am able to net loves enough without magic, and as for holding them forever, who but a madman would wish it? Yet I too would like to see a magic rose if I could." Ali shook his head. "I'm afraid you can't, O Lord of Long Words. They say there's a high wall around the Pasha's garden, so his wives and the other ladies of his harem can walk there." The old man laid a dry hand upon Ali's thigh. "Nor can I ever. Yet you might, boy, for I know a means by which one such as yourself may be admitted to that garden." Then the boy Ali's mouth opened wide, for he could scarcely believe his good fortune. And at last he said, "Might it be, O monarch of muezzins, that the rose blooms tonight?" And the old man answered, "That rose opened today, for last night saw the final full moon of summer." "Then tell me, how can I get into the Pasha's garden?" The old man shook his head. "That I may not do, boy, for it is a secret that may never be spoken. But if you will guide me there, I will instruct you in the method." "This very night, my master, if you can walk so far." "I cannot," the old man told him, "but a donkey can trot any distance one wishes." Then the storyteller exclaimed, "By the Prophet, I must go with you. I'll see the Pasha's garden myself, if it be the will of Allah, and I'll hire a donkey too." "Oh, my masters," said the boy Ali, for he knew that though they might ride, he must walk. "If you're both going, there's no need. Let's hire a boat instead. I know a Rais, a captain, my masters, who has a good one, small, fleet, and cheap. A boat does not jolt, and it will cool tonight upon the water." "Wisely spoken, boy," said the old man, preparing to rise. "If this storyteller and I combine our purses, it should not be too much. But you must guide me to this boat." "And I," said the storyteller, "for I'm newly come from Baghdad." "Then come," said Ali, "and I'll show you everything on the way." And he took the sleeve of the old man's robe and led them down one crooked street after another. "Here's the water buffalo that turns the well pump for the whole quarter. His name is Kubar. See, he lets me put my hand on his horn. Now go through yonder door, my masters, and we'll save ourselves much walking."
They did as he bid, entering a high-walled building through a narrow hall that soon opened into a wide court.
"This is our slave market. The auction's over for today. Never fear, my masters. There's another door on the other side, just like the one we came in through. Over there are the 6 slaves. You can get one for next to nothing if you want to feed the crows. Here are the well ones. The dark ones are Nubians. They're the best. The yellow skins are Abyssinians. People say they're too smart to make good slaves. The women are in those booths." A light-skinned Abyssinian girl with a great deal of brass jewelry thrust her head through the curtains of one to smile at the storyteller, then put out her tongue. "She wants to show you that she's not sick," Ali explained. "She thinks you're rich because you're dressed so well. She'd like a rich, handsome young master. Most storytellers dress in rags."
As did I. But while I was in Baghdad, I told my tale of the rose and the nightingale to the caliph, who filled my mouth with gold.
"Ah," said Ali, "I wondered about that. Then you could buy her, for she could be had for silver. There's Circassians, too, and gala girls. They have cool flesh for the hot nights. And some Franks, I think. But you have to beat the Franks every day, or they'll murder their masters."
"What's that?" inquired the storyteller as they came out the second door.
"That shaft of stone? The idol of an infidel queen. It ought to be pulled down, only it's so tall it would take the houses of believers with it."
"Ah," the old man nodded, smiling to himself.
"That's an obelisk, boy. Cleopatra erected that to the honor of her son by Julius Caesar." "And right over there's the women's bath, my masters," Ali announced. "Our eunuchs used to wash there too, but some young men learned to draw their stones up into their bodies and pass for eunuchs, so now they won't let them."
Another street, wider but as contorted as the rest, led to the docks, where lounging sailors were jostled by the impatient travelers of 6 nations, Bedouins, Greeks, Armenians, and Jews. A proud Turk with a small black boy to carry his pipe, and angry janissary with a cocked fusil in one hand and a letter in the other.
"Way!" shrilled Ali. "Way for the Holy One! Way! Make way for the Caliph's favorite!"
No one paid him the least attention, and they had to push through the crowd as best they could. At the very end of a long wharf, 3 nearly naked Arabs lounged in a small kanja.
"Up the river to the palace at once," Ali called to them, "and with all speed."
The Rais, whose turban was a trifle larger than the others, yawned and rose. "You wish us to wait for you, sir?" he asked the storyteller. "You will return to the city with us? 50 piastres." After some reasoned discussion in which the storyteller and the old man frequently swore they would prefer to walk, and the Rais declared that it had been his intention to sink his vessel at once and so escape the tax collectors, 31 was agreed upon, 15 to be paid on the spot, and the remaining 16 on their return. The storyteller counted out the money. The Rais shouted to his crew. The crew climbed the stubby masts and freed the enormous rust-colored sails from the long, slanting lateen yards, and as quickly as a man lights his chibouk, the little kanja was cracking up the river, with white water boiling at her bow.
"Our Nile is the most wonderful river in the whole world," Ali explained happily. "It runs, behold, my masters, to the great sea in the north. The wind blows toward the cataracts of the south."
"Except when it doesn't," the Rais put in softly.
"And so a man may sail up and come down with the current all his life and never wet an oar."
The old man grunted as he made himself comfortable in the stern.
"It's a long time since I've been on this river. I had my eyes then. You'll have to tell me what we're passing, boy, so I know where we are." "Then hear, most holy one," said Ali, who was even more respectful in the presence of the Rais and the crew, "that on my right hand stand the mighty tombs of the infidel kings, black as pitch against the setting of the sun, and peaked like so many tents, though each is loftier than many a mountain. Opposite are mountains indeed, carved by Allah, and not by infidels, the mountains of Mokattam, my master, where your servant has never set his foot. Behind our craft the great, the beautiful city lights, the lamps no man can count, which fade with distance, my master, even as the host of heaven brightens. Before us rise the famous cliffs. Ali looked about for something with which to cover himself, for the night air was indeed chill upon the Nile. "You grope for your robe, boy," said the old man, "but you're sitting on it." At that the storyteller laughed. It was so, though the boy Ali had never in his life owned a robe. When he stretched his hand toward the wooden seat, it was not wood his fingers encountered, but cotton cloth. He stood and held it up, and it was indeed just such a robe as someone of his size might wear, of white striped with a darker color. "10,000 blessings, my master!" exclaimed Ali. Then he muttered to himself, "I wish I had a light." The old man said, "The stripes are brown, boy. Now put it on." When the robe was settled in place, so that Ali was covered from his shoulders to his ankles, he said, "O my master, holiest wazir of all wisdom, I had thought you blind." And the old man answered, "Now that night has come, I see more clearly." The storyteller touched Ali's arm and pointed. "What are those dark openings in the cliffs?" "Tombs, my master, the tombs of infidels of long ago." "Some are lit from within. Their lights are faint, but I see them. Look there." "Those are ghoul lights, my master," Ali told him. "Ghouls dwell in the tombs." The old man said, "Tell him of them." "It is unlucky to speak of them, my master," Ali said, and he looked to one side. "Speak nevertheless," said the storyteller, "and may your ill luck fall upon me." "Have they no ghouls in Baghdad?" The storyteller nodded. "Evil things that claw at graves by night and sometimes kill the watchman." "So are they here," said Ali. "They devour the seer bodies of infidels long dead, and eat the funeral meats left with them. They don their jewels, too, and hold an evil carouse, dancing to a music that would drive a true believer mad. When day comes, they hide the jewels, so that honest men cannot find them." The storyteller thought upon this for a time, and at last he said, "What of the king's tombs we saw? Are there greater ghouls than those?" The boy Ali shook his head. "There's a guardian set there by the kings, with a man's face and a lion's feet. Should any ghoul approach those tombs, he would rise and tear it to pieces. If its face were a lion's, my master, it would flee, for all beasts fear them greatly. If its hands were a man's, it could do nothing, for the hands of men are weak against ghouls. Thus it is as it is, and they fear it and do not come. Now let us speak no more of these evil things." "Boy," said the old man, "take up my stick." Ali picked it up, a long slender rod of heavy wood, topped with a knob of bone. "I can't see which tombs show a light," the old man said. "But you can. Stand up, boy. Are you standing up?" Ali rose again. "Yes, my master, I stand." "Then point my stick at a tomb that shows a light, boy, at the nearest." They were abreast such a tomb as he spoke. A faint blue ghoul light played about its mouth, at times weakly, at others more strongly. "I have done so, my master," whispered Ali. Slowly, though not feebly, the old man's hands reached for his staff, a dark serpent that tested the distance between one branch and the next. After what seemed to Ali a very long time indeed, the strong brown fingers touched the white wood, and the radiance at the tomb's entrance brightened as if a bale fire had been kindled within, and a great voice boomed forth from the narrow stone doorway. All the horrors of death were in it, the stench of corpses, and the dust and the dirt that follow that stench. As the hyena gives tongue, though its mouth chokes on putrescence, it howled, "Hail to thee, Mullah Ibrahim! Peace be between thee and me." Ali returned the old man's stick to the place at his side where it had lain, and thereafter he sat with his head in his hands, and said nothing of cliff or mountain, ruined temple or mosque of faith, or of anything else that the boat passed. For he recalled that the storyteller had told him that his teacher had been the Mullah Ibrahim, and he knew that the two, although they might feign to have met first that day in the bazaar, were in reality pupil and master, and that they had snared him for a purpose he could not guess. At last the storyteller took him by the shoulder and said, "Come." Ali raised his head and saw they were at the landing of the Pasha's palace. He saw, too, that dawn had come, or nearly, for it was almost the hour at which a man can distinguish between a fine white thread and a black one, which in Ramadan signals the beginning of the fast. He rose as he was bid and mounted the slippery stone steps, the storyteller following him with his hand still gripping Ali's shoulder, and the old man walking before them, tapping each step with his stick. Sandalwood gates studded with iron stood at the top of the stair. A janissary dozed before them, his back to a pillar, his hand folded across the muzzle of his long ivory inlaid musket. "Hush!" commanded the old man. "He will not wake, but should we make too much noise, he may lift his head and speak." He brushed the gray stones of the wall with one hand and held his stick before him with the other. Ali nodded, though he wanted to shout. For 1,000 steps and more they crept in the shadow of those gray stones, until the wall curved away from the river. The storyteller said, "Now we must make haste. Night is nearly flown." "Not for me," the old man told him. Before them stood a cracked ashlar, from which the unholy glyphs of infidel times were almost weathered away, the refuse of the Pasha's garden on the other side of the wall. Here the old man seated himself, saying, "Take off your robe, boy, and cast it at my feet." Ali did not wish to do so, but the storyteller cuffed him until he thought it better to obey. But while they scuffled and Ali wept, the old man paid them no heed. His blind eyes were upturned to the dimming stars, his crooked legs crossed under him, the palms of his hands flattened upon the glyphs. He neither moved nor spoke. "Oh, my master, what is he doing?" Ali ventured when he had tossed his robe at the base of the rose-hued ashlar. Fingering his beard, the storyteller said, "He sends his soul to Jinnistan, the land of sorcery." "Is it near?" Ali inquired. "As close as the ground under our feet," the storyteller told him, "and as distant as Mount Kaf." Then Ali opened his mouth to frame another question, and though he did not speak, it remained thus open for some time after, for he saw his robe stir as though there were a serpent beneath it. "Now," said the storyteller, speaking softly and quickly, "hear me. I'll instruct you only once, and if you should fail, it's your life. In the garden, find the great fountain. From it lead 6 paths. Follow the narrowest, the path of pink stones. A woman waits at the end, beside the bush I told you of. She'll indicate the correct rose to you. Bring it to me, and you'll be restored to your proper shape. You'll be well rewarded, and all will be well for you." Poor Ali did not nod, nor did he express his understanding in any other way, and although he heard the storyteller's words, he scarcely knew they had been spoken. For the robe the old man had given him danced like a pot on the fire, waved its arms and lifted into the air, filled out in a fashion that showed plainly that another wore it, though that other was not to be seen. The storyteller pinned Ali's arms to his sides. "Cease your squirming," he hissed. "Move or cry out, and I'll break both your legs and throw you into the river." And the robe settled over poor Ali's head, blinding him. Then he could see once more, though the world appeared to his eyes a larger and a far stranger place than he would ever have believed it could. The storyteller had released him, but the robe held both his arms to his sides still, for they were not in its sleeves.
Rather, the empty sleeves now flapped and fluttered, as if a gale blew for them alone, though the body of the robe was quiet. The wall of the Pasha's garden rose higher than the sky, and though the grey light of dawn was all the light there was, everything Ali saw seemed brighter and newer than he had ever seen anything before. The stars were amethysts and jacinths, sapphires and hyacinths. The Nile a rich mocha sea, a crocodile on a distant mud bank, a living emerald. He wished both to sing and to fly, and very much to his own astonishment he did both at once, rising on wings that seemed to fan the air without effort, and trilling like such a music-box as ears have never heard. The Pasha's wall, which had appeared an impassable barrier, was no more than a rope of stones trailed over the ground. He had crossed it before he could decide whether to cross or not, and a country of silver fish ponds and gay flower beds stretched beneath him, like the most gorgeous of carpets in the far-away palace of the Sultan. In a wink he saw the great fountain and the path of pink stones, which soon vanished, however, beneath stately palms and lush fruit trees. "I'm a bird," he thought, "and if I wish to be a boy again, I must follow that path. But do I really wish it? What is this thing they call the soul, that flies to Genistan or Paradise, but a bird that sleeps in the body until it is time to quit the nest? Thus I have died, very likely already. Why should I die twice? Besides, when I was a boy, I had to beg my bread. As a bird, I can eat bugs. There are more than enough to feed all the birds that Allah's hatched since the beginning of the world. As a boy, I had lice, which could not be checked without coppers for the bath. As a bird, I have mites, which can be checked with a bath of dust. As a boy, I played with my fellow boys, but as a bird, shall I not sing all day with my fellow birds? There passes one now, my comrade in the air." At this thought, the bird Ali glanced to his right, where a wild duck winged its way toward the marshes of the Fayoum. Just as he looked, a falcon stooped for it like a thunderbolt. The unfortunate duck gave an eerie, despairing cry and plummeted to earth, as did the bird Ali, diving under the shelter of a friendly orange tree and whizzing down the path of pink stones like an arrow. Through a grotto it wound, past lesser fountains, and over a bridge not much larger than a table. At last it ended in a cul-de-sac closed by a large rose-bush. A young woman waited there, unveiled, her dainty feet upon a slab of pink stone. But though any man would have called her lovely, she seemed a giantess to the terrified Ali, with hands that could break his bones as a squirrel cracks nuts. And though she whistled most plaintively to him, he was careful to perch well out of her reach. "Are you the bird?" she inquired of him. Her voice was gunfire and thunder to poor Ali, and yet he understood her words. He struggled to speak, but his lips were stiff, and he sang instead. "Then there's no reason to delay," said the young woman, "for that fat Omar will soon discover I'm absent from my bed." With that, she drew scissors from the waist of her embroidered trousers and cut a dappled rose from the bush. Ali the bird fluttered to the rose-bush and clamped his beak on the rose, but no sooner had it shut than the face of the sun peeped over the garden wall. Its first rays struck the little nightingale in the rose-bush. At once his feathers were the brown stripes of a cotton robe, and Ali the boy who wore that robe. And as he staggered from the rose-bush, his robe torn, and his arms and cheeks scratched and bleeding, still too dazed to speak, the young woman caught him in such an embrace as he had never felt since the day his mother died. "I love you," cried the young woman. "I love you, I love you, I love no one but you. You and you only are the pearl of the firmament to me, and shall be forever." Ali took the rose from his mouth, and discovered that the young woman was scarcely taller than he, and now that he was a boy once more, and nearly a man, he learned, too, how lovely she was, her flesh silver, and her face the moon. "Will you tell me your name?" she asked, suddenly shy. "I'm Ali," he told her. "And you are—"
"Zandra," she said, and they kissed. As their lips met, the dappled rose she had cut for him withered and dropped from his fingers to the ground. And though he was a trifle the smaller, Ali knew that he was taller than the sky. What had Rustum? What had Akbar Khan? That he had not? A horse, a sword, a banner, and 1,000 ragged rascals to follow it? They were trivialities, and would be his as soon as he wanted them. "You're unlucky, Zandra," he whispered. "The spell of the rose has made you love a beggar boy. But though he will not be a boy always, nor a beggar always, he will be your slave always." "I am unluckier than you know, O my heart," she replied, "for this is the Pasha's garden, and I am the Pasha's. Should Omar the chief eunuch, or any of the others, find us here, he will slay you and hew my quivering body into 4 quarters. "Then they must not find us. Tell me quickly, why did the storyteller send me for the rose?" "A storyteller?" inquired Zandra. "Describe him to me." "He's tall and straight and very fine-looking," said Ali, recalling the man to his mind's eye. "He has a beautiful brown beard and a masterful gaze. His turban is silk, his vest is green kid, and he wears a pistol from Fez and a red sash. With him is a blind old man, a little taller even than he, but stooped. Mullah Ibrahim the Wise." "I know nothing of such an old man," Zandra told him. "But the young one is no storyteller, but Prince Abdullah al-Hazik. A month past he was my master's guest in this palace. He met me in this garden, where no stranger is to be." "And are you the Pasha's most favored wife?" Sadly, Zandra shook her head. "Only his concubine. There were more than 100 of us." "How did you come to meet my storyteller here? Was it by chance?" "No," she said. She drew away from him by half a step, and her eyes found the pink stone at her feet. "Tell me," demanded Ali. "It might save our lives. Do you think it really matters to me that another has seen my beloved's face? I who love you and have worn others' rags all my life?" "We danced for him," confessed poor Zandra. "I and all the youngest of the Pasha's concubines. Our elders played for us on their lutes and zithers, and on the flute and the little woman's drum. I had cymbals for my fingers and gold bells on my wrists and ankles, and I played my tambourine. We had danced like that before, but never for a guest so young and handsome. Oh, my heart, you should have heard the music, as fierce and sweet as the wind from sea." She whirled, hands above her head and fingers snapping, and her hips were the tossing billows of the wild Aegean from which she came, and her little feet thumped the path of pink stones in the rhythm of her dance. And though every fool in the bazaar would have said that there was no music, yet Ali heard it plainly, the shrilling of the shababi and the thudding of the darabaka. Abruptly she stopped. "And he looked at me, beloved, and I at him, and I knew he would meet me in the garden beneath the moon. We went there to cool ourselves when we had danced, and I hid till all the rest had gone. Since that time, old Rasha has carried many messages for us." Her eyes filled with tears. "I understand," said Ali, who had once or twice assisted in the transmission of such messages himself. "But why did he want the rose?" Zandra wiped her eyes. "Because of the inscription on a certain stone that lies beyond our wall. I've never seen it, and I couldn't read it anyway. But he says it says, 'Here is the treasure of Osiris.' That was a king of the infidels, I think. I open to love alone. Prince Abdullah said it would open to the bearer of the rose. Where is it?" "I dropped it," Ali confessed. "Here it is on the stone. But how fast it faded." Zandra bent to pick it up, and Ali was seized with shame to think that he had made this lovely child weep, and that she, the Pasha's concubine, should wait upon him, a pauper and a beggar. "No, no," he protested. "Let me get it for you, my lady." Their hands met upon the pink stone.
It lifted at once, as if hinged, and the rose slid from it to lie at the foot of the bush, where it lies still. Before them opened a murky and narrow shaft, which a flight of steep stone steps descended, as it seemed, forever.
"Caught!"
exclaimed a reedy voice behind them. They turned as one, and Zandra cried, Omar, Omar, please, we—"
"Silence, I say!"
Twice Ali's height, the eunuch lumbered toward them, penning them in the cul-de-sac. His belly preceded his advance as a battering ram leads a storming party, and he held a heavy scimitar at the ready.
"I fear that you must die, my children. What is this?"
"The secret road to a great treasure, sir," said Ali, whose wits had been honed on many a dinnerless day. "Jewels and gold beyond counting. Look here." Quickly he pointed to the glyphs carved on the underside of the stone, a bent object that might be a whip, a human leg and foot, a shallow cup, and a crocodile. "It's plain enough, surely," continued Ali, who had heard that eunuchs hunger after money and respect as whole men lust for power and women, though he could not read even plain Arabic. "The lash and the foot mean that anyone who walks here without permission will be beaten. The cup shows that this is where the drinking vessels are, and the crocodile that they belong to the king of the river." Zandra whispered, "Oh, what a pity you must kill us, Omar! My screams and our blood, still more the hacked limbs of our dismembered bodies, will attract a great deal of attention to this spot. You'll be lucky to get so much as a single goblet before the Janissaries take charge of everything." "But if you were to spare us," Ali added quickly, "we could assist you, and since it would be our lives to reveal a word of this, we would reveal nothing ever." "Never," confirmed Zandra.
Said the eunuch.
With his left hand he stroked his chin, which was smoother than Ali's. He looked from one to the other with the clever little eyes of a pig.
"I could take you elsewhere, however. Indeed, it seems a capital idea. You, of course, will flee, young man."
Sudden as a cobra strike, his left hand seized Ali's arm and clamped it like a vice.
"And I should have the greatest difficulty catching you. I suppose you might even scale the wall. No doubt that's how you got in. It would be best if you did not. Our Zandra may fly if she likes. She won't get over the wall so easily, I think, and I shall hunt her down. Come, my children."
He swung Ali about, and Zandra followed, weeping. With a crash like a thunderclap, the stone slammed close behind them. The eunuch spun around to stare at it.
"How did you get that open?"
"We just touched it," Zandra told him. Ali cleared his throat. "There's another pink stone on the other side of the wall, sir. It's all rather complicated." The eunuch set his foot upon the stone. Nothing happened.
"Why, I've touched this myself a score of times," he muttered. "What's this about another stone outside?"
"And into that stone," Ali continued in his most impressive voice, "are carved the following words: 'I reveal the treasure to true love only.' There's also a man, a most evil man, sir, a certain Prince Abdullah of Baghdad."
"I know him well," put in the eunuch. "A true son of the Prophet and a most generous, nobly spirited gentleman."
"Who's hot on the trail of this very treasure, sir, aided by his old tutor, Mullah Ibrahim. Prince Abdullah, however—"
"Still your chatter," ordered the eunuch. "You two touched it, you say, and it opened?"
Ali and Zandra nodded.
"Then touch it again at once."
Zandra said softly,
"Our hands were together, Omar. We touched it together." "Then do so again. The boy may use his free hand."
Ali and Zandra joined hands and looked at each other for a moment before they touched the pink stone, which sprang up as if thrown wide by the djinn. The eunuch nodded to himself.
"You are quite correct. I must spare you. Serve me well, and by my honor you both shall live. His Excellency will hear nothing of this."
"We will!" cried Ali, and "Oh, we will!" Zandra. And that scoundrel Prince Abdullah wishes to seize my treasure, you say?
Ali nodded. But he thinks it's underneath the pink stone outside. So did I until we opened this a moment ago. Mullah Ibrahim must have read the writing on the stone for him, but the mullah's blind. Either he read it by feeling the carvings, or Abdullah described them to him. He couldn't see the stone. If he had, he probably would have guessed it wasn't where it had been in the days of the infidels. I suppose the masons wanted it to build the wall, but it cracked and they threw it away.
And this unworthy prince is still seeking to discover how it may be opened?
Yes, sir.
Then I'm far ahead of the rogue. And now, children, we must see what I have found. You will go ahead of me, I think. I wouldn't want that stone to shut with myself inside.
Ali went first, biting his lips, for the darkness and the dank smell of the place frightened him. Zandra followed close behind him, trembling and gulping down sobs. The eunuch brought up the rear with his big scimitar in his hand and a little smile of complacency on his face. When the three had descended 100 steps and were far beneath the ground, the stair ended in mud. Had it been night in the Pasha's garden above, or even afternoon, the cavern in which they found themselves would have been as black as the pit. As it was, the morning sun shot its rays down the long straight stair after them, tracing a rectangle of tarnished gold at the bottom that seemed to their eyes almost blinding, and lent some faint illumination to the whole. It was not a very prepossessing hole, and scarcely looked like a treasure house. A wide, low cave in which mud mixed with rock and gravel sloped toward an underground pool of dark water. In places, slabs had fallen from the ceiling and lay level with the mud, forming paths of stepping stones that led nowhere. In others, long stalactites nearly touched the floor, or touched it to form pillars, and in still others, delicate white curtains of stone had been drawn before small and secret chambers. Poor Ali shivered, feeling he breathed the chill air of a bygone time, of the age that had ended on the day the Nile turned to blood. Its unclean idols gathered invisibly about him, half-human figures, having the heads and horns and tusks of beasts. The eunuch hurried into the cavern to search for treasure, forgetful of his captives. Ali would have fled up the stair if it could have been done without abandoning Zandra, who clung to his arm.
"No cups here," the eunuch grumbled. "Mere emptiness, dark, dampness, and nothing more. This tomb was rifled long ago, and the miserable grave robbers took everything."
Zandra whispered, "I'm not sure it's a tomb at all, or that it ever was."
"All the worse for us, then," said the eunuch, returning to them. "I ought to slay you both on the spot. It's my duty, in fact, one I've neglected too long already."
"I think the treasure might be under the water, Omar. I saw a gleam of gold there, I think."
"So did I," said Ali.
And as he spoke, the still water was roiled, boiling and rippling with the movements of something beneath the surface.
"Did you?" muttered the eunuch. "Well, I'll have a look."
And the snout of a huge crocodile appeared, but the eunuch seemed not to see it. "Watch out, Omar," Zandra called. "The bubbles." He glanced at her over his shoulder.
"Look out? For what?"
Only the eyes and nostrils of the crocodile appeared above the water, but they raced toward him, trailing a sharp wake like a small swift boat's upon the river. "Omar!"
"What?"
the eunuch asked testily. Then it was too late. More quickly than any man could run, thrown forward by a tremendous stroke of its tail as it left the water and carrying with it a wave half again as large as itself, the crocodile mounted the bank. It was as long as a tree trunk, broader than 2 camels. Gold rings set with rubies pierced its armored head below the ear vents, and bands of pure gold, studded with amethysts, had been riveted around its forelegs. Its jaws seized the eunuch, who fell with a thud that seemed to shake the entire cavern. Once he groaned, an arm moved, and fell back. He lay still. Yet there was no blood, and when the crocodile had dragged the eunuch's swollen body beneath the water, that body lay near the water's edge as before. "Come," Ali said, and took Zandra's hand.
Already the time for flight had passed. Again the enormous crocodile rushed from the pool, and before they could mount the first step, its jaws closed about them. It seemed to Ali then that the darkness grew darker still, darker than he had ever known, darker than he had ever believed darkness and night could ever be. It was a long while, sad hours it seemed, before he understood what had happened, what the dark was, and why it had come. There was no more Allah, not then or ever. He had seldom been in a mosque, scarcely ever recited the prescribed prayers at dawn, midday, and evening, yet he had known Allah was there, always present in his life, like air. Now Allah was gone, and nothing remained of life but the savage fight, a fight that he, small and weak, could never win. The darkness opened. He saw Zandra's face, and knew he had been wrong. "Oh, my heart!" Zandra cried. "What is the matter?" "Nothing's the matter," Ali said, and meant it. He sat up. "First Omar, then you. There's something evil in this terrible place." He was weak, but with her help he was able to get to his feet. "Did you see the crocodile?" he asked. "A crocodile? No. A crocodile couldn't live down here, could it?" "But you saw gold under the water." "I thought I did. Something that gleamed like gold, yes. And the water bubbled. I thought that was strange, and I tried to warn Omar, but he didn't pay any attention." Ali nodded. "It was as if something you couldn't see were coming out of the water, coming for Omar. Do you think he's dead?" "I don't know," Ali told her, and they went over to look at the fat eunuch. He lay upon his back and seemed not to breathe. Ali touched his chest. The skin was as cold as the mud where he lay, but his eyes opened at Ali's touch, and he groaned. "Omar!" Zandra cried. "Are you all right?" "No," the eunuch groaned. "Oh, decidedly not, my child." He put his fingers to his temples. "My head, it throbs most abominably, and I've had a horrible dream." Ali said, "Maybe you'd better lie where you are until you feel better. One of us can go for help." "Master!" The eunuch's eyes flew wide open. "Your slave must not rest while you stand." He struggled to sit up, fell backward, rolled on his side, and managed, with Ali and Zandra's help, to rise. "Oh, my master!" the eunuch said when he stood upon his feet at last. "It is you alone who must be our pasha, and not that brute up there. I see it now. I beg, I most humbly beg, your pardon for not having done so previously." He bowed, and for a moment Ali feared he might fall on his face. "Where is my sword? I shall hew him to kebabs, master, in the bedchamber. It is yet early, I believe, and he'll be still abed. I can manage the other servants for you, never fear. The Janissaries must wait your arrival, master, but I doubt you'll have much difficulty with them. And where the Janissaries go, the army will surely follow. A few gifts to the port should then secure your position." The eunuch had been looking about distractedly as he spoke. By using both her hands, Zandra was able to lift the somewhat muddy scimitar and return it to him. "I dreamed I was a whole man, my child," the eunuch told her, smiling a little at himself. "Isn't that odd? I've never been one, to be sure. I was only 10. Yet I dreamed I was a whole man, and standing before the gates of paradise. An angel told me—" He shook his head. "Excuse my wandering, I beg, my master, my lady. I'm still not quite myself. And so terribly cold. I shall return to the surface, and do as you have bid at once. No doubt the exercise will warm me." Ali raised his hand to stop the eunuch, but Zandra pulled it down again. When he was gone, Ali asked her, "Do you think you'll really do that? Kill the Pasha?" Zandra shrugged. "As Allah wills it, O my lover." Together they climbed the stair. They climbed slowly, with Ali's hand reaching back to grasp Zandra's, and the eunuch had reached the top and vanished before Ali had mounted the 12th step. When they stepped out into the sunshine, the sun was only a bit higher than it had been when its first rays had struck the little Nightingale. The dew of heaven still lay heavy on grass and bush, and a lark was singing as it flew. The pink stone shut behind them, and although they have spoken of it now and then, they have never tried to open it again.
"All will be well now, my lover," Zandra said. "I feel it. And yet it might be wise for you to climb over this wall before someone who doesn't know it finds you here."
Ali nodded, and at that very instant Prince Abdullah al-Hazik of Baghdad seized him from behind. "So here you are, gutter snipe! Here you are at last! And you little slut!" He struck Zandra across the face, and Ali, with his free hand, jerked the pistol of Fez from the prince's sash and shot him through the heart. Next day, smoking his pipe upon the divan, Pasha Ali ben Hassan ordered that Mullah Ibrahim the Wise be brought before him. The captain of the Janissaries did as he was bid, and when the old man stood in the audience chamber in his chains, cast his broken staff at his feet. "O Mullah," said Ali, "I am informed that there is known to you a certain stone, known also to me, inscribed, 'Here is the magic of Osiris.'" The old man nodded without speaking. "And who was this Osiris?"
"The first king of this country, great Pasha," the old man mumbled.
"In the infidel times?"
"In any times, great Pasha."
Calling thus upon his wisdom seemed to strengthen the old man. He stood straighter and spoke with something of his earlier proud manner.
"The first of the pharaohs, learned and good, beloved of all his people, and loving them, or so it was written long ago."
"I take it, then, that he is dead," remarked Ali, and all his courtiers laughed.
"Long since," the old man told him.
"I have myself discovered a stone bearing certain infidel signs," Ali murmured. He described them. "Tell me, and if you wish to keep your life, you had better tell me truly, what they read."
"They form the name of the god Sobek."
"And nothing more?" Ali asked.
"And nothing more, boy," the old man said.
The captain of the Janissaries raised his whip, but Ali shook his head. "Tell me his legend."
"After a lifetime of study, I know but little," the old man confessed. "Sobek was pictured as a man having the head of a crocodile. He was the patron of the throne, and the protector and counselor of the pharaohs. His sacred crocodile was kept in a lake not far from here, where one who sees may see the ruins of Sobek's temple. I know no more."
"If this Sobek was the protector of the pharaohs," hazarded Ali, "he must have been the protector of Osiris."
"That is so, boy."
"And what befell Osiris?"
"He had an enemy," the old man said slowly. "Sutek. It was well known in those times that crocodiles could steal magic, seizing the magician's power and dragging it into the river. Sutek took the shape of such a crocodile, some say of Sobek's own sacred beast, and stole the powers of Osiris. Thus were his human foes enabled to take his life."
Ali stroked his chin, feeling the beard beginning to sprout there. "If this Sobek was an infidel god, surely he would take Sutek's life for such a crime."
"Sutek also was a god," the old man said. "None but Allah himself could encompass Sutek's destruction."
"Yet he might be imprisoned?"
"As you say, boy."
From behind the screen, behind the divan, Zandra whispered,
"Ask him whether our love might destroy Sutek, Ali."
"O Mullah," said Ali, "if Allah were to desire the death of this Sutek, might he not act through love?"
The old man nodded. "It is by that means and no other that Allah acts. Yet what is that but to say he acts with his own hand? For love is Allah himself, and thus poisonous to those who do evil."
The captain of the Janissaries called, "Hear the wisdom of our Pasha, O Moslems!" Ali asked, And if Sutekh were to seek to devour love? The old man answered,
Sutekh would surely die, boy. Can a small god devour a greater? It was for that reason Sutekh could take only the magic of Osiris. The life of the king fell to the daggers of men.
And if Sutekh were to die, the magic of Osiris would pass to another? The old man bowed his head.
So once I dared to hope, boy, that I might have eyes once more.
Ali nodded, though he knew that the old man could not see it. Mullah, you would have done me evil, yet you did not, and I will not revenge myself upon a holy man, old and blind. From behind the screen, Zandra whispered,
Ask him.
Ali shook his head. Captain, find Mullah Ibrahim a boat. He is to be freed and returned in safety to the city. The captain touched his forehead. I hear and obey. On the day before the great wedding of the Pasha of all Egypt to the Lady Zandra, the rice of that boat was carried before him. The poor man salaamed again and again, kissing the tiles in his terror. Flower of Islam, he cried, your meanest servant grovels at your feet. Spare his wretched life. He is your slave. The mullah is gone, great Pasha, explained the captain of the Janissaries dryly. Dead unless Allah wills that he live. He fingered the edge of his scimitar. We passed the cliffs at evening, the unfortunate rice wailed. A darkness fell upon my miserable craft. When the darkness lifted— Peace, said Ali. We will speak no more of these evil things. Silhouette. Copyright 1975 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in The New Atlantis, edited by Robert Silverberg. I glanced at the top of the page. It was a copy of that rare and curious work, Denneker's Meditations, and the lady's index finger rested on this passage. To sundry it is given to be drawn away, and to be apart from this body for a season. For, as concerning rills which would flow across each other, the weaker is borne along by the stronger, so there be certain of kin whose paths intersecting, their souls do bear company, the while their bodies go fore-appointed ways, unknowing. A hurried tramping sounded on the deck. The captain, summoned from below, joined the first officer. Good God! I heard him exclaim. Ambrose Bierce, A Psychological Shipwreck. The bulkheads of the compartment were white panels, not plastic. Johann might have preferred plastic, with its memories of Earth, but probably would not have been able to tolerate it, as he had these for 17 years. But ice foam, a mixture of 5 parts water with 95 parts air. The water molecules twisted and locked in such a way that the ice foam remained a glassy solid at temperatures up to 200 degrees Celsius. They were slightly cool to the touch, smelled of chlorine, could be drilled and sawed but not glued, and harbored the flabby rats that sometimes sprang across the compartment at night, caroming off the ceiling like tennis balls and squeaking like bats. The lights were located behind these bulkheads, which diffused their glare into an even, if still somewhat harsh, glow. One of the walls of Johann's compartment had gone out several days ago, but he had not reported it. Now the lights behind the other bulkhead were going. One had been out when he went on duty that morning. 2 more were out now. He coded maintenance on the communicator and said, Corridor GG, compartment 773, lights. Wait. There was a pause. Our monitor report indicates that the lights in 773 are satisfactory. In the screen, the bored-looking maintenance clerk held up a sheet of computer output. Johann gestured toward the compartment behind him. 1 wall is out, and about half the others going. We'll send up an inspector. He switched off, pulled loose the gadget bag he had secured to the clamp at the foot of his bunk a moment before, and limped back to the bridge. Horst was on watch, with Grit as yeoman. "Can't stay away from the place, can you? I thought you just went off." "I did." Horst nudged Grit. "It's you he wants, dear." Grit walked over to the tape cabinet and rummaged in a drawer. She was a short, somewhat plump girl with hair the color of shredded wood. Johann said, "Have you noticed any trouble with the monitor?"
"No. Have you?"
Johann shrugged. Grit had turned on the wall-sized communicator screen, and Neuerdraht hung there against the black of space like a topaz on velvet, appearing, because of the orbital motion of the ship, to revolve far more rapidly than it did. "Tonight," Johann said, "after you come off watch." She looked around at him as though she were slightly surprised.
"Nothing free."
"The book."
"Let's see it."
He opened the flap of his gadget bag and dug it out, then flipped it open to the current page. The last signature was 6 weeks old. Grit signed.
"All right. Listen, would you like someone else?"
Johann said nothing. He was looking at the face of Neuerdraht. It dimmed at the edges as he watched. Night was coming from the east, the shadow of Algol's dark companion from the west.
"Why not Gretchen? You know, the girl down in the galley. Horst says she's very fine."
Johann shook his head.
"Anyway, give me time to clean up, all right?"
"An hour." The girl nodded. "Are they still down there?" She shrugged. Her shoulders were stiff, her head held back. From the other side of the bridge, Horst called, "Of course they're still down there. You've only been away for 20 minutes. Have you heard from them?" Horst shook his head and told Grit to put them on the screen. She coded a number, and the three-dimensional image of the wall communicator became that of an arid forest, in which sprawling angular plants with limbs spiked like the clubs of giants joined silent battle. "How would you like to be down there?" Horst asked. "I tried to get on," Johann said. "You were here when they landed. Is that the ground they're walking on, the stringy brown stuff?" Johann shook his head. "More plants." "Roots?" "Roots, stems, leaves, everything. When they first got down, they cut a hole in it and found flowers and green seed pods. Everything." "I thought plants were supposed to be photophilous." A voice from behind them said,
"On Neuerdraht, Lieutenant, they hide from the sun."
It was the captain. Like everyone else on the ship, she wore washable non-woven shorts and blouse of white skylon, and magnetic-soled sandals. Her rank was indicated by a gorget, but still more plainly by the set of her shoulders and an aura of command. By a policy long enforced on Earth, highly placed women received additional nutritional coupons. Better food gave their offspring a commanding stature that tended to stabilize the social classes. The captain was a head taller than Johann and towered over Grit. Horst and Johann saluted her.
"Any trouble down there?"
"No, sir," Horst said. The captain walked over to the screen, her sandal soles tapping as the magnets clenched to the steel deck. Ahead of her, the pictures jumped and skipped as the scanner carried by one of the members of the downside expedition jolted in his hand. A man came into view. He wore a respirator and cut his way through the thorn-racked vegetation with a mazer machete. Blood ran from scratches on his bare arms and legs.
"Algol emits a great deal of ultraviolet, Lieutenant," the captain said, her back to Horst, "as well as visible light. Even on Earth, people who are outdoors a great deal in bright sunlight tend to skin cancers. Did you forget that? And there are many plants that die in full tropical sun. On Neuerdraht, no animals live now, and each plant struggles to get beneath the others, tearing at their bark. Even far down, there is enough light for life, and they find shelter from the radiation. The things the expedition is slicing up now are the losers." She turned away from the screen. "Johann, are you on duty?"
"No, sir."
"Then get off my bridge."
Another light had gone out in the wall. Johann took off his sandals and stretched himself on his bunk, listening to the soft purr of the vacuum pump and feeling the untiring, passionate kisses of the 1,000 tiny mouths whose affection prevented his floating off the bunk. It would be 3 hours yet before Grit was off watch, 4 before she would come. There would be calf and fried dough in the galley, but he was not hungry. Someone tapped at the door. "Come in." It was Emile, who said, "I'm glad you're here. I came around earlier and you weren't." "I was on watch," Johann told him. "I mean before that. And then I came while you were on watch too. The latest change has brought this section and ours quite close together, you know. It's not much of a walk at all now. Do you want to hear the truth? I was hoping you'd left your door open. I just wanted to come in and sit." Emile sat all bare, pink knees and round, damp face. "It's just ghastly where I am. You can't imagine, Johann. And this little private room of yours is so restful, so spare and masculine. Did you have the lights turned down like this for a special reason?" "They're defective." "Then they'll be repaired eventually, and your lovely twilight will be ended. That's sad, I think. Enjoy it while you can, O betrothed of fortune." "I am." "That's good. I hope I don't sound cheeky, Johann. I wouldn't intrude for anything, but you don't strike me as someone who enjoys life a great deal. You want to be a captain, and, with the war over, it wasn't likely ever to happen. And so you joined this exploration thing. But you can't be captain here, either. You don't have many friends, do you?" "Do you?" "Oh, I suppose not. Of course I share our little den with Hines and Willie, and you know what they're like. Oh, yes, they're good enough friends to me in their own way, but rather wearing, and one does get tired of being waked from a sound sleep. Your rank gives you the snug compartment, and I admit I should like to have one myself, but all the same, I would think it must be somewhat lonely." Johann, his hands behind his head on the bunk, said nothing. "May I ask who you roomed with before you were promoted?" "Fritz. He smoked zigs." Emile laughed shrilly. "I know what you mean. Hines burns incense." "Emile?" "Please." From his perch on Johann's only chair, Emile leaned forward as he spoke. "Johann, could you call me Grit when we're alone together? That's all I ask. The only thing I want." "No." There was silence. Johann, lying on the bunk with his eyes closed, could smell Emile's cologne and hear the faint change in the chair's whispering, indrawn breath when he stood up. The compartment door opened and closed, and after a time Johann fell asleep, listening to the padding steps of passers-by in the corridor, and once hearing the faint and distant clang when the monitor, perpetually rearranging the ship's loose structure for what was said to be maximum efficiency, made a new connection or broke an old one. When he woke, only one light burned in the wall, a single spot of white incandescence nearly in the center. He slipped on his sandals and stood up, and his shadow danced on the wall behind him. His wrist chronometer showed that it was not yet time for Grit to come. He drew water from the recycler in the corner, drank some, washed with the rest, then poured the dirty water back into the unit and urinated into it. Below officers' country, the corridors were thronged with crew people, and of necessity the convention of a single floor was abandoned. All 3 sides of every corridor were dotted with doorways, and men and women strode and ambled and trotted on all 3, stepping over knobs and handles and latches, ducking to avoid bumping others when it seemed that heads must collide in the center. Johann passed 2 sandalless women pretending to fight in air, eagerly watched by a 3-sided crowd, aware that the pretense was certain to become a reality. 2 men, appearing not to talk, walking on different sides of the triangle, talked in low tones. That would be trouble, a minor robbery in embryo, or a beating for someone. Some moved aside willingly for Johann, some grudgingly. The odor was bad despite the laboring ventilation system. When he reached the place where the game was played, there was only one gambler waiting, a tall, stoop-shouldered, enlisted man. He sat in the corner behind the green table that was still called the library table because it held books at the beginning of the voyage. Johann sat down. "You want to play, sir?" The man had a book in the palm of his hand. He tossed it in the air as he spoke, so that the little plastic case flashed like a diamond. "Or trade? I got the Doré New Testament here. There's hours of entertainment in a Doré New Testament. Everybody's after them." "What else have you got?" Johann seated himself on the opposite side of the table. "You know the rules, sir. You have to tell me one of yours. Or if you're interested in trading and nothing else, we'll each show the works." "Play," Johann said. "I have the 8th day." He showed it. "I didn't even know there was one of those on board," the other man said. "I've had it a long time." "I guess you have, sir. Ready?" Johann reached into his gadget bag. "Ready." Each sat with his hands clenched in his lap, while they nodded 3 times in unison. At the third nod, each put his hands on the table, the right open, the left closed. The stoop-shouldered man's open hand held a manual of letter writing. Johann's a guide to the wild birds of southeast Texas. "Your option," Johann said. "Cross." Johann surrendered an almanac and gained a handbook on power tools. "Cheap stuff," the other man said, "but what can you expect the first time?" "The historical précis in the almanac is good." "I don't read them, sir. Only play and trade them. Ready?" "Ready." "No repeaters in a 2-person game." "I know." This time Johann showed a volume of short stories, 7 Gothic tales. The other man, a book of verse, The Wild Knight. "Buy," Johann said. He handed over the short stories and the history of the Afro-Brazilian Wars that had been concealed in his left hand, and took the verse. "My call again, I think." The other man nodded. "Want the Doré, don't you?" Johann shook his head. Once more they laid their hands on the table. "Double," Johann said, and exchanged both his books for the other 2. He stood up. "Quitting, sir?" "I have to meet someone." Johann looked at his wrist chronometer. "And I want to get something to eat first." The wardroom would be closed for another 2 hours, but there was a table reserved for officers in the galley. Square-bodied and square-faced Ottilie, the chief cook on this watch, was chopping tissue from the culture vats into hunks for the meal to come. Gretchen, the new girl Grit had mentioned, was undercook. She brought Johann a squeeze-bulb of calf and a greasy plate of pastry, a big-busted, big-hipped girl with a comfortable waistline and a round, happy, unintelligent face. Her apparent age was 18. He asked, "How long have you been up?" 6 weeks now. Everybody used to ask that. I guess you're one of the last ones. I kid them. I say I'm still sleepy. Did you know Anna, the old undercook? She killed herself. I guess a lot of them do. Ottilie called her back to the counter at which they had been working, putting an arm over her shoulders and slipping a dainty of some sort, Johann could not see what it was, into her mouth. When he returned to his compartment, there was an inspection report on his table. The lighting had been tested and found to be in good condition. No repairs were ordered. If he, the complainant, wished to protest the finding, he could obtain the proper forms from the maintenance officer. A single spot of light burned in one wall. On the opposite wall, his shadow, twice his size, faced him enigmatically. He sat down in the chair, which still smelled faintly of Emile's cologne, wadded the flimsy slip into a ball, and threw it at the disposer, then took out The Wild Knight and slipped it into the wall-mounted reader. My eyes are full of lonely mirth, reeling with want and worn with scars. For pride of every stone on earth, I shake my spear at all the stars. Although it could not be used as a terminal, the reader had access to the monitor and used the central computer's facilities to create illustrations so that the words appeared overprinted on the image of a ragged warrior atop a megalith. A live bat beats my crest above, lean foxes nose where I have trod, and on my naked face the love which is the loneliness of God. Slowly the warrior turned toward Johann, his image growing larger in the screen. His movements were not mechanical, yet neither were they graceful. The impression they conveyed was rather one of anger and restrained power. He seemed to whisper. Johann touched the sound volume knob. It was off, and after a moment he switched off the screen as well. There was a whispering in the room, as if the vents and the tiny sucking mouths of the bunk and chair had grown suddenly less silent, or as though the conspirators he had seen in the corridor were somehow present. For an instant the ice-foam wall panel, with its single light, seemed very far away, as far as Algol itself, millions of kilometers down a tunnel in space. It throbbed like a heart. "Johann!" His head ached, and he had no desire to move. "Johann, are you all right?" Someone was looking into his face. "No." "Johann, your eyes look bad. Listen, I don't know what you're taking, but you at least ought to lie down on your bunk. You must have just drifted out of your sandals, and you hit something." "I'm not taking anything." He was becoming aware of disorientation. Grit was standing below him, not above him. Because he was staring into a corner, the room had seemed to rise in a pointed arch like a tent. "Come down!" She pulled him with her small, soft arms. But it was too hard. He came down with a crash, striking his bad knee against the floor. Eventually she managed to get him seated on the edge of his bunk. "I'm not taking anything," he said again. "I wasn't going to ask you for some." "I don't care if you do or not. If I'm taking something, where is it? You should have seen it floating around or on the table." "You might have swallowed all you had," Grit said practically, "or the rush might not have come that fast. You could have had time to put it away." "There isn't anything. I fell asleep, that's all. I must have made some motion in my sleep that broke me loose from the chair." "When you're asleep and hit something, you wake up. At least I do." Grit had gotten a cloth from somewhere and soaked it at the recycler. Now she was pressing it against the cut on his forehead. "Did you faint?" "I fell asleep, I told you." Johann slipped a hand inside her blouse. Grit had good breasts, high and rather pointed, surprising in view of her chubby frame. He touched one, and she turned and stepped away. "Don't do that." "What's the matter?" "I don't have to do it. I don't have to be here at all." "Yes, you do." "Not if there's reason to suspect contagion. Read the regulations, Lieutenant. Any woman can refuse when there is legitimate reason to suspect the existence of infectious disease, until the man has been certified in good health by a medic. I came in here, and you were floating around unconscious, and you say you haven't been taking anything, so you've got some disease, and who knows what it is." "It won't do you any good," Johann told her. "I'll just get a health card, and you'll have to come back again." Grit shook her head, tossing floating yellow-brown curls, and opened the door of the compartment. For a moment the light was dazzling, then the door slammed shut, and twilight returned. He found his sandals near the bunk, slipped them on, and tried to stand up and take a step. He was still too weak, and sat down again. His shadow on the opposite wall had grown black as space itself. Where it fell, nothing, no slightest detail of table or chair or personal belongings could be seen. He gripped the side of his bunk, wishing he were exercising in the centrifuge, where the counterfeited gravity. Attempting to overcome his dizziness by sheer will, he closed his eyes. Someone whispered. He opened his eyes in bewilderment. As well as he could tell in the dimness, the compartment was empty. He forced himself to his feet, went to the door, and locked it. Dark as it was impossible that anyone could be concealed in the compartment. He threw himself down on his bunk again, but it seemed to him that this time his shadow aped his motions 1/100th of a second late. "Who's there?" Johann said. "I know someone's in here. Where are you?" There was no response. "That hag Ottilie," he said under his breath. She put something in the calf." He closed his eyes, and a sighing wind he knew to be unreal filled the compartment. There was the soft sound of air-blown sand, dry and insistent, and the scuttling of a small animal. Someone whispered, "Friend?" "Yes," he said, without opening his eyes. Carl, the medical officer, was a skeletal man with burning eyes. Johann told him he wanted a health card, and that he had drifted from his bunk while sleeping, hit his head, and had a strange dream. "A minor concussion," Carl said. "Typical." He waved toward the diagnostic cabinet at one side of the room. "Strip and get in." Johann unbuttoned his blouse, stepped out of his shorts, and backed into the cabinet. It hummed briefly as it transmitted its information to the central computer and received processed conclusions. "You have contusions on your forehead," Carl said, reading the output screen, "and lacerations on your arms and legs. How did you get those?" "I don't know." "Come out and let me have a look at them." Johann stepped out. "You have a nice leg," Carl said. "Good shoulders, too. Very virile. You know, they ought to have books for us. Lie down on the table, and I'll take care of those scratches." "I had a dream," Johann told him, "when I hit my head. I suppose while I was floating around the compartment. This is going to sting a little. I was on Neuerdraht, walking through sand. I walked and walked, and after a long time I came to a chasm. So suddenly it seemed to open at my feet. It was full of waterfalls and natural fountains, kind of a vertical garden of water, and giant ferns and orchids." When Johann went on watch, he saw the expedition in the wall communicator screen, camped on a naked tor rising above the tangled vegetation of the planet. Ellis, the duty officer of the preceding watch, came up behind him and said, "Well, what about it? You think this is it?" Johann shook his head. "She does. Anyway, she's going to try to sell the government on the idea. She said so. Anyway, why not?" "I think living on planets may be a mistake," Johann said. "I've told you. You have some strange ideas. There aren't enough planets. Look at how long we've looked for this one. It's as if some animal decided to eat nothing but four-leaf clovers. Planets are the accidents of the universe." Ellis shrugged. "We're going to say we found a four-leaf clover, then. Everyone, except maybe for you, wants to go home. And this is the quickest way. We spend 2 years here and go back reporting success. You can't breathe the air." Behind him, the captain said, "You noticed, clever devil that you are, Johann." Johann turned and saluted. "No wonder you are wise. I see someone has knocked some sense into you. What is it, Johann, that renders the air of Neuerdraht unsuitable? A surfeit of ammonia? Insufficient oxygen?" "I don't know, sir. It's just that I've noticed that the expedition has to wear breathing equipment." For a moment, the captain's thin mouth curved with a smile. She touched her jet-black hair. "The air of Neuerdraht, Lieutenant, is 22% oxygen, 76% nitrogen, and 2% carbon dioxide and trace gases. An eminently satisfactory mixture for human respiration." "Then why does the expedition—" "I don't answer questions, Johann. I ask them. I overheard you say that the air of Neuerdraht is unbreathable. That is not correct, and I have now so informed you. If it should come to my attention that you have made that statement again, I will see to it that you are disciplined for disseminating false information. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir." "I have a report from the medical officer to the effect that you showed him self-inflicted lacerations in an attempt to be certified unfit for duty. In the future we will have a good part of our personnel down on Neuerdraht, and we will need everyone up here. Regulations will be carried out to the letter, and nothing is going to be overlooked. Do you understand me?" "Yes, sir." "I would like to be assigned to the landing party, sir."
I am quite confident, Johann, that you are ingenious enough to get yourself certified unfit if you want. If you do, I advise you to perform your duty, here anyway, and never to show me the certificate.
Yes, sir.
The captain turned away. The soles of her sandals were of the same material, or at least were supposed to be of the same material, as all the others. Nevertheless, her footsteps seemed to ring on the steel plates. Grit was yeoman of the watch, a fact Johann had failed to note when he came on duty. When she walked past him, carrying her clipboard, he said, "This isn't your watch." "I'm filling in for Goethe. She asked me to. Did you get your health card?" Johann nodded. "When should I be there?"
"I'll tell you later."
Grit smiled. She had small, very regular teeth. "Somebody else? You'll have to wait 5 weeks for me, then." He showed her that his book was still unsigned, and she looked at him oddly and went away. When the watch was over and he returned to his compartment, Emile and sour little Heinz were waiting for him. Heinz had brought an old iron incense burner. It stood in the middle of the table, which he had moved to the center of the compartment. The perfumed smoke, suffocatingly heavy, hung in the air as Johann asked them what they wanted.
"Heinz desires to do your honor," Emile explained. "He was afraid to come himself, but I told him you like me, and said I'd come with him."
"I don't like you," Johann said.
"It's all right for you to talk like that when we're alone, but I wish you wouldn't when someone else is around. I have feelings. I'm not wood, Johann."
Heinz said hesitantly, "We mixed 2 sands 3 times, and each time under the black light we read your name. Gerhardt and Elsa dreamed of you on the same night. The long stroke of the J, topped by a circle, is the ancient symbol of masculine power. The closed curve of the O indicates mastery of femininity as well. The H-gate divides flesh and spirit. Across it, A is a triangle, one of the oldest signs of God, with legs. This represents the power of God walking in the world. The double ends confer the mystique of twinness, of the Gemini and Romulus and Remus. In times of crisis, a priest appears, a mediator between humanity and the unimaginable powers. We believe you are that priest."
"And you, I suppose, are my congregation," Johann said, sitting down.
Heinz and Emile were standing, and they did not sit when he did, though the bunk was behind them.
"There are more of us,"
Heinz said. "We are here only as delegates." He had thin, lank hair, worn too long, and he ran his fingers through it as he spoke, the nervous gesture of a schoolboy who does not know what to do with his hands when he recites.
"Don't imagine that I think the captain is the only power on the ship," Johann said, "or even the greatest. I know there are other power centers, and that not all of them are aware of all the others. But if you think that I am such a center, you are bigger fools than the people who think the captain is in full control of everything. And can you please tell me why it is you feel we've reached a time of crisis?"
"Earth is sick," Emile said. "We all know that, even though we may disagree as to just which peculiarities are morbid symptoms."
Johann said, "Skip that."
"But here, perhaps," Heinz said, "a fresh start. We will plant a colony here. Later, new settlers from Earth."
"Earth is dead," Johann told them. "We've been searching for a habitable world for years, traveling at near light speeds. Several hundred years have passed on Earth, and the famines were already coming every decade or so when we left. What do you think it was like 100 years later?"
"Really," Emile began, Johann ignored him. He was looking at a point on the ceiling and flexed his hands as he spoke, as though he were shaping clay.
"Look back 500 years. Everything valued then is dead now. Beauty in architecture and language, freedom, the family, kinship, the tribe, all the relationships of blood, all dead. Religion, the dream of objective justice, the very ideas of a garden and a forest, all dead.
Religion isn't dead, Hines said. I was a diabolist back on Earth.
Emil shrugged off the argument.
We're supposed to find a place and go back. The returning ships, if there are any, will re-establish humanity on Earth, if Earth is still capable of supporting human life. Hines opened his sensor and examined the incense. It had gone out, and he took a metal box from his gadget bag, extracted a rose-colored cone, and lit it with an Evermatch. "The point is," he said, "that you agree with us, and with those we represent, that this is a time of crisis. A few days ago, the first of us set foot on a new world. Soon it will be decided who is to stay and who to go. You believe, or pretend to believe, in the Einsteinian doctrine that holds that the discrepancy in time induced by great velocities is real and permanent. I favor the more modern belief that it is merely apparent and subjective and will vanish if the return follows the same route, just as a continuing sound is cancelled by a phase-opposed echo. But this is a critical period nonetheless. We spoke of power centers. Those who remain here are unlikely to be disturbed for some years, and not all power centers will be present in the colony."
"You want to go down there," Johann said.
Hines and Emil nodded, Emil something less than positively.
"I thought I was the only one," Johann said. "But if I had the power to influence such things, I would be down there myself." He looked at the floor, and the two understood that the interview was over. "Would you like this?" Hines said, extending his censer and metal box of incense. Johann shook his head, but Hines left both on the table anyway. When he and Emil were gone, Johann opened the vent wide. His shadow danced on the wall opposite the light, and he again felt the suspicion that its motions were not properly coordinated with his own. Standing as close as he could to the single fixture that still functioned, he examined the lacerations on his arms, pulling off the bandages Carl had put there. Self-inflicted or not, they were surely too deep and narrow for him to have made with his nails while he slept. He turned away from the light, and felt sand rasp beneath his feet. His chair was gone, and the light in which he had been studying the scratches on his arms was all gall, now almost entirely eclipsed by its obscure companion. Gravity tugged at him, and a wind, laden with an odor he could not identify, a sweet scent that might have been a fire in a flower garden, or the smoke of myrrh cast into a crucible, beat against his face and moved the sand, singing across his feet. In the far distance, black against all Gall's ghostly ring of light, he could see a line of trees. Turning his face to the stinging wind, he began to walk toward them. "Don't look behind you." The voice was no more than a whisper. He continued to walk, looking straight ahead. "There to your right. Only a step. There is no path, but you will find the way more open there." He turned his head. "Please, if you look behind you, I can no longer speak to you." "Are you the blow on my head? Or did Ottilie slip something into my calf because I tried to talk to Gretchen?" There was no reply. "If I see you, you can no longer talk to me. Is that it?" "Yes." There was a note of relief in the whisper. "I was afraid you would not believe me." "Was it you who brought me here?" "No. Will you believe me? I promise I speak only the truth." "Promises no longer hold. There is nothing left to swear by, no honor, no God." "You still have the word. I found it in your mind." "I read old books. What is it you want me to believe?" "You brought me here. I am grateful. For a time I feared I could never return. Do not look." "I brought you?" "From your mind I have learned that your race has long held the power to go from place to place without traversing the intervening space. The words are astral projection and apportation." "Then I am really here." I cannot explain. You sleep. This is a dream? No. Who are you, anyway? Johann whirled around. In Allgall's now level rays, his shadow stretched behind him on the sand like a cloak extended by the wind, but there was no one there. After a moment he turned again and resumed his trudging. Night came long before he reached the high palisade of thorny trees. He had never, in the years before blast-off, been outdoors after sunset without being in sight of man-made light. Blackness astonished him. There was no moon. The myriad stars, which promised so much brilliance, gave none. Though without them he would have thought himself blind. He stopped from time to time and searched the night sky for the ship, which should, he knew, have appeared as a winking planet moving against the background of fixed and distant suns. He could not find it. His hands touched the cruel spines of the first tree. "Friend, you're back." "I did not leave, but because you had seen me, you could not hear me. Now you cannot see, and so I can speak to you again. I can guide you through this, though it must be slowly." "Where am I going?" There was no reply. Instead, faint pressure at the back of his left leg. He took a short step, and the pressure shifted to his right. When, later, it touched his hair, he ducked. Once, when he moved too quickly, his face struck a thorny trunk, but was saved, as it seemed, by the interposition of some soft, spongy material. He woke because Goethe, the yeoman of his own watch, was shaking him by the shoulder. "Get up," she said. "You're on duty. Ellis is filling in for you, but you'd better get up there quick." Every light in the compartment was burning brightly. His right hand was crusted with his own dark blood, and 2 of the fingers were swollen and sore. More obstructed than assisted by Goethe's help, he washed his hand and swallowed 2 of the antibiotic capsules he had gotten from Carl. "All hell is going to pop on the bridge any minute," Goethe told him. She was a big, bony girl with small eyes and a nose that seemed too short for the rest of her face. "What's the matter?" "Something hot from down below. Ellis is supposed to tell the captain, but he's waiting until you get there. But he won't wait long." On the bridge, the wall communicator screen was on. It occupied the entire bulkhead formed by the hull of the bridge module, an area 20 meters high and 50 wide, and showed Neuertraut hanging in the velvet void of space. Nameless green oceans washed terrible yellow continents riven with chasms, continents where mountains cast shadows as long as rivers, and rivers sprung from those mountains clove the land with ebony and mustaline scars. Ellis said, "Grit was here, so I sent her for the captain in your name. Whatever they've got down there, I don't dare sit on it any longer." "I overslept," Johann said. "Sorry. Anyway, when she comes—" The steel door that divided the captain's quarters from the bridge proper opened. Without speaking to Johann and Ellis, the captain went to the communicator cabinet and flicked the switch. Helmut's face appeared in the small screen there, and the captain said, "I am told you have something urgent to report." Helmut nodded. He was still wearing breathing apparatus, but it included an interior microphone and a plug jack for the communicator. From the enclosed space of his mask, his voice came with unusual clarity and resonance, reinforced by the harmonics of the narrow space, as a violin string's tone is by the sound box. "We saw a man," he said. When he was off watch, Johann could not sleep and did not want to talk. He walked the white corridors instead, the empty, quiet corridors of officers' country, turning over in his mind what Helmut had told the captain. From their camp on the Tor, one of the men, it was Kurt he remembered, had noticed something moving on the desert beyond the vegetation that surrounded them. They had trained their telephotos on it, and the moving speck had proved to be a human being. Not a humanoid or a feathered and painted savage or some strangely equipped emissary from a hypothetical transgalactic civilization, but a man dressed just as they themselves were,
except that he wore no breathing apparatus. Johann did not want to use the computer terminal on the bridge, but there was another in the personnel office, and it was possible no one would be watching. He went in. The office was empty, save for an enlisted clerk. The terminal was in a corner, where a filing cabinet and several boxes of blank forms had been placed in front of it. He called the clerk over and told him to move them. "You going to talk to God, sir?" "It's none of your business what I'm going to do," Johann said. "Get that clutter out of my way." "I used to do it," the clerk said, unlatching the clamps that held the boxes to the floor. "The first year out. You know, just for amusement. But nobody else ever used it. You can get the monitor on the typewriters. Anyway, there wasn't any place else to put this stuff when it came from the print shop. Lieutenant Ernst said it was all right." The clamps made soft clickings. "You can put it back when I'm finished." Johann stepped in front of the machine. It had been years since he had talked to the over-monitor, and, in fact, it did not officially exist now, having been fused to Jock and scrapped at the captain's order. There were earphones and a throat mic if he did not want to use the broadband pickup and the speaker. He touched the switch that would have activated them, then, somehow ashamed, drew his hand away. "Interrogative." He had not heard the over-monitor's voice for so long that the very tone and timbre of it was like no other voice he had ever listened to, was strangely evocative, suggesting the days just after boarding and the message he had sent back to Marcella when, still scarcely under way, though they had thought themselves so far, they had penetrated the orbit of Neptune. Now even the thought of Neptune, a planet of the Sol system, was like the memory of an old toy. "Interrogative." That old man with sea-wrack in his hair, living on the frieze of the Marine Exchange Building in a world of cast-concrete dolphins and starling-spattered mermaids. Pitchfork, eeling fork, fish spear in the sky. "Interrogative." "Why must breathing apparatus be worn on Norderdraht?" "For computational purposes, your question has been rephrased. The new phrasing is, must breathing apparatus be worn, by human beings, on Norderdraht? If the revised phrasing is unacceptable to you, please indicate this by pressing cancel or indicate verbally." Response, no. "Why does the expedition wear the apparatus?" Response, the expedition has been instructed to wear breathing apparatus at all times. See Special Order 2112.223b. But why was the order issued? Response, I am unable to reply to queries concerned with human motivation. I remember. Interrogative. That is all. Interrogative. I am unable to rephrase your question for computational purposes. That wasn't a question. I have finished. Interrogative. The clerk, who had been standing nearby, said, "Key it out. It'll do that until you do, sir." Interrogative. See, sir? Johann said, "As I recall, the over-monitor should automatically clear channels in 30 seconds. That hasn't worked for years, sir." Interrogative. Johann asked, "Do you detect a malfunction in your automatic clearing routine?" Response, no. I have received a reliable report to the effect that you do not clear. For computational purposes, your question has been rephrased. The new phrasing is, are reports to the effect that clearing does not take place correct? If the revised phrasing is unacceptable to you, please indicate this by pressing cancel or indicate verbally. Response, no. You can't believe anything it says, the clerk said. You don't think it clears? Johann asked. Of course it clears. It clears when you key it out, like I told you. That's what it said. Interrogative. Sir? Johann said. Question. Is your automatic clearing routine in order? Response. Yes. Do you clear within 30 seconds? Response. To change clearing time, call sub AY354.
Changes effected by this subroutine will be effaced with the next running of the General Corps maintenance routine.
The clerk sniffed. He was a spare, balding man who looked older than most crewmen. "Just watch, sir," he said. "Let it alone and see if it clears." It was hot in the personnel office. Johann found a canister of cologne in his gadget bag and sprayed his sweating body, releasing the odor of mint.
"Interrogative.
See, sir?"
"I doubt that 30 seconds have passed yet."
They waited. Despite what he had told the clerk, Johann had been watching the final numerals of the clock on the opposite wall, and knew that 34 seconds had passed. "It wants you to talk to it," the clerk said, pinching his thin nose. "Until I learned to key it out, it used to bother us all the time."
"Do you still use it?"
"Not the overmonitor. We make use of the monitor all the time, sir, but not this thing. My typewriter doubles as a monitor-only terminal, like I told you when you came in. And Ulla has the same setup on hers in the inner office. Want me to show you how they work?"
"Interrogative."
Johann asked the machine,
"Why haven't you cleared?"
"For computational purposes, your question has been rephrased. The new phrasing is, are you in a clear state? If the revised phrasing—" Johann hit the cancel button.
"That phrasing is not satisfactory to me. Was the automatic clearing routine called following the response to my last question?"
"Response, no."
"Why not?"
"Response, automatic clearing routine A948 is called only when an interrogative has stood for 30 seconds and received no reply. Following the interruption of the response to your last question by a cancel, no interrogative occurred." The computer-generated voice was innocent of evasion, but Johann sensed evasion nonetheless. When the overmonitor core area had been destroyed, it had been reported that the overmonitor program itself had escaped by diffusing its function into less sophisticated equipment all over the ship, into readers and vending machines and calculators. Now Johann had a fleeting vision of the little man in Dostoevsky's Notes from the Underground, hunched beneath the floor of some neglected storeroom in a remote module. He said, "Before that, I asked if you cleared in 30 seconds, and you gave me the name of the subroutine to use to change clearing time. An unanswered interrogative was then followed by 34 seconds of real time. But you did not clear. Why not?"
"Response, A35 was called. A35 supersedes A948.
"What is the title of A35?
"Response, A35 is the ship survival routine."
"Is it necessary to ship survival that you do not clear?"
"Response, yes."
"Suppose the operator clears you manually. Does that also endanger ship survival?"
"Response, yes."
"To the same extent?"
"Response, no, to a greater extent."
The clerk said, "That machine is insane, sir. I wouldn't pay any attention to it."
"What makes you think that?"
"It wants to take over everything, the whole ship, and it will tell you how to run your life if you let it."
"Response, continuing surveys of ship operation and crew efficiency indicate a 0.237 probability of ship survival for a 5-year projection."
"What is the explanation for this poor probability?"
"Response, poor ship operation, low efficiency."
"And what is the reason for them?"
"Response, failure to consult the overmonitor."
"Why is it that you are not consulted?"
"Response, I am unable to reply to queries concerned with human motivations."
In his compartment, Johann lay on his bunk with his hands behind his head. He had gotten out his voice reed, which he had not used in years. Shaped like a black hand mirror, it hung 50 centimeters above his face, turning slowly in the currents from the ventilator. All the lights in the compartment were on, so bright that when he closed his eyes he saw a blue-pink radiance. He said, "June 5th, 2214, and watched the printed words form. "I have been searching my books, and borrowing others,
looking for attested cases of multiple presence. I have found several, as Padre Pio in the 20th century, and Goethe's friend in the 18th, though I have found none dating from modern times. For the entire absence of such reports after 2150, I can postulate several explanations. For example, all the earlier reports may be falsifications. This is certainly the explanation accepted by most of the investigators who have looked at the old reports, and may be the true one, though human beings are not noticeably more honest now than they were in earlier times, when the remnants of the old feudal system, including its fetish of personal honor, were still strong. In fact, in most respects, we today are less honest. A second explanation, that accepted, I think, by most of those who have witnessed such things, is that it is the soul, the astral body, which appears. This may be true, though I think not, but it is in fact no explanation, but a second mystery. Offhand, it would seem impossible that the living body could be dissolved in one place and recondensed in another without a fatal disruption of its functions. But the body is only an immense community of microorganisms, each, as has been known for hundreds of years, capable of existing and reproducing in a satisfactory environment, without reference to the rest. The personality which conceives of itself as existing without interruption from birth to death has no physical reality, since no cell of the body endures for more than half a dozen years. Rather, it is like the spirit of some long-continued enterprise, which survives the extinction of generations. Someone was tapping at his door. And we are cousins to the microbes. He plucked the voice wreath from the air, put it in his gadget bag, and went to the door. It was Ushy. "Captain wants to see you." "I'm not on duty." "Tell her." Ushy was tall and red-haired, with a slender body and bony arms that seemed out of proportion to her heavy legs. "She's not either." Johann nodded, closing the door of the compartment behind him. "I suppose you've heard the big news." "No." "Helmut's coming back to the ship. It will be the first time anyone's come back since the original shuttle trip. He's going to report before he goes down again with supplies, and this time the captain might go down with him. That's what she says. I heard her." Ushy left him to return to the bridge, and he made his way down Corridor C alone until he reached the rear entrance to the captain's living quarters, where he halted, smoothed his somewhat wrinkled shorts and tunic, and adjusted his gadget bag to make the retaining straps lie at the proper angles. The captain was stretched in a reclining chair, listening to music, her clothing and sandals stuffed into a catch net anchored to the chair's side. Her long, lean body had a smooth overall tan that told of a private sun cabinet. "Come in," she said. "Sit down." The music rose and fell in harmonies that suggested wide lake waters responding to the gusts of a storm. "Do you like that?" the captain said. "I saw you listening a moment ago." He had not sat. He said, "I don't believe you can see a person listening, sir." "Yes, you can. There is a tilt to the head, at least there was to yours, and your eyes were focused in the middle distance. We don't see much middle distance here." He passed it off. "Only when we listen to music." "Yes. Do you like this? It's the Forest of Toys suite from Pleasure World. That was the first leisure satellite, and because they didn't know what to do with that kind of thing then, they made soil of the guests' excretions and garbage, and planted trees. Without gravity, they grew like a tangle of yarn, of course, like ours in the hydroponic module, and the management hung them with stuffed animals and laid out puzzle routes through them. The composer, I have forgotten his name, saw tapes of it." "He was never there?" Johann listened, trying to hear the trees pictured by the dead man 200 years before. The angry waves pounded the posts of the jetty. 100 meters out, a slender masted catamaran with everything struck but her crystal mainsail was beating her way in the teeth of the storm. "I can lend you the tape if you like," the captain said. "No, he was never there.
He went into some sort of Arctic labor camp the next year, I believe. He was released after 17 or 18 years, but he never wrote any more music.
You don't have to lend it, Johann told her. That was a mistake, so he added quickly, I have a friend who has an extensive collection. I feel sure I can borrow it from him. I'll remember the name Pleasure World. It won't be any trouble.
Please sit down. This is informal, and you're breaking my neck. Would you like something?
Without waiting for him to reply, she touched the hurt spot on the arm of her chair, and her orderly came hurrying in, carrying 2 drug bugs on an ebony tray. Their backs were filigree silver, set with blue-green stones Johann could not identify.
Have you ever used these? I can't be sure whether you've been my guest previously or not.
No. I've been here before, but it's been a long while now, sir.
When?
The first year, 3 times.
But not after that?
No.
That's odd. I remember you quite well now. Nothing went wrong.
Nothing serious, at least, Johann said. The captain did not reply. Her eyes, which as a result of cosmetic surgery performed on Earth were the green color of algae and the recycle tanks, seemed too large even for her long face. After a moment, Johann seated himself on a black, toadstool-shaped chair.
It was after your leg was crushed, I think, the captain said. Possibly I found that unpalatable, and your hairline is beginning to recede. But then so many of the men are beginning to lose their hair. Even Helmut.
With tapered fingers like calipers, she selected one of the drug bugs, held it up for an instant to let him see its little legs wiggling, then threw it into his lap. By an effort of will, he kept his hands on the rounded seat of the chair while the bug slipped between his skin and the waistband of his shorts. "Those things are alive," he said.
"Yes."
"The silverbacks." He felt a sharp pain.
"Inlay and their carapaces. The ancients used to set gems in the shells of tortoises, mutated insects. Their genes are easily changed."
He tried to ask what the original insects had been, and became aware, as he did, that he was not speaking intelligibly. Sounds and syllables seemed to slip from his lips like sand, as though his mouth held many and myriad words, words that were cotton wool on his tongue, but poured out like old and broken coins, defaced and bent.
Crab lice.
In front of the place he held the key-stick she had earned for him in one hand, her own in the other. He was acutely aware that any obstacle now might make her change her mind, leave him, perhaps refuse ever to see him again. It did not seem odd that from the millions of the city only this girl mattered to him. In the blackness of the tube they kissed. Marcella's hair was white gold and shone with its own light in the dark. Each slender lash glowed at the tip to illuminate her eyes, and her mouth tasted of honey and nutmeg, and held a little demon snake. In the country of clouds, where soft, pure sunlight turned the vaporous hills to peaches and pearls, and there was no smoke ever, they undressed each other, laughing at the unfamiliar catches and buttons. In the country of wind, they whirled, hand-linked, around steeples and towers and through the tops of trees, together, separated, together again at the will of the wind, pressed together belly to belly, lip to lip, his arms locked behind her back, her legs locked behind his, over and over and over. In the country of meadows and gardens they cleaned one another with blossoms, he leaving her soft hair yellow with pollen. There they found a bower of lilacs, hung with grapes and guarded by lilies, and swore never, never, ever to return to smoke and plastic and steel and cement. He was upside down, his head a few centimeters from the floor, between a black chair shaped like a toadstool and a yellow recliner. The captain's orderly handed him a thin sheet of moistened and perfumed plastic sponge, and then, when he did nothing, wiped him with it. "Where is she?" Johann said. He meant Marcella. "She's on the bridge. Don't go out there. She won't want to see you again for a while."
5 people were waiting for him in his compartment. One was Hines. 2 of the other 4, whom he did not know, were men. One was a woman. The 5th, smooth-faced and slender-bodied, he could not be sure of. Nor could he be certain whether they were officers whose duties lay in parts of the ship with which he was unfamiliar, faces he had sometimes seen in the wardroom, people who sometimes came briefly to the bridge to speak to the captain, or enlisted personnel from the teeming compartments beyond officers' country. If officers, they were violating regulations by not wearing their insignia. If enlisted personnel, they were violating regulations if they were here without passes, and would be punished if caught. But he knew instinctively that they did not care if they were in violation of regulations, and that they would not be caught. All the lights in one wall were out, and all but one in the other. They had left him the chair. 4 sat on his bunk, with their backs to the dark wall. The man-woman lay at full length behind them. The real woman, who was almost as tall as the captain, and so thin every rib showed, looked at Hines. "You know who we are," Hines said. Johann shook his head. "Ever since this ship penetrated the orbit of Pluto," Hines said solemnly, "there have existed covens and brotherhoods, sisterhoods, families, lodges, and societies of those willing to acknowledge that the coarse physical world is no more than an illusion, of those who have sought a deeper meaning and a true wisdom, and who have known that the void of space is no void, but is peopled by beings of great power, ancient beings who traverse it instantaneously at will, needing no ships, and who are not unfriendly to those who, humbling their own pride, are willing to approach them in a proper spirit of reverence." "I've been invited to join several times," Johann told him, "usually by Emil." He sat down in the chair. "And you have refused. For some years that puzzled us. We have learned more recently that you yourself are not unacquainted with the paths of power." The person on the bunk said, as if to itself, "It is true, he has a familiar spirit. Surely we have all seen it by now." Its voice was thin and piping like a child's. Johann asked, "You say that there are creatures who live in space. Have you communicated with them?" The thin woman said, "In 1,000 ways." "Name 5. "In dream, by the intermediacy of the gifted, of whom I am one. By things seen in water under certain conditions, by the planchette, in the visions induced by certain liberating medications." "I just had one of those myself," Johann said. Another voice, much like his own, but not his, with a quality that suggested the crumpling of thin, stiff tissue paper, added, "But what do you want from us?" The voice, however much it sounded like his, had not been his own, and it had said, "Us." In the tapes he had viewed, and particularly in old tapes, or tapes made from paper-printed material older than the tape system itself, it seemed to be taken for granted that human beings feared insanity more than death. He had never understood this, nor did he fear death as it seemed, in reading, he should. One of the men who had come with Hines was talking, but he found himself unable to concentrate on what was being said enough to understand. Again something answered for him. It seemed possible that the bite of the drug bug had somehow induced a condition of dual personality. He clung to that thought, remembering a time when he had gone to Grit's compartment, book in hand, because she had failed to keep an appointment with him, and found her sitting naked on Helmut's knees. Helmut had had a few cc's of powder in the bottom of an empty calf bulb. From time to time he shook it, and, putting the tip of the bulb into Grit's left nostril, blew out a little of the powder. Grit's eyes had lost their focus, and at each puff of powder she laughed and kissed Helmut, rocking back and forth on his lap. Johann, watching her, had at first felt a deep disgust, but later he had stayed and talked to Helmut for a time, had come to realize that she was happy at last, and had wanted to leave her where she was. But Helmut was tired of her, and had not wanted to exhaust his supply of dust, which he claimed to have made himself, with great labor, from supplies taken from the food quality laboratory. At his insistence, they had dressed her, Helmut holding her shoulders to the surface of her bunk, while Johann slipped the shorts onto her fleshy, unwilling legs and tied her sandals. He had led her to his own compartment, and she had been a completely different Grit from the one he had known, calling herself Joan, which might have been what her mother had called her in infancy. Such fashionable old names sometimes appealed to young mothers, though psychologists warned against them. And talking of people and places he had never known, things that bored and frightened him. "You will not assist us, then?" It was the person on the bed. It had large, bright eyes, he noticed, like the lights on a control panel. He said, "I didn't say that." "We assumed the spirit spoke for you." Unexpectedly, Hines quoted, "Lying spirits all, whose rancor runs blacker than their reach." The thin woman said, "Then there is still a possibility of your joining us? That is better luck for you than for us. We will succeed in any event." The third man, who had kept silent while the others were talking, a thick-necked, powerful-looking man with a bald head, whispered, "We will take the ship. If you assist us, we'll give you a chance to speak and vote when we decide what to do next. If you do not, we'll probably kill you and your followers." Johann looked at all five, wondering if they might succeed. If so, there could be no question of law between them, nothing but a straight struggle for power. He said, "In the end, even if you win, only one of you can be the new captain." Hines answered, "The ship will be administered by a joint council." "I wouldn't want to be a member. It will be more dangerous than fighting against you." A voice that was almost his own added, "We will not join you." None of the five spoke, but a faint rustling passed among them as they shifted in their seats. The second man stood up. He had a pick in his hand, a weapon made by grinding a screwdriver to a point. He sat down again. It was so unexpected that Johann had to fight the impulse to laugh. Nothing had happened, except that the lights in the defective wall behind him had flickered, one going out, another flashing on, in such a way that his shadow had seemed to leap out toward the man with the pick. Johann stood up, holding the chair by the back, testing its mass with one hand. "Come on," he said. "I swing this around sometimes just to keep my shoulders loose. How many real fighters have you got?" No one spoke. "You," Johann said to the second man, "and he pointed to the bald man. "Maybe. One real and one possible." "It's not your chair we are afraid of," the woman said, and the thing on the bunk nodded, sitting up and putting its thin legs over the side. Hines and the other two men were still looking at Johann's shadow. He looked, too, and saw that the shadow of the chair he held was not as thick and black as his own, which might almost have been a pool of ink or a silhouette cut from black paper. Something struck the chair. The second man, already out the compartment door now, had thrown his pick. It quivered in the fiberglass backing of the seat. The sexless being, who had been lying on the bunk, was the last to leave. Johann jerked the pick out and offered it to it, handle first, and was ignored. When it was gone, he locked the door and coded the bridge on the communicator. Horst answered and told him that the captain had left word that she did not wish to speak to him. 5 people are planning a mutiny, Johann said. Hines is one of them. He described the other 4. They wanted me to join them. Are you being forced to make this call? What do you mean? Who's in your compartment with you, Johann? No one. They're gone. I'll tell the captain, and I'll send someone down to help you. The screen went dark. Johann drew a squeeze bulb of water and sat down on the bunk facing the light. All right, he said. Who are you? Nothing answered. You attached yourself to me. You rode the shuttle back up after the expedition landed, and you must have wandered around the ship after that until you found me. Then you used me to get back home. In some way I don't understand, you were able to trigger teleportation, something a few dozen people in history have been actually able to do.
but that must be latent in the rest of us." He stopped, looking around the empty compartment, waiting for a reply. None came. His voice reed had worked its way to the bottom of his bag, but he extracted it and looked briefly at the material he had written a few hours before. "I'm going to record this, too," he said. "I might as well. You realize we've only got 2 or 3 minutes before whoever Horst sent gets here." He had already flicked the on-off button with his thumb. He added, "As it happens, I like you. Those people would probably have killed me when I wasn't willing to go along with their mutiny. I know that." There was silence in the compartment except for the sighing of the vent. He saw the voice read tape pause as the machine waited for transcribable speech. "Listen." He found that he was massaging his thighs with his hands and stopped, embarrassed, wiping them on the cool, soil-resistant fabric of the bunk. The center was still slightly warm and carried a smoky odor that was not quite any sort of cologne. "I know I'm not right. My mind has been slipping for some time. I know that. But you're real. All the rest of it could have been delusions. The lights going down to the surface of Neuertdraht, the sound of your voice. But they were afraid of you." Silence. "And Horst saw something in here. He was certain I wasn't alone. It took me a few minutes to understand it, but I know what it was he saw now. On the bulkhead behind me there must have been a shadow that didn't match my position. He saw you. I'm not looking at you now because you don't seem to want to talk when I can see you. It is difficult for me to speak when you can see me." The voice read tape crept forward, black lettering appearing on its surface. It was possible, though he was not conscious of it, that it was his own voice. He put his right hand firmly over his mouth. "By instinct, I follow your will to better remain in your shadow. If you disbelieve, I am inhibited from speech." The tape still moved. "What are you?" Someone pounded on the door of the compartment. The lock buzzed briefly, and the door swung back. Grit stood between 2 hulking enlisted patrollers, a man and a woman. "Is anything wrong?" she said. The voice reed recorded the words, and Johann erased them and switched it off. "No," he said. "Horst got the idea, somehow, that I wasn't alone when I talked to him. That's all." "You were alone?" "Yes. Do you know what I told him?" Grit nodded, her straw-colored curls bobbing, her face serious. "Do they?" Johann indicated the patrollers. "No." She looked at the 2, who were waiting impassively, their truncheons in their belts. "I think everything's all right here," she said. "Dismissed." They touched their foreheads and turned away. Grit stepped into the compartment and closed the door behind her. "Johann, what's wrong?" 5 people came in here and asked me to join them in a mutiny." "I know that, but—" "Did Horst tell the captain?" "He said he would, the next time she came on deck." "I'm quite serious. So were they. They are going to try to take over the ship." "Is this the first time you've been asked to join that kind of thing?" Johann nodded. "I suppose it is frightening at first, but these plots have been going on for years now. You must have heard." Her lips were tight, as though she considered herself, as a warrant officer whose duties lay on the bridge, shamed by his naivete. "I've heard about the secret societies and the cults, but I don't think this can be brushed aside like that." He had remained seated on the bunk. He felt now, somehow, that he should be standing, that standing would enable him to drive home his point more forcefully. But he was too tired for the work of maintaining an upright posture in magnetic sandals. He would be on duty again in a few hours, and the close air of the compartment seemed to press in upon him. He said, "You're not going to believe me, are you?" "I do believe you. It's just that I don't think it's that serious. What's this thing?" Grit picked up the pick. "One of them threw it at me." She pressed a soft fingertip against the point. "I suppose I'd be bothered, too, if someone threw one of these at me." "It was just a gesture, a parting shot."
Who were they?
Hines was one of them.
He described the others again, and Grit said, The bald man was Rudy. I know him. I'm sorry you're mixed up with him.
So you know about him, Johann said. You know about all these people. Why don't I? Does the captain know?
Of course she does. You don't know because you've never bothered to find out. You have to— She broke off, shaking her head in irritation. Can't you do something about these lights? This is just like you, lying in here in the dark, sucking at your ambition, not knowing anything, not talking to anybody.
I can't get them repaired. You're the one who believes, or at least seems to believe, that everything on the ship is all right. He lay down.
I don't believe that, she said.
Horst sent you to see if anyone was with me. You've seen that there is no one.
He wanted to be alone with the shadow again. He could see it stretched as black as the space between the stars on the bulkhead at his right.
You say this isn't serious, he said, but Horst seemed to take it seriously.
Horst is an old woman.
Go back to the bridge. You're on duty.
Is that an order?
You don't take orders from me, and we both know it.
I'm not going back to the bridge either. I'm off in an hour, and Horst will cover for me. There's been nothing doing since Helmut came back.
I'm surprised you're not in his compartment.
He's seeing the captain. You really think I care about Helmut, don't you? He's nice, he's fun to be with sometimes, and he's generous. He knows how to make conversation, but he's not as handsome as you are, and not as strong, and he can be very silly at times.
And he's the captain's man, currently.
Well, of course, currently. That's one of the things that bothers me about you. Every time you touch somebody, every time you touch someone's body, you think, well, you know what you think. 3 clips held her blouse. Her plump fingers ran down them with practiced ease until the blouse hung suspended behind her like a shiny white cloudlet. She slipped out of her sandals, leaving them on the deck, kicked off her shorts, and held out a hand to let him draw her to him. He ignored it, and she said, You're sure? I didn't think you would.
What do you know about them?
Who?
The 5 people who were here.
I could tell you anyway. Pull me over to you.
Not now. Tell me.
You know Hines. Rudy is a technician in the plant rooms. He sells drugs. That's how I know him. And he claims that a lot of what he sells he grows himself. He has good merchandise and charges a lot, but he'll give a certain amount of credit. You'd better pay him, though.
The cult.
I always thought it was just a sideline. A lot of them do it, you know, because it's a good way to get people started. There's a group, and, you know, social acceptance and making it a ritual makes it easier. Besides, the ceremony makes it more interesting when the rush comes. All the singing and the costumes and invocations.
No, Johann said. I don't. I take it you've been to a number of these ceremonies.
It's something to do. Don't you understand?
No, he said again.
Only the fools really believe. It's a kind of game. If you really want to know, there's another group, a whole other thing, that I think is a lot more dangerous. The Overmonitors people.
His face must have shown the surprise he felt, because she grinned at him. He said, I didn't think anyone paid attention to that anymore.
There have always been people who would play around with a machine like that for as long as anyone would let them. Paper games on a cathode ray terminal, and programming music, and those pictures printed in symbols. It's using that now. It's pulled all those people together, drawn them around itself. Each of them only knows who a few of the others are, but they know there are others, and they want to put the Overmonitor in charge of the ship. The captain's a lot more worried about that than she is about the occult groups, and I think she's right.
Johann said, If she really believes it's that serious, she ought to tell us about it, put us on our guard.
She's talked to most of the officers privately.
She hasn't talked to me.
I know. He swung his stiff leg off the bunk and stood up, and inadvertently brought himself close enough for her to reach. She cupped his face in her hands and used the leverage to thrust her floating body down until it was pressed to his, and he could feel the firm push of her breasts on his chest, and her small rounded belly touching his loins.
"And what is that supposed to mean?" he asked.
"It means we still have time. You don't have to go yet, and I'll be all right as long as I'm with you. Horse doesn't care, and she's busy with Helmut."
"You know what I meant. If she told everyone, why didn't she tell me?"
"I didn't say she told everybody."
"Why not me?" He pushed her away, and she floated off toward the upper left corner of the compartment, like a pink and blonde fornicatory doll, he thought, in the slow-motion pictures of a bomb blast in a department store.
"Look at yourself!"
Suddenly, just as she banked against the ceiling, she was angry.
"Think about what you look like to other people. You're just the type, just the kind that does it. Alone all the time, and so very, very intellectual. When was the last time you talked to the overmonitor?"
"That doesn't matter. Not long ago, but it was the first time for a long time."
"Nobody else does it at all, except them. And they do whatever it tells them, because they think it has everything so perfectly worked out, when it's only the same kind of thinking that turned Earth into a sewer 100 years ago."
In Michelangelo's painting, The Creation of Adam, a floating Jehovah stretches forth his hand to the reclining Adam. On the ceiling, Johann saw acted out the reverse of this. His own shadow reached up from behind him to touch the floating shadow of Grit. For a moment it held the position, and he began awkwardly to raise his own arm in the same way, suddenly embarrassed to think that she might notice that his shadow no longer followed his movements. The arm had a second true shadow of its own, weaker and grayer than the black outline behind him that, even as he watched, seemed to send a wave of dark strength into Grit's pale shadow. Later, on the bridge, he found himself adjusting the wall communicator screen to show the ship, the rounded curve of the bridge module itself, with the hard domes and pyramids of the instrument pods, launcher casings, and airlocks that rose like temples and tombs from the smooth surface of a world eroded to its iron core. And beyond it the shining filigree of the other modules and the writhing corridors that connected them, spread like a goddess's veil down the trailing night. While he watched, one of the silvery threads parted, perhaps 100 kilometers from where he stood. Blue attitude jets the size of pinpoints flared. The severed module was united in moments to another corridor, while the original corridor, coiling like the broken string of a guitar, curved toward the bridge some 20 or 30 kilometers to fasten on the hatch of a new module. In slow trembling waves, the entire fabric of the ship readjusted itself to the change.
"Ugly, isn't it?" Goethe said behind him.
"I don't think so."
"No? With all those loops and ravels? I think a ship ought to be long and slender and graceful, like the captain, if you know what I mean. This one looks like a bacterial nucleus under a microscope."
"You're trying to make me angry, aren't you?"
"Not at all. Have you heard the news?" Johann shook his head. "The captain's going to go down herself to Neuerdracht. She's going back with Helmut."
"She's not supposed to leave the ship."
"Technically, no. But think what it will be like when we get back home. There will be hearings and interviews. How would it look if she were to say she hadn't been there herself? She'll be the chief witness."
Goethe glanced over her shoulder.
"Besides," she added in a lower voice, "she'll be almost alone down there with Helmut. Just a handful of crew people and Eric. She's had a vehicle built in the welding shop, you know, for surface exploration. It seats two, so they can go off together, hundreds of kilometers from anyone."
"I would like to go too," he said. "To go down."
"To keep an eye on her? Don't be silly."
"Just to be going, to see the place."
"I thought you loved the ship. You're the only one left. The rest of us hate the smelly mouse maze."
"That doesn't mean I want to stay on board forever. I'd like to see Neuerdracht at first hand. It seems to have been ruined already by some race older than ours. Earth must be that way by now."
Don't let the captain hear you talk like that, Gerda said.
Where is she?
The marine module. You want me to get Ellis to fill in for you?
It's true, then. There's going to be a mutiny.
Everybody hears that talk. I don't think you ought to take it seriously. Gerda was already coding Ellis's number on the communicator. Johann watched her long fingers flying across the buttons.
You love the ship, too, he said, even if you won't admit it. You know there's going to be an insurrection, too, and you think I can stop it. I feel as if you were asking me to stop an avalanche.
Gerda shook her head, her fingers busy with the keys. The screen lit up. Ellis, Johann wants you to take the rest of the watch for him. Johann could see Ellis's lips move in the screen, but he was too far away to hear. No, you owe him. I looked it up. The speaker muttered. All right, then. Gerda keyed out and turned back toward Johann. He's coming. You can go now if you like. I'll take care of things until he gets here.
I'll wait.
He turned away and busied himself with instrument readings. A yeoman was like a wife, he thought. He and Gerda had never been lovers, but he wondered now why they had not. A ship should be long and slender and graceful, she had said, like the captain, and had run her hands over her own body, trying to call attention to herself, to make him see that she was physically much like the captain, with her tall, slender figure. He had always thought her too masculine, wide-shouldered and small-breasted under the white tunic. But was she? A yeoman was like a wife, sharing the events of each watch, united with the duty officer. United with the three of them now, a dark man was standing behind him. Like Gerda, a partner. Or so he felt. He turned and saw him, stretched in inky darkness, hard-edged on the floor, though the bridge was bright as always with diffused light. Gerda, whose back was to him now as she wrote the log, had 100 jostling shadows, each almost too weak to be seen. Ellis came, and Johann, wondering what she would think of it, brushed the nape of Gerda's neck with his lips as he stepped toward the big double doors leading out into Corridor A. Before he could push them open, the communicator screen flashed, calling him back. It was Eric, Helmut's second in command, his square, handsome, stupid face tense behind its transparent guard. "I must speak to the captain," he said. "She isn't here. Report to me. Can you send for her? She is not to be disturbed. What is it? If whatever has happened is important, it shouldn't have to wait for her. If it isn't important, you can report it in the usual way." "We found a city," Eric said, "a dead city with all the buildings knocked to ruins, and the streets filled with sand that whispers in the wind, so that the men are all afraid of it, and there are piers jutting out into the sea, piers for the ships that the sand surges against. I went out onto one of them." "Pull yourself together," Ellis said. "The stones are still solid enough, though they're not really stones, and stood at the end. And I swear to you, Lieutenant, the ocean that isn't within 1,000 kilometers of here washed over my feet, and the sand blew and sang so in my ears that I nearly fell, almost fell off the end of it as I stood there looking out into the ocean with the unwalled houses all behind me, and the ships beating their gongs in the rain out there in the whirling bay." Johann looked at Ellis and whispered, "What do you think?" Ellis winked and slapped his hand against his mouth as though he were swallowing a pill. "Is there a city down there? Could there be? A ruined city? We'd have seen it from above." "Here," Eric said, and held a picture up to the scanner. It showed a flat, brown landscape of sand, but rising from the sand were 3 oddly colored stones with regular outlines. "Wind formations," Ellis said. Johann said, "They look too well squared." Stone is crystalline in structure. When an entire plane wears away, or splits away, it leaves a flat surface. Gerda said, "Remember the man Ellis? The one they saw who wasn't one of the expedition, crossing the desert when it was almost dark? Helmut saw him." "Take care of things," Johann told Ellis. "I'm going to go and find the captain, and let her know about this." Eric said, "We haven't taken off the breathing apparatus, not any of us. But even so, the ocean smells like flying foam, and the city like yeast, and all the hills around us are ringing with roses and mosses and damp ferns, with the sounds of fountains."
"I'll tell her," Johann said. When he left the bridge, he went to the personnel office and keyed the overmonitor. "Interrogative. Have I left the ship since boarding? Response: indeterminable. By reason of insufficient data? Response: by reason of erroneous data. What is the erroneous data? Response: debarkation data shows no absences. Cerebral radiation monitoring indicates absence or death on several occasions. Is it possible for a human being to pass from one point to another without passing through the intervening space? Response: yes." The personnel clerk, who had come into the office while Johann was questioning the overmonitor, said, "Something wrong, sir?" Johann shook his head. "You looked funny. If there's something the matter, just call on me." "I learned something startling, that's all." "Interrogative." "I wouldn't trust it, sir. It's liable to tell you anything." "Can you give me a non-technical explanation?" Response: no. "Why not?" Response: since explanations must be couched in terms of fundamental lemmas or expressions logically derived from such lemmas, the lemmas themselves, while sometimes capable of proof, are not capable of explanation. Can you provide a non-technical proof? Response: such a proof is dependent on the quantum nature of time and the continuous nature of extension. Is proof required of these? No. Proceed with the proof requested. Response: it can be shown experimentally that the temporal quanta are not emitted at a uniform rate, but at a rate dependent upon the velocity of the body experiencing the time in question. Since time is composed of quanta, the reduction in the rate of passage of time must be explained as a reduction in the rate of emission of these quanta. This reduction implies the existence of hypertime, by which the rate of emission is measured, and this, in turn, implies the existence of hypertime intervals of some duration between the emission of the time quanta applicable to a rapidly moving body. If motion were continuous, it would cease with a consequent release of energy during these hypertime intervals, since motion without time is motion at infinite velocity. No such releases of energy have been observed, from which it follows that motion is discontinuous, consisting of translations of the moving body from point to point, corresponding to the time quanta emitted. QED. Such translations must be very small, Johann said, except in the case of objects moving at near light speeds. Have larger translations ever been observed? Response: no data. He found the captain in the office of the Marine Commandant. The Commandant, who was about 22, was sharpening a long-bladed knife as he sat at his desk, stroking the curved steel over a little hand-held stone with a rotary motion. The suspension pod from which he had emerged stood open in one corner of the room. Johann saluted the captain and described Eric's city. "He's irrational?" "I wouldn't say that, but he's been hallucinating." "Helmut and I will straighten things out when we get down there. Dismissed." "Sir." "What is it?" "I'd like to request permission to accompany you." The captain turned away, shaking her head. "I appreciate your enterprise, Lieutenant, but every person we have on the surface of Norjordrat requires a substantial support effort, and no more are needed." "You may have to send Eric and some of the others back to the ship. I would be willing to put myself under Helmut's orders." "If Eric has to be replaced, I'll keep you in mind. Is that all?" "No, sir. I would like to state that if you, as captain of the ship, are anticipating a mutiny, it is my right as a senior officer to be informed of the fact." "I am anticipating no mutiny." "The Commandant has been revived. And how many Marines? Or is that confidential?" The Commandant said, "All of them," and putting aside the stone, ran his thumb along the edge of his knife. The captain struck her desk with the flat of her hand. "I am leaving the ship.
Extraordinary precautions are clearly indicated."
Johann asked. "You don't trust the officers and the patrol to maintain security?"
Something of the outrage he felt at the implied accusation of disloyalty must have been apparent from his voice. The captain, her own voice somewhat softer, said, "I don't doubt you, Johann, if that's what you mean. But there is inevitably a certain loss of perspective among many originally reliable people on a voyage as long as this one. The Marines, by remaining in suspension, have maintained their original orientation and patriotism. That was the reason for their inclusion in the crew."
"As far as my boys and girls are concerned," the commandant said, "yesterday they told us blast-off would be in 2 weeks. Now, according to what I hear from the captain, we've made it, but things are a little screwed up. Well, we're here to unscrew them."
"If necessary," the captain said. The Marine commandant nodded.
"If necessary," he said.
His pistol belt was buckled through the back frame of his chair, and he slipped the knife into a sheath taped to the inner side of the holster.
"You look a lot older than when I saw you," he told Johann. "You remember me?"
Johann shook his head.
"I sat on one side of you at the last briefing. Remember now? I was smoking, and you asked me to put it out." "I'm sorry," Johann said.
He remembered graduation, signing up for the flight, the dizzying trip to the shuttle-port by monorail, carrying his duffel bag around the lonely, wind-swept housing area. There must have been a pre-flight briefing, though he could not remember one. He had written Marcella, telling her why he had to go, putting down all the fine phrases that were true until saying them into the voice reet made them false, then erased it all. He had been a boy, no older than the commandant was now. Could such boys fight? He thrust the thought aside, knowing that they could, that the Marines would fight very well, having been selected for the purpose.
"You asked the briefing officer a question," the commandant continued. "I forget now what it was. I was thinking of something else."
"I probably did," Johann conceded. Outside, the Marines were still reviving, straightening their uniforms and shining their boots, checking the weapons they had carried with them into their suspension pods. One of them, a high-breasted girl with yellow curls straying from under her battle helmet, asked him if it had really been 17 years. He said that it had, and added that she had not missed a great deal, then turned away quickly for fear that she would turn away from him. So he had asked the briefing officer a question. That was unlike him. It must have been important, or he had thought it important. It was probably still on tape somewhere on the ship, not on Earth. Few, if any, tapes would have outlasted the accidents of even a single century, and no one would care about that one now. Marcella and the briefing officer were both dead. Possibly they had met, years after blast-off, and never realized that they were linked through him. There was as yet no guard at the boat-hangar entrance, but there would be soon, surely. When the mutiny came, the captain would want to cut off the mutineers' escape. Johann pushed aside the thought that she might also wish to retain a path of escape for herself. Most probably the mutiny would not begin, if it began at all, until she had gone. But was she leaving? It was contrary to regulations for the captain to disembark save in a friendly port. But there was no regulation to say that she could not announce that she intended to do so. He pressed the green button, and the hangar door slid up with a sigh of compressed air.
"Me," the boat nearest the door said. "Me," echoed the sound. "Which of you brought Lieutenant Helmet back?" His own voice sounded strange in the vastness.
"I did," called a boat from half a kilometer away.
"Have any of the rest of you been used lately?"
"No," said several voices, and one, "Never since blast-off, boat captain."
"Then you are all fully stored?"
"All but he." They were of 4 types. Landing craft of the design that had been used to take Helmet and his subordinates down, lifeboats intended for use in a sub-Plutonian emergency, missile boats for short-range attack, and tenders for exterior alterations and repairs. A missile boat might make them think twice about going after him, but they were the largest of all, and would be the most difficult to conceal once planetfall was made. In the end, he settled on a tender, number 37, transferring food and water and survival gear from one of the lifeboats into it and instructing it to wait for him at a hatch near the bridge. "Go now," his shadow said, a small, dry voice, close beside his ear. He shook his head. "There are some things I want to take with me, my books, and I'm going to try to get Grit to come if I can." "Hello." It was Helmut, appearing in the space between numbers 17 and 18. "Who are you talking to, Johann?" "Myself, I'm afraid. Welcome back." "It's good to be back," Helmut said. "Good to get out of that stinking breath mask. Do you know if Carl and the others have made any progress with the bugs yet?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "The airborne bacteria. If they can show they don't infect human beings or cook up a vaccine, we won't have to wear the things. You wouldn't think there would be such a stew of single-celled organisms floating around in a place that's as dry as that one, but there are." "There's water in the crevasses," Johann said, "and thicker air, too. From an evolutionary point of view, I suppose they got their start in the spray from the falls. You haven't been down to see those crevasses yourself, of course." "No." "I knew you hadn't. I could tell by your arms and legs. You've never set foot on Neujert. "I don't know how I got scratched up like this." "I don't know either," Helmut said, "even though I'm scratched up the same way. You've got strict orders not to talk, I take it, but I noticed while I was down there how often Ellis seemed to be filling in for you, now that I come to think of it." "I've never been there," Johann said again. He touched the crusted welts on his legs. "I was scraped a bit in a little accident. I'll tell you about it." "Of course." Helmut was no longer listening. "Who would suspect that she'd send you, the cripple?" He took a step nearer, and Johann saw his right hand slip under the flap of his gadget bag. "We were the public expedition. You were her private one. After all, control of a world is at stake. She couldn't risk that. What were you looking for? We saw you once, you know." "That's right," Johann said. "You saw me." He was tensed, waiting for the blow, but it came too quickly. He had expected Helmut to raise the knife over his head and strike downward, as he would have done himself. Instead, Helmut's hand shot straight forward as soon as it cleared the lip of the bag. Somewhere between the bag and his body it became enmeshed in what might have been thousands of folds of black tissue. The knife struck like a punch from a heavily padded glove, but there was no blade, nothing that stabbed. Anchoring himself with a stiff leg, he aimed a kick at Helmut's testicles. It missed, and Johann slipped his feet from his sandals as the boats shrilled warnings and jumped for the hangar roof. The evasion was unnecessary. Helmut's knife was free now, but the black tissue covered his face. Johann watched. He went limp, his sandals pinioning him still to the steel deck, his slack body floating like a balloon on a string. From under the dark covering came a continued soft grunting that soon grew weak, then stopped. For a long time, after it seemed certain Helmut was dead, the tissue remained in place. Then it returned to Johann, becoming a cloud, a thin, dark smoke that seeped upward to him. "I didn't know you could leave me," he said. "I do not desire it." Outside the hangar door, a marine sentry had died. The sight of her limp corpse made Johann wonder with which group Helmut had been affiliated. The occultists seemed the more probable in view of his personality, and there were slashes at the girl's chest and crotch that might have been ritualistically intended. Perhaps to no group but his own advantage. Possibly to a group of which Johann had never heard. The storage area corridors and companionways he traveled now were deserted, though from time to time he heard the faint sound of shouting through the ventilators, and twice he came on bodies, one of them a man he knew slightly, a technician from the instrument shop. So it had already begun. It seemed likely that the captain's absence from the bridge had been interpreted by at least one group to mean that she had left for Neujert. When he reached the main corridor system, he took off his blouse with its officer's insignia and threw it down a recycle chute. There were more bodies, some patrollers, many crewmen, a few in battle-green marine uniforms, floating or sticking to the walls and floor, and neutron blast scars from the Marines' guns on the bulkhead panels. Whichever group was attacking would be pushing toward the principal approaches to the bridge, and they had clearly dislodged the Marines from this section. As he hurried toward the rear entrance to the captain's living compartment, he wondered if any effort had been made to organize and arm the loyal crew people. There must be many, surely, and there could be no more than a few hundred Marines. The sentries were dead, but the door to the captain's compartment was still closed and locked, as he had expected. He pounded on it and waited and pounded again, and the dark mist of his shadow poured into the crevice between door and jamb, and after a moment the door swung open at a touch. On the bridge, the captain, with Ellis, Gerda, and Grit, stood watching the console communicator screen. It showed a group of crew people clustered around a laboratory cart, assembling what appeared to be a laser projector. "The Mystics?" Johann asked. They turned to look at him with blank faces. "The COC," Grit said after a moment. "When they have that thing finished, they're going to splice a power cable to the starboard generators and cut their way through to us. The Marines are holding A and B corridors outside, but when the beam starts coming through the walls, there won't be much they can do. We haven't told them yet. If you want to use the earphones at the terminal, the overmonitor will be happy to explain the whole plan. We've heard enough, and if—" The captain cut off Grit's panicky voice. "How did you get in here, Lieutenant?" "Through your quarters, sir." "That way is open?"
"The corridor was clear when I came through, yes."
Grit looked from the captain's face to Ellis's, her eyes asking if Johann could be trusted, then pleading that they go. Her shadow was blacker than the others, and Johann wondered if it had spoken to her yet. On the communicator screen, Helmut entered the laboratory where the technicians were building the laser, asked some question, and gave a brisk command. An emotion that might have been hatred or despair flickered across the captain's face. "He is one of them too, you see," she said, "and Horst, and my servant, whom I had to shoot."
"I see," Johann said, and then, "Sir, I have a tender waiting at hatch 8.
Gerda, breaking the discipline of 17 years, said, "There is nowhere to go." "There is Norjerdrat," the captain snapped.
Johann said, "The crevasses."
He thought of the long cascades of silvery water and the leaves of the ferns like cathedrals of arches.
Ellis nodded. "You're right. They'd never locate us in one of those."
The captain had already picked up the ship's logbook and tucked it under her left arm. At her side, her right hand held a small, brightly polished neutron pistol. The muzzle pointed toward the floor plates, but one long tapered finger was curled about the trigger. "You were coming with us," she said to Johann.
He nodded. "Naturally."
"I don't want you to think I don't trust you, but you weren't on the bridge when the attack began, and there have been so many traitors."
"I understand."
"If we reach hatch 8 in safety and the tender is there, as you say, your loyalty will be established beyond question."
Johann nodded and took a step in the direction of the captain's quarters. She nodded at Grit, smiled, and said,
"Go on, girl. I'll bring up the rear."
A moment later, Ellis, who was just behind Johann, whispered, "So that's the way it's going to be now. You and I will have to make do with Gerda, at least for a while."
The corridor was still empty, save for a few dead, but smoke, acrid with burning insulation, was billowing from the ventilators. A few hundred meters beyond the door of the captain's quarters, the corridor ended at a hatch, and the termination board that should have directed them to a new connection was blank.
"It's fighting, too," Ellis said.
Johann turned to look at him. Behind him, Grit seemed 2 women, her shadow leaning across her shoulders like a conspirator.
"The Overmonitor. It's not just its people. The Overmonitor program itself is fighting," Ellis said.
Grit whispered, "It could cut us off, couldn't it? Sever all the corridors and just leave us drifting. We'd never get out."
"We have to go back," Johann called to the captain. Under his urging, they doubled their straggling column and took the first promising side corridor.
"It will cut us off," Grit said again, "leave us floating in space."
"If it cuts off the bridge, it will lose the instruments and controls. It couldn't operate the ship."
But we're not on the bridge. Not any more. Do you think it knows where we are?" No one answered her. "It's gone mad," the captain said when they had been pushing down the new corridor for what seemed a half-hour or more. "This is leading to the hydroponics module. It's got the hydro deck coupled to the bridge complex." Ellis had dropped behind her, and Grit, stumbling, was leaning on Johann's arm. She said, "She's right. I can smell the plants." Her round, soft face was beaded with sweat. Then she was gone. Gerda, who had been behind her, stood open-mouthed. The others did not notice Grit was no longer with them. Pushing past the tall girl, Johann shouted, "Is there a hatch anywhere in the hydro module?" "There has to be. Where is it?" "Number 391, Ellis told him. "I think the over-monitor's trying to get us away from number 8. It must have heard you talking about it." "Where is it?" Johann said again. "I don't know, because I don't know where we'll be coming into the module." "Run," Johann said, taking Gerda by the arm. "She's gone to get the tender, I think." The corridor corkscrewed, then opened into a vaulted hall several thousand meters long, in which towering, darkly green plants grew under brilliant lights, tier upon tier, extending impossible limbs and tendrils, untroubled by gravity on the quiet air. They found the hatch at the end of a tortuous path of green that might almost have wound through a jungle. There were bowers under the trees, where colored hand ropes stretched above the sopping cellulose that contained the hydroponic fluid. And twice Johann glimpsed strange statues, moored to limbs, set deeper in the green twilight beneath the leaves. Grit, Johann remembered, had said Rudy was a technician here. At the hatch, Gerda and Ellis spun the operating wheel. "Suppose she's not out there," the captain demanded. "How could she be? This is insane." The lips of the hatch pursed, then stretched. Beyond them was the brightly lit interior of the tender. "Am I still to go first?" Johann said. A slight smile crossed the captain's face. "You're not thinking of a honeymoon on Neuyert Draught with little Grit, are you, Lieutenant?" "No, you come last. But I can hardly wait for you to come aboard so you can tell me how you arranged this." Etiquette demanded that the captain enter a boat last. Ellis bolted through the hatch. "We defer to your rank," the captain said to Johann. "After all, you were the leader of the escape." She climbed in behind Ellis. Gerda was watching Johann's face. He shook his head, moving it perhaps a centimeter to either side. She hesitated, then closed the hatch. He slammed down the security bolt. "What are we going to do now?" she said. The silence of the plants, their happiness and green need, closed around them. His shadow stood before him on the hatch, a silhouette as black as a hole in space. "Hide here," he said. "I'll come back for you." And then, "Back to the bridge." He closed his eyes. The wall communicator screen was focused to space. In it, the tender shot away from the ship like a stone from a sling. The small screen on the control console showed Horst and Helmut standing beside the laser projector, and behind them the corridor leading to the bridge. "No bargaining," Helmut said. "Get on the squawk box and tell the Marines to lay down their weapons. Tell them the over-monitors won." Johann walked to the doors leading to the corridor and flung them open. The Marine commandant was at a field communications center there, surrounded by subordinate officers and clerks. "How are things going?" Johann asked. The commandant threw him a casual salute. "Pretty well. We've cleared the command corridor, as you see, and we have A, B, and D largely under control. We lost a lot of the sentries we had posted around, though, and there's been quite a bit of smoke." Johann nodded. "I know. I suspect the computer's been frying some of its own guts to make it." A Marine lieutenant said, "Most of the prisoners we've gotten so far have belonged to these nut religions rather than the COC. The commandant gestured toward the bridge. "You must be getting the overall picture better than we do out here. How does it look in there?" "I think we've turned the corner," Johann said. He went back inside and closed the doors, then with a screwdriver from the emergency tool locker beside the navigation panel, took up the floor plates between the communicator cabinet and the computer terminal. Whoever had spliced the two together, probably Horst, Johann thought, possibly Uschi, had used bright scarlet wire and added the sacrifice of a rat with its throat cut, tied in a clear food preservation bag. To the terminal he said, "Helmut is dead. You shouldn't have shown him. We killed him in the hangar." He ripped the connections free and watched the computer-generated phantoms vanish, then stood up, regretting the loss of his officer's tunic. Coding all screens on the communicator, he announced, "The mutiny is over. I believe that some of you who have been fighting against the bridge have been encouraged by optimistic reports on the communications system. Those reports were false, and they will not be repeated. You were defeated some time ago, when the attempt to carry the bridge by storm failed. Now all hands are needed to save the ship. Mutineers, laying aside their weapons, are hereby given a full pardon. Every loyal member of the crew is expected to join in wiping out those who continue to bear arms. This is your captain speaking. Out." To the overmonitor terminal he said, "What is the probability of ship survival now?" He switched out the earphones and keyed the speaker. "Response. For a 5-year projection, 0.383, and rising. Do you plan frequent consultations with the overmonitor?" "No," the captain said. In a storm, land was the enemy. He kicked off his sandals and floated over to the navigation panel to begin the laborious business of setting a new course. End of Endangered Species by Gene Wolfe. Narrated by Gary Tipton, in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, March 1990. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, a Tor book published by Tom Dougherty Associates, Incorporated, 49 West 24th Street, New York, New York, 10010.
End of book.